Chapter 447. Sacrifice the entire Qian territory. Even though Su Yan's heart was strong, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this news. How big was the Qian territory? How many creatures were there in the 9 provinces and the 5 counties? Then, the devil sect actually wanted to sacrifice the entire Qian territory for their own selfish reasons. This was simply insane. Very shocked, right? Even I was shocked when I found out about this. Not only me, but the seniors of the Heaven and Earth organization were also like this. Yunhee suddenly sighed and said, "It was because of this that the seniors of the Heaven and Earth organization chose to betray us." At this moment, Su Yan finally understood some of the things that happened. The devil sect laid down the Tai Grand formation, wanting to exhaust all the earth baleful energy in order to trigger a supreme calamity, causing the Qian territory to crumble apart. After that, they wanted all the life forms in the Qian territory to be annihilated, using the blood and souls to be sacrificed to the great heavenly devil lord, allowing that ancient heavenly devil to awaken. Even until today they still have such thoughts. Hence, these people are nothing but a bunch of lunatics. Yunhee disdainfully sneered and didn't hide her disdain. Since that's the case, you're still helping the evildoers. Aren't you betraying the Heaven and Earth organization by doing this? Su Yan directly shouted. I already said before that I'm just using these lunatics. Yunhee continued, in the ancient times, the Heaven and Earth organization was called the Black Cloud Sect. It was one of the Devil Sect's sections. But now, the Black Cloud Sect's supreme secret techniques have disappeared. Until now, only the Cloud technique is left. It's useless in battles. If it wasn't for me, the Heaven and Earth organization would be just a small sect right now. I need powerful strength. The Demon Lord of the Black Demon Alliance can give me strength, so I help him complete some things that can be done. This is using each other. Yunhee glanced at Su Yan and continued, I forgot to tell you that your body is for the Black Demon Lord. It seems that he wants to reincarnate. If I'm not wrong, the Black Demon Lord's strength is probably higher than yours. Aren't you afraid that he will kill you after you've outlived your usefulness? Su Yan directly asked. Su Yan, how can I not consider the things that you can think of? I'm not afraid to tell you that according to my original plan, I was going to do something to your body. However, there's no need for that now. Is it because of the demon dragon's heart? Asked Su Yan directly. You're really smart. That's right, it's because of the demon dragon's heart. A bright light flickered in Yunhee's eyes before he continued. The heart of the demon dragon possesses boundless power. Back then, the demon sect wanted to use it as a primer to completely activate the Earth Terminus formation. It's simply a waste of God's gift. Think about it, what if I can use the demon dragon's heart? Hearing this, Su Yan suddenly froze. If that's the case, then it's really a great thing. Since the demon dragon was a terrifying existence that was on the same level as the heavenly demon that the devil sect wanted to revive, if Yunhee really obtained the demon dragon's heart, then her strength would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. He wouldn't have to put the devil sect in his eyes. I know the Heaven and Earth organization back then, no, it should be said that the Black Cloud sect betrayed them. I'm afraid that it wasn't for the welfare of the common people, but for the demon dragon's heart. Su Yan immediately understood this point at this moment. Naturally, the common people are just ants. Even if the gone realm is gone, there are still other places. What does it have to do with us? It's just hateful that the Stupa sect was so meddlesome that they actually sealed the demon dragon's heart. Although the Black Cloud sect betrayed the devil sect, they couldn't get it. 8,000 years have passed, and the Black Cloud sect has completely disappeared. Only the Heaven and Earth organization has become a righteous sect in front of the world. Yunhee said bitterly. At this time, Su Yan finally understood. Just as Yunhee said, the Black Cloud sect had completely disappeared, and now the Heaven and Earth organization existed in this world. Perhaps in the entire Heaven and Earth organization, except for him, the leader, no one knew about the dark past of the Black Cloud sect. It was precisely because of this that many disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization risked their lives when fighting against the devil sect. Elder Yun Tian even directly fell. This was because they were the true disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization. Only Yunhee, the leader, carried the true secret of the Heaven and Earth organization. However, to me this is also a good fortune. Because if it wasn't for this, I'm afraid that today, it wouldn't be my turn to refine the demon dragon's heart. So, I still have to thank you. Unfortunately, for this demon dragon's heart, I won't let you leave this place alive no matter what. After Yunhee finished speaking, her gaze fell on Su Yan. At this moment, a murderous intent directly gathered. The condensed pressure directly oppressed Su Yan. The two of them were originally very close to each other, and Yunhee was in the dragon realm. With such pressure, Su Yan should be unable to resist. However, when this pressure fell in front of Su Yan, it directly turned into ripples and then dissipated. Yunhee frowned, then said indifferently, I didn't expect this Buddha's light to be so powerful. It can directly dissolve my aura. However, Su Yan, you still have too little time. The current you is simply not enough to fight with me. This is your greatest weakness. Since that's the case, let me send you to the Western Paradise. At this moment, Yunhee directly made her move. She directly stretched out her palm and pushed it horizontally towards Su Yan. Her palm directly landed on the golden radiance. As her palm fell, the golden radiance directly began to tremble. Later on, it began to cave in. The golden question mark word began to shake. Buddha's sword, although you are strong, you have already fought with the heavenly demon and opened the seal of the demonic dragon's heart. At this moment, how much power do you have? Black clouds transform into a dragon, dictate heaven and earth. Yunhee suddenly shouted. The aura outside her body suddenly increased by 10 times. Vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon surging within her body. The sudden appearance of such a violent aura caused Su Yan to continuously retreat. At the same time, the golden question mark word directly shattered at this moment, and all the golden radiance dissipated at this moment. Look, although you have made great progress and your cultivation has increased, in front of me, you are still so weak. Therefore at this time you can go to hell. After the cold laugh, there was a monstrous murderous intent. Yunhee had waited for too long for this day. She had also endured for too long. Therefore, no matter what, she would not miss this opportunity. Su Yan must die. Seeing Yunhee's power pressing down on him, Su Yan continuously retreated. He immediately activated the power of circumference, and countless sword shadows appeared outside his body. On his forehead, the Tianqiang sword directly appeared and suppressed the top of his head. The power of circumference was formed, and it was like a heaven and earth, firmly guarding and not allowing this terrifying power to break through. However, how strong was the power of the dragon transformation? Even though Su Yan had used all his strength, he still retreated bit by bit, and his body began to tremble. He only felt that his entire body was being torn apart by a force, and his limbs and organs were about to shatter. To be able to use the power of circumference to stop me, Su Yan, you are not bad. Unfortunately, this is still not enough. Your power is nothing in front of me. It is like child's play. Now die for me. At this moment, Yunhee no longer had any patience. She could no longer wait for the demonic dragon's heart. Since that was the case, then Su Yan must die. Black cloud world destroying palm. As the palm fell, countless black clouds seemed to appear before Su Yan's eyes. The black clouds tumbled, and it seemed like dragons and snakes were constantly moving within. Lei Wanjun was right. The dragon transformation realm was too strong. Even if dozens of power of circumference were to work together, they would not be a match for one dragon transformation realm cultivator. Su Yan thought highly of himself, and he had many fortuitous encounters. However, at this moment, he also knew that he was definitely not a match for Yunhee. This was not a venerable one who was only left with a remnant soul, but a complete dragon transformation realm elite. Moreover, based on Yunhee's unfathomable nature, he had most likely hidden his true strength in the past. However, Su Yan did not want to sit still and wait for death no matter what. In the spirit sea, tens of thousands of swords rang in unison. That was unwillingness and anger. Su Yan's power was constantly circulating, and he wanted to break free from the suppression of this terrifying power. However, at this moment, all his efforts were in vain. Su Yan, it's time for you to die. The palm had already descended. However, it was at this moment that a voice suddenly rang out. What a good Yunhee! You are truly two-faced. I have finally witnessed your methods. However, this brat has a body that I have taken a fancy to. Are you going to kill him just like that? This cold voice rang out. At the same time, an extremely strong force charged towards Yunhee. This attack was not held back at all. It wanted to kill Yunhee directly. Demon Honorable Humph. Yunhee suddenly turned around. However, at this moment, there was no humility or respect in his eyes. Instead, there was boundless anger and enmity. The moment the force came, his black cloud world-destroying palm suddenly changed direction and collided with the Demon Honorable's attack. In an instant, the entire space shook. At this moment, cracks began to appear in the entire dark corridor. This exchange of blows was actually a draw. At this moment, Su Yan was also sent flying. His body suddenly landed on the dark golden throne. Immediately, a wave of power rushed toward him from the throne. Su Yan was hit by this force, and immediately, he did not even have the strength to resist. Chapter 448. Yunhee, you really have ulterior motives. The black demon ancestor was extremely gloomy as he stared straight at Yunhee. As far as he was concerned, Yunhee was simply a stray dog. She worked for him to find a physical body. But now, this stray dog dared not to listen to him and even resisted him. This was enough to infuriate him, and his anger had reached its peak. The cold light in his eyes was extremely cold until it landed on Yunhee's face, as if he wanted to swallow Yunhee whole. However, Yunhee remained unperturbed as if he did not see this gaze at all. She only said calmly, "Black demon ancestor, you are also an ambitious person in ancient times. We are just using each other. Don't you even know this? If that's the case, then you have disappointed me," Yunhee said calmly. Hearing Yunhee's reply, the black demon ancestor was so angry that he laughed. Good, good, good. You are indeed a remnant of the Black Cloud sect. Back then, your ancestral master betrayed you, and today, you are still the same. However, this is no longer important. Su Yan, the demonic dragon's heart is already here. Then what use do you have? I indeed have no use. Lord Demon Ancestor, you must want to kill me as a lackey. Unfortunately, Lord Demon Ancestor, are you so sure that you can kill me in your current state? Yunhee said proudly. Her gaze landed on the black demon ancestor. Her gaze was still calm, without a trace of fluctuation at all. Such calmness made people feel uneasy. Even the black demon ancestor felt the same. However, this uneasiness was quickly thrown away by him. Yunhee, you are only in the one dragon realm. Even if you have hidden your strength before, you only have the strength of 2 dragons at most. Do you think you can act arrogantly in front of me with such strength? A stray dog will always be a stray dog. Even if you have cultivated to the dragon realm, you can't change your nature. This is what a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. As he spoke, a demonic sword appeared in the black demon ancestor's hand. Demon Shadow Sword? The black demon venerable was an expert in the way of the sword in the devil's sect. Even in the Buddha sword sect, there weren't many who could beat you in the way of the sword. I didn't expect you to have found your sword. It's a pity that it's old like you. Yunhee leaped into the air as soon as she finished speaking. A black light flashed by, and a terrifying force came crashing down. This terrifying power descended, causing a layer of ink-colored dark clouds to appear around him. Dark clouds roiled. It was simply terrifying. As the light flickered, an extremely frightening aura was emitted. It was as if a true dragon was continuously rolling around. Such an aura was not inferior to that of the fire Qilin back then. At this moment, Su Yan could not move at all, but his mind was still working. He was amazed at the strength of a dragon realm expert. However, he also knew that this was definitely not the time to be amazed. From the demon dragon's heart, a scorching aura rushed towards him. This kind of hot and dry aura could even devour his mind, causing him to become absent-minded and even forgetful. His entire head felt as if it was about to explode. Damn it, this demon dragon's heart indeed has its own will. It wants to use its instinct to take over my body. Even honorables like the Ghost Flame Demon Venerable and the White Bone Demon Venerable wanted to take over his body and be reborn. As for the Great Demon Dragon, according to Yunhee, it was a supreme existence. Its desire to live and control was even stronger. This scorching aura turned into a dragon light and moved around his body. At this moment, the Buddha sword had just been knocked down by Yunhee and had lost its power. It was unable to fight against this aura. No, I definitely can't let this demon dragon's will take over my body. Su Yan gritted his teeth and tried hard to calm his mind. After wandering around the edge of life and death many times, his mind was extremely firm. He knew that if he relaxed his mind at this moment, Regardless of whether it was fear, panic, or anger, the demon dragon would take advantage of it and take over his mind. Once he lost control of his mind, he would become the demon dragon's body. His soul would be obliterated, or he would be supported by the demon dragon and become a puppet. At this moment, Su Yan began to recite the mantra of the Regal Sword Codex. Regal Mantra Activate. To him, the Regal Sword Codex came with his soul and was inseparable from him. At such a critical moment, he instinctively used it as a life-saving straw. Heart as clear as ice, regal heartless. Mysterious mantras flowed continuously in Su Yan's heart. They were clearly very ordinary words, but when they were connected, they turned into an extremely mysterious power. The mysterious power circled at this moment, as if it had turned into cool rain, and then nourished every corner of Su Yan's body. At this moment, this powerful and terrifying power was still rioting. However, Su Yan did not move and continued to recite mantras. Finally, all of the mantras began to merge into one, and all of the power had merged into his body. Su Yan's heart trembled, and he only felt an indescribable comfort. At this moment, his circumference power began to reincarnate, and suddenly, it formed a faintly visible mountain. The Circumference Cultivation Mountain, and each mountain was a realm. After Su Yan entered the Circumference realm, the shadow of a mountain appeared. At this moment, the shadow of a second mountain began to appear. The second mountain of the Circumference realm. He was suddenly shocked, but it was a pleasant surprise and not a surprise. The pleasant surprise was that at this moment, his power had increased, and he had displayed such power. The Regal Sword Codex is truly a peerless book. He sighed in his heart, but he did not dare to be careless. At this moment, the regal chi was circulating, which restrained the demon dragon's aura. Instead, the demon dragon's aura became his assistants, helping him to refine everything. However, if the demon dragon's aura completely went berserk, it would be a disaster for him. Therefore, at this moment, he did not dare to be distracted. At this moment, the battle between Yun He and the Black Demon Supremacy had reached its climax. The Black Demon Supremacy was indeed an expert of the devil sex way of the sword in the past. He waved the demon shadow sword in his hand, and streaks of strange sword light appeared, directly suppressing Yun He. The streaks of sword shadows were like shadows in the dark night, elusive and elusive. The hidden sword sect was famous for their swordsmanship, but in terms of swordsmanship, even the Heaven Sword Sage was probably no match for the Black Demon Supremacy. Such swordsmanship could really be described as unfathomable. Yun He's 10,000 elephant divine skill, which was inherited from the Black Cloud sect, was full of evil and overbearing, but it could not gain any advantage. In the next moment, the shadow of the sword and Yun He's palm met again, and then fiercely clashed. A violent aura blew out, causing the entire space to tremble again. The power of 3 dragons. The Black Demon Supremacy's voice came out from the bottom of his throat, and his eyes stared straight at Yun He. He never thought that Yun He's true power had actually reached the power of 3 dragons. You've really hidden it well. He was filled with hatred in his heart. Back then, Yun He was only an expert of the square circle realm. With his help, she had only achieved the dragon realm. Then, at this moment, this damned fellow actually turned on him. Hey, you're just too stupid. Yun He activated her power again, and a cold murderous intent flashed in her eyes. At this moment, she was determined to kill. Do you think you can kill me? Arrogant. The Black Demon Supremacy sneered, and then his hands formed a seal. In an instant, a chilly wind blew. Gusts of chilly wind blew, as if evil spirits had arrived, and it was terrifying. A ghostly figure appeared behind him. Demon Seed descends. A dry voice was released, and what followed was the increase of his aura by several times. At this moment, he finally began to display his true power. So what if you have the power of 3 dragons? Yun He, when I imparted my power to you, I already knew that you, a dog, would turn on me one day. You may not know, but I've already planted a demon seed in your soul. Outside his body, a demonic shadow began to appear. That was the demon seed. Ha ha ha, Black Demon Supremacy. I've already said that you're just an idiot. Do you really think that I, Yun He, am an idiot who doesn't know anything? Back then, when you imparted your power to me, you've already done something to it, but I've already discovered the trick and set things right. Yun He was still standing proudly, looking at the black demon supremacy without moving. The activation of the demon seed did not affect her at all. How is this possible? You can actually remove the demon seed. At that moment, the black demon supremacy was really shocked. He never thought that even the power of the demon seed would lose its effect. Black demon supremacy, your so-called backup plan is completely useless. On the contrary, I've already prepared a surprise for you. Yoonhee laughed softly. With a flip of her hand, a golden seal appeared in her hand. The moment the black demon supremacy saw the golden seal, his expression changed greatly. He said in shock and anger, "Pagoda Sect's soul-subduing seal." As soon as he said those words, he instinctively took a few steps back. His eyes stared straight at Yoonhee. Ha ha ha, this is the soul-subduing seal. Back then, this seal had killed countless Devil Sect cultivators. Today, I'll use your remnant soul as a sacrifice to this seal. Yoonhee let out a long sigh. She was about to use the soul-subduing seal to completely kill the black demon supremacy. However, at that moment, a violent aura suddenly exploded. Accompanying this aura was an extremely deep dragon's roar. Roar! The dragon's roar exploded. Both Yoonhee and the black demon supremacy unconsciously looked towards the direction of the roar. Chapter 449. Whether it was the black demon lord or Yoonhee, at this moment, both of them were fighting with all their might. Moreover, this was the time to determine the victor. However, at this moment, Su Yan caused a huge commotion. At first, he used this dragon chi to begin to break through to the second level of the perimeter state. But who would have thought that at this moment, the demonic dragon's heart would actually begin to enter his body? Su Yan was extremely wary of this demonic dragon's heart. An existence of this level was not something he could touch at this moment. As long as he had the slightest relationship with these existences, it could be a disaster. Just recently, 2 pieces of the heavenly demon's fingerbones had merged into his body. This had already made him extremely terrified. If the demonic dragon's heart entered his body again, it would probably be a huge problem for him. However, even with his current strength, he could not stop all of this. The demonic dragon's heart was still forcibly merging into his body. As the demonic dragon's heart entered his body, the hot aura that had been suppressed in his body began to move wildly at this moment, as if it had gone crazy. The powerful supreme chi could no longer suppress him. Su Yan's body began to tremble continuously. At this moment, he only felt that his heart was so violent. In his mind, there was only one thought left, and that was to kill. He let out a wild roar, and then his entire body turned into a stream of light, charging straight at Yoonhee at the front. Whoosh! A sound was heard. Even he did not expect that his speed would be so fast at this moment. Then, without any fancy moves, Su Yan directly punched out. Before the fist moved, the force arrived first. A powerful force penetrated and directly bombarded Yoonhee's face. Presumptuous! Yoonhee shouted angrily, and then a pair of black cloud palms immediately slapped down. A palm print appeared and suddenly suppressed Su Yan. Su Yan's fist and this force collided directly. At this moment, Su Yan was directly sent flying, and Yoonhee also retreated a few steps before coming to a stop. Seeing this sudden change, the Black Demon Lord sneered and said, "Yoonhee, man proposes but God disposes. Didn't you want to snatch the demonic dragon's heart? You didn't expect that the demonic dragon's heart would fall into this kid's body." After the Black Demon Lord chuckled, he turned around and left without the slightest reluctance. The Demon Lord was extremely cunning, and he naturally saw everything clearly. Yoonhee had the soul-suppressing seal in hand. If they continued fighting, it would be greatly disadvantageous to him. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was. His entire body was shrouded in an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. At this moment, the demonic dragon's heart, the Demon Lord Su Yan's, his best choice was to retreat, and watch the demon's soul. Black Demon Lord, don't even think about escaping. Yoonhee roared. At this moment, he couldn't wait to directly tear the Black Demon Lord apart. The Black Demon Lord knew too many of his secrets. If he left alive, it would be a disaster for him. Therefore, the Black Demon Lord must not leave. However, Su Yan suddenly went crazy at this moment. Just as he was about to give chase, Su Yan actually took advantage of the situation once again and directly arrived in front of him. That pair of eyes looked at him coldly. Obviously, he had already regarded Yoonhee as his prey. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Black Demon Lord had already disappeared without a trace.
Su Yan, you're courting death.
Yunhee roared and then directly attacked Su Yan with a palm strike. The power of the two began to collide again, immediately erupting with endless majesty. At this time, the terrifying power continued to soar, like a tornado, directly suppressing Su Yan.
Old man, I have a question for you.
Being in the whirlwind, Su Yan's body trembled non-stop. However, his entire body was still motionless. The terrifying power of the demonic dragon was really too strong. At this moment, he was able to maintain his consciousness because of the supreme chi. Haha, you've spoiled my plans and you still have something to ask me. Why don't you tell me?
The cold light in Yunhee's eyes did not diminish in the slightest as he continued to stare at Su Yan.
However, since the Black Demon Lord had already escaped, he would not pursue the matter anymore. As long as he could kill Su Yan and return the many powers in his body to himself, then in time, he would be able to rule the world. At that time, everything would be empty words. In front of him, any powerful existence could only crawl like a dog. As long as the Black Demon Lord and the people of the Devil's Sect dared to disobey him, they would be killed directly. You treat everyone as a chess piece. Then what about Wan Qing? She is your daughter. Did you consider her feelings when you did this? Su Yan asked through gritted teeth. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect you to be such a sentimental person. You actually asked such a question at a time like this. However, there's no harm in telling you. In this world, only power is everything. She is my daughter, so she should give up everything for my hegemony. Yunhee's voice was cold and emotionless. Hearing this answer, an unimaginable rage burned in his heart. Hee, you really are crazy. I feel that Wan Qing is not worth it. His voice was not strong, but at this moment, his power gradually began to surge. The black demonic dragon's aura enveloped his entire body, causing dense scales to appear on the surface of his body. That was not all. 2 clouds of black gas continued to condense behind Su Yan's back. In the end, they directly transformed into a pair of dragon wings. Under the influence of the demonic dragon's heart, you're actually beginning to dragonize. It's a pity, a pity. Your realm is too low and you can't control such a powerful force. If you were in the dragon realm, I'm afraid I would have to run away pathetically. But now, even if you change your appearance, what's the use? He laughed coldly. Facing Su Yan, who had already begun to dragonize, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and directly attacked. No matter what. He raised his hand and punched down. Between the punch, there was a hidden dragon's roar. The dragon realm was the realm where a human transformed into a dragon. In this realm, when one activated one's power, one's strength would increase in all aspects, displaying unimaginable might. Dragons were the spirits of heaven and earth and possessed unbelievable power. Once a person transformed into a dragon, their strength and spiritual power would increase exponentially. Although Su Yan had already begun to dragonize, he was not afraid at all. Under the influence of the demonic dragon's heart, how could a person who had passively begun to dragonize fight against a powerhouse in the dragon realm? If he were to fight recklessly, he would only die. In an instant, he had already turned into an illusion and directly charged at Su Yan. Su Yan instinctively punched out to meet the attack, but every time they clashed, he would be hit by the powerful force and sent flying. If not for the demonic dragon's aura enveloping his body, which made his body extremely sturdy, he would have been killed long ago. As expected of the demonic dragon's heart, it can actually allow a mere square circle realm brat like you to fight against me. If this goes on for a long time, what will happen? It's a pity that you are destined to be no match for me. He laughed coldly again and activated the Black Cloud Sect's 10,000 Elephant Divine skill again. Countless black clouds appeared and surrounded Su Yan. The terrifying black clouds were filled with extremely terrifying spiritual energy. These spiritual energy exploded in an instant, intending to end Su Yan's life. However, at this time, Su Yan's dragon wings suddenly opened and surrounded his body. The power of the black cloud's explosion was actually blocked by the dragon wings. This was not the end. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed with a blood-red radiance. That was the blood dragon pupil. At this moment, under the influence of the powerful dragon aura, the blood dragon pupil also began to be stimulated. 2 powerful forces were operating at the same time at this moment, and Su Yan's dragon aura flourished. As the dragon aura grew stronger, the demonic dragon's heart began to gradually embed itself into his body. At this time, Su Yan suddenly became sluggish, because he felt that the heart was about to take root in his body. The violent power continued to attack, but Su Yan just ignored it.
In other words, he had forgotten all of this at this moment because he was shocked by the condition of his body.
The demonic dragon's heart fell next to his original heart, and the two hearts were next to each other. As the demonic dragon's heart fell, blood vessels appeared out of thin air, connecting with the original blood vessels and finally forming a new cycle.
I actually have a second heart.
At this time, the chi of the Supreme finally began to circulate again. Su Yan only felt that he was so powerful at this time.
Now, it seems that I can fight with all my strength.
The corner of his mouth moved, revealing a smile, and then his gaze fell directly on Yun He.
Then, he clenched his fist, and a long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air.
It was not the shocking celestial sword, but the scorching sun god sword. Originally, this was a semi-finished divine sword, and Su Yan would only use it when he used the 10,000 mammoth divine skill, because his strength did not allow him to continuously wield the sword. Now, Su Yan only felt that there was an indescribable power in his body, and now was the time to use the scorching sun god sword. 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Immortal sword technique. In Su Yan's eyes, a ray of light directly shot out. This gaze was like a lightning bolt, directly piercing through the black clouds. Then, he waved the scorching sun god sword in his hand. The blade of the sword rotated, bringing with it rolling heat, and then turned into an extremely terrifying sword aura, directly slashing towards Yun He. The blade of the sword fell, but the shadow of a demonic dragon had already appeared. Chapter 450. When the sword fell, it immediately gave off a terrifying aura of returning to its nest. The scorching sun sword's masculine aura and the overbearing aura of the great demonic dragon were suddenly displayed at this moment. The overbearing power turned into an extremely terrifying dragon that rushed down from the top of the sky.
Even Yun He had an incredulous look in his eyes at this moment. Impossible.
At this moment, he even cried out in surprise. If he had not seen Su Yan's power erupt with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe that Su Yan could display such terrifying power. At this moment, Su Yan flapped the dragon wings on his back. At the same time, he fully exerted his power to activate the scorching sun sword.
The sword aura that was displayed was not inferior to that of the Black Demon Lord.
In fact, it was even more powerful. Su Yan naturally did not have such powerful power. However, at this moment, this huge power had clearly appeared in front of him. As such, there was only one explanation, and that was the demonic dragon's heart. Yun He was both shocked and delighted. The demonic dragon's heart actually had such powerful power. It was simply terrifying. A brat in the square sphere realm was already able to display such power. If it was in his hands, the power that he could display would be terrifying. He even felt that he could use this to kill a venerable one. Killing a venerable one in the dragon realm was something that had never happened before.
Thinking of this, the thought in his heart became even more fiery. A low roar burst out from his throat.
This low roar suddenly erupted at this moment, immediately turning into an extremely terrifying sound wave. The sound wave vibrated like a light sword and rushed towards Su Yan to kill him. Su Yan's eyes flashed continuously. His entire body was filled with an indescribable divine radiance. The scorching sun demonic dragon sword finally descended. This sword aura shone with a crimson brilliance like flames, but it turned into the shape of a flying dragon. It suddenly broke through the layers of sound waves and fiercely rushed in front of Yun He. Yun He never thought that his power would be directly agitated by this sword aura at this moment. What was even more unexpected was how painful it would be when the sword landed on his body. Such power caused his entire body to tremble. It was as if he would be crushed by such power in the next moment. Damn it, this sword is threatening my life. This terrifying feeling of thinking was too terrifying, causing his entire body to constantly tremble. This feeling filled his entire being with rage.
Die for me!
Yun He roared almost crazily. Then, she used her palm as a sword and suddenly pierced Su Yan's chest. The dragon realm was truly terrifying. Even the dragon scales formed by the demonic dragon's aura were unable to block it at all. His palm directly penetrated Su Yan's chest. Humph, you damned brat. You want to fight with me? You're simply courting death.
Ha ha ha.
Yunhee's handsome face began to reveal an extremely crazy smile as he felt the boiling blood. His maniacal laughter made him look like a complete lunatic.
However, his laughter did not last long before it froze.
This was because in the next moment, he suddenly realized that the blood was boiling hot. Ah! He screamed in pain. Then, he immediately pulled his palm out of Su Yan's body. At this moment, his palm was dripping with blood. It was truly terrifying.
Under the blood, it looked as if it had been burned by a raging fire.
One had to know that he was a Dragon Realm expert. His strength was not to be underestimated and could be said to be terrifying.
However, even so, he was still in such a sorry state.
Damn it, your blood. Is it magma from a volcano?
It's actually so hot.
Yunhee immediately took a few steps back, increasing the distance between him and Su Yan. Yunhee was a Dragon Realm expert. At this moment in the 5 counties, he was a top expert. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had killed many people. However, he had never seen someone whose blood was as hot as Su Yan's.
It could directly burn his skin.
Su Yan was in a daze. At this moment, he only felt that his body was undergoing a huge change. After his body was pierced and blood flowed out, the demonic dragon's heart began to beat. Every time the heart beat, the blood in his body began to circulate violently. Moreover, as the blood circulated, it became hotter and hotter. At this moment, not only Yunhee, but even Su Yan himself could feel his blood boiling and boiling.
If not for the chi of the Exalted One, he felt that he would have been destroyed in the next moment.
In order to make himself forget the terrifying heat, Su Yan only wanted to fight. Although his chest had been pierced, Su Yan did not care at all. Instead, he charged towards Yunhee. The dragon wings on his back fluttered continuously. His speed had reached its limit. The distance between him and Yunhee was not far. In an instant, he was already in front of Yunhee.
Kill!
This word seemed to be the only syllable he could utter.
The scorching sun sword in his hand suddenly swung down.
The sword flashed and the powerful blade suddenly exploded. Now, Su Yan swung his sword without any pattern. All of this was just to release the blazing heat in his body. Yunhee was forced to fight.
The two of them began the most primitive battle.
A powerful aura spread out. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, they would have thought that it was a battle between 2 dragons. One had the demonic dragon's heart rushed into his body and turned into a demonic dragon. The other was a true Dragon Realm expert with terrifying strength. This kind of battle was really like a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Every move and style was extremely dangerous. Yunhee was indeed a Dragon Realm expert. Even though Su Yan had the support of the demonic dragon's heart, he was still at a disadvantage in the battle. After fighting for 15 minutes, there were many wounds on his body. Even so, Su Yan did not show any signs of retreating. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Su Yan's injuries increased. His body was covered with blood, but he was still fighting like a madman. On the other hand, Yunhee's elegant white robe had many holes. The blood that flowed out of his body mixed with Su Yan's blood, giving him an extra sense of savagery. At this point in the battle, he was actually starting to retreat. It was not that he was no match for Su Yan. It was just that Su Yan was too savage. This was a complete madman. He did not care about his own life.
Damn it, damn it.
Damn it, do you think you can win like this?
Impossible. At this point in the battle, even Yunhee was starting to lose his composure.
He stretched out his hand again and grabbed one of Su Yan's dragon wings. Do you think you can fight against a Dragon Realm expert just by transforming into a demonic dragon? I'll let you know the power of a true Dragon Realm expert. As he finished speaking, 3 rays of light flashed and circled above his head. In the end, the rays of light turned into 3 dragon shapes. Every time a Dragon Realm expert reached the Dragon Realm, they would be able to form an additional dragon shape and explode with unbelievable strength. Although Yunhee was fighting with Su Yan, he was still holding back. This was because he did not believe that the Black Demon Ancestor would leave just like that. He had to guard against the Black Demon Ancestor's sudden attack. At this moment, his killing intent was almost boiling. He had already lost his mind. Right now, the only thought in his mind was to kill Su Yan directly. He did not even want to consider the hidden dangers of the Black Demon Ancestor. 3 rays of dragon energy flashed and appeared. At this moment, his entire body increased in size. His entire body became full. Even the muscles all over his body started to grow, causing his white robe to burst open. Die! As he shouted, he exerted strength in his hands and forcefully tore Su Yan's dragon wings off his body. This scene was extremely bloody. Su Yan suffered such pain, but he did not care. The scorching sun sword in his hand pierced towards Yunhe's abdomen. Ding! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The scorching sun sword was blocked by the skin. After the 3 dragon auras were fully displayed, Yunhe's true strength was displayed. Ah, old dog, die! Su Yan roared again. Violent spiritual energy mixed with the demonic dragon aura entered the scorching sun sword. The scorching sun sword suddenly bloomed with brilliance. The sword edge finally approached little by little. Yunhe's blood also flowed out. Fortunately, the scorching sun sword had a divine sword body. If it was the celestial shocking sword, it would have been broken by now. Feeling the intense pain coming from his abdomen, Yunhe's expression changed immediately like a pig's liver. He looked straight at Su Yan, then grabbed the scorching sun sword with his palm. You can't defeat me, you can't defeat me. He began to roar furiously. Gradually, black clouds appeared under his feet. Today, I'll kill you directly. I'll let you die under my Black Cloud 6,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Black Cloud Doomsday. Along with the roar, countless black clouds kept rolling at this time. Su Yan was immediately drawn into the terrifying black clouds. The endless black clouds were the roars of thousands of ghosts. It was extremely terrifying. Su Yan held the scorching sun sword and continued to exert force. However, in the next moment, he was enveloped by the rolling black clouds and was drawn into it. Su Yan, you're just relying on the demonic dragon's heart. If your demonic dragon's heart is taken away, you'll immediately be a dead dog. Yunhe sneered. The black clouds had already swallowed Su Yan. Chapter 451. Yunhe's voice was like an owl, and the rolling black clouds had already surrounded Su Yan. When the black clouds came into contact with his body, Su Yan immediately felt a wave of numbness. His hands, his feet, and his senses all began to become sluggish. Damn it, this black cloud. Haha, don't struggle. This black cloud contains a fatal poison. At this moment, your body is affected by the demon dragon's heart, so this poison naturally can't kill you, but it can paralyze you and make you unable to move. Yunhe gasped for breath, then looked at Ho-E. If he had other means, he wouldn't have come to this point. It's just that Su Yan's current power is too great. Under the demon dragon's power, he's like a monster. Even if he's seriously injured, he's still fighting like crazy. This kind of madness has already frightened him. So, he had no choice but to do this. However, since he's already come to this point, then no matter what, Su Yan can only die. The black clouds were rolling more and more terrifying, and the paralyzing power was also becoming more and more obvious at this time. At this moment, there seemed to be several electric arcs flashing around Su Yan's body. It was these electric arcs that forced Su Yan to be unable to move. Struggle, all your struggles are futile. His eyes flashed with a cold light, staring straight at Su Yan. At the same time, he began to change his hand seals and began to chant an ancient and mysterious incantation. With the sound of the incantation, Su Yan only felt his heart become more restless, as if he was going to go crazy. Ow! A painful roar was released from his throat, and in the end, it became a beast-like sound. Hearing Su Yan's painful roar, Yunhe only felt comfortable all over. The ancient soul let out a painful roar, the ghost coffin of the evil spirit, the apocalypse that shook the gods. The mysterious incantation became louder and louder, and in the end, it reached a terrifying point. In the end, Su Yan felt as if his soul was splitting apart. The only thing he could do now was to circulate the qi of supremacy. Hopefully, the supreme qi would be able to suppress this terrifying emotion. At this moment, Su Yan's body was trembling non-stop. The dragon wings on his back were also vibrating. Although half of the dragon wings had been torn apart, the remaining wings were still able to produce a terrifying whirlwind. The angrier Su Yan became, the faster the blood in his body flowed. In the end, he actually began to struggle free from this numbing power. Yunhe's expression changed again. Damned brat, how can he have such terrifying power? His heart sank. He knew that he had to make the best use of his time. If he allowed Su Yan to break free, he would be in big trouble. The incantation grew faster and faster. In the end, not even a single syllable could be heard clearly. At this moment, black tentacles suddenly appeared under Su Yan's feet, in front of his chest, and behind his back. They directly fixed Su Yan in the void. Humph, I'd like to see how you're going to break free now. When Su Yan was firmly fixed, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then he chuckled and said, "At this moment, even if the god of heaven comes, he won't be able to save you. Now, I'm going to dig the dragon heart out of your body." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. A pair of palms began to move towards Su Yan's chest. Roar! Su Yan roared violently and struggled bitterly. To him, this was a matter of life and death. There was no room for carelessness or mistakes. Otherwise, he would die immediately and be consigned to eternal damnation. Die! Yunhee's palms almost pierced through Su Yan's body. However, at this moment, Yunhee's entire body suddenly froze because at this moment, a sword chi suddenly slashed towards him. If it were any other time, he would naturally be able to ignore this sword chi, but at this moment, he could not. This was because after continuously fighting with Su Yan, he had already suffered severe injuries. Being affected by this sword chi, his sorcery would definitely be interrupted at this moment. Therefore, he could only choose to dodge. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the person who suddenly appeared. "It's you. What, are you going to go against me too?" he said angrily. "Father, please stop." Yun Wanqing's voice was so weak. She had never thought that she would be so helpless one day. Since she was young, this man had always been elegant and righteous in front of her. She had worked hard to cultivate since she was young and had never been inferior to other male disciples because she hoped that her hard work and excellence could make this man feel proud. However, everything was shattered on this day. She had never seen him like this before. His face was ferocious and crazy, and he was covered in blood. He was a devil. Yun Wanqing did not want to believe her eyes, but reality was so cruel. Her heart was really in pain. She would rather face death than face her father at this moment. However, there were many things that did not allow her to choose at all. Her father stood in front of her just like that, staring at her coldly. Yun Wanqing did not even know how to open her mouth at this moment. "Wanqing, are you going to go against me?" His voice was so cold, like the ice in the 9 hells, causing Yun Wanqing to shiver. Unfamiliar. This kind of father was really too unfamiliar. "Father, I beg you. Stop and stop. Don't go on like this." Of course, she was unwilling to attack again, so she could only beg bitterly. Hearing his daughter's voice, his heart became even more furious. "Humph, either you come and help me, or get lost. If you dare to stop me, I will kill you." His eyes narrowed slightly. That dangerous cold light told Yun Wanqing that his words were definitely not empty words. If Yun Wanqing stopped him, her father would definitely not hesitate to attack and kill her. This made her feel extremely miserable. However, at this time, she was not willing to retreat just like that. Because Su Yan was right in front of Yun He. She knew that once she retreated, Su Yan would lose his life. "Father, I don't want to stop you, but I beg you to let Su Yan go, okay?" She begged her father in the deepest and most sorrowful voice. However, Yun He did not take this voice to heart at all. His gaze gradually turned cold. "Haha, this is great. I didn't expect that even my own daughter would abandon me. This is really great. Ha ha ha." In the midst of this wild laughter, the cold light in his eyes intensified. Then he formed a knife with his hand and suddenly stabbed towards Su Yan's chest. At this moment, Yun Wanqing's heart suddenly jumped. She did not know where she got the strength, but she immediately screamed and rushed in front of Su Yan at an extremely fast speed. Even she did not know where she got the courage and strength. Naturally, she could not attack her father again, but she could use her body to protect Su Yan. Just as Yun He's hand was about to pierce Su Yan's chest, Yun Wanqing suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. Unfilial daughter. Yun He's hand finally stopped. The hand stopped in front of Yun Wanqing. If it moved forward a bit more, Yun Wanqing would probably die. Moreover, she would be killed by her father with his own hands. However, at this last moment, Yun He finally stopped. "Father." Yun Wanqing's beautiful face was already covered with tears. This strong woman had almost never shed a tear since she became sensible. However, at this moment,
She was crying so sadly and even so desperately.
Let him go.
Yun Wanqing begged again.
Humph, what do you know?
The heart of the demon dragon has already been implanted in his body. This heart of the demon dragon is the hope of my Black Cloud sect's revival.
I must have this thing.
Get out of my way. He suddenly waved his hand, then grabbed Yun Wanqing's hand and pulled it away. The heart of the demon dragon was the thing he desired the most. For the revival of the Black Cloud sect, for the ambition in his heart, he had to get it no matter what.
What's more, Su Yan still had the inheritance of the Stupa sect. How could he let go of such a thing? Why must we revive the Black Cloud sect?
Now the Heaven and Earth organization is deeply respected by the world.
Isn't this good? The Black Cloud sect has been destroyed for 8,000 years. No one remembers it anymore.
Father, stop. You are the leader of the Heaven and Earth organization, the leader of the righteous path.
Why must you revive the Black Cloud sect?
Yun Wanqing barely stabilized her body, then looked straight at her father.
She didn't understand. Wasn't everything good now?
Yunhee looked at Yun Wanqing, his eyes full of helplessness and anger.
Is this all good?
No, it wasn't like that at all. Since he was a child, his father had instilled the idea of reviving the Black Cloud sect in him. In his short but long life, this was almost a spiritual pillar and belief for his survival. Whether it was the Heaven and Earth organization or everything else now, to him, it was not important. What was really important was the Black Cloud sect. However, seeing his daughter in so much pain, he finally showed some signs of wavering. But very soon, his heart gradually turned cold. His father's words sounded in his mind again like a curse. Reviving the Black Cloud sect was a belief that had been passed down in their bloodline from generation to generation. And at this moment, this goal could be achieved. How could he be willing to give it up? He was not willing, absolutely not willing. Humph, if you dare to make a move again, I will kill you. At this moment, his heart had become incomparably hard, and nothing could shake his mind. His gaze fell on Su Yan.
Chapter 452.
The moment this roar fell, the dark tentacles moved together. The strange and terrifying tentacles drilled into Su Yan's body and passed through his flesh. They were going to cut open Su Yan's heart. Yun Wanqing was shocked. Seeing Su Yan in such pain, she felt as if her heart was about to be torn apart. Without any hesitation, she went straight for Su Yan. At that moment, her father snorted coldly. You overestimate yourself. The power of the dragon realm was intimidating, and a powerful force suddenly landed in front of her. Although Yun Wanqing had a fortuitous encounter in the divine dragon's abyss and her power had reached the circumference realm, how could she fight against a dragon realm expert like Yunhee? Just this one attack was enough to make her cough up blood. She knew that this was the result of her father being merciful because she was his daughter. Otherwise, she would have been completely annihilated by this attack. Yunhee was still concerned about the relationship between father and daughter. Su Yan, don't struggle. No one can save you, he said coldly. However, he quickly chanted the incantation and wanted to dig out Su Yan's demonic dragon's heart. At that moment, a scream suddenly pierced through his mind. Ah! The painful scream came from his daughter. Even if he had a heart of stone, he still turned his gaze over at that moment. At that moment, he saw his daughter's abdomen being pierced by a black sword radiance. Blood flowed out like a fountain. Wanqing! At that moment, he was no longer calm. His eyes were filled with panic. Say, Yunhee, you old thing. I thought you really had a heart of stone. Is this situation enough to make you lose your sense of propriety? A sinister voice appeared out of nowhere. Along with the voice, a shadow appeared. Black demon ancestor, you dog! Yunhee roared angrily. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ha ha ha, Yunhee, if we're talking about dogs, you're the wild one. Why? Do you feel heartache now? I thought you were really heartless and devoid of humanity. This is far from it. The black demon venerable coldly smiled, and then slowly pulled the demon shadow sword out of Yun Wanqing's body. Every time the demon shadow sword moved, Yun Wanqing trembled once. The taste of fresh blood is so delicious. The black demon lord dripped a drop of blood from the demon shadow sword and licked it dry with his tongue. He looked at Yunhee and said with a smile, Yunhee, do you want your daughter's life? Take the demon dragon's heart and give it to me. The black demon venerable said indifferently. His tone was filled with pride.
He wanted to see what choice Yun-hee would make in such a situation. Black Demon Lord, I will definitely annihilate your soul. His entire body was trembling, and his anger had reached its peak. Hee, Yun-hee, it's better if you don't say such nonsense. As for now, I'm waiting for the demon dragon's heart. If you can't give it to me, then I'll kill your daughter. He looked coldly at Yun-hee. He had never been merciful to betrayers. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted. Yun-hee instinctively turned around, and she was shocked to find that her technique was being broken bit by bit at this moment. How is this possible? This change came too suddenly, and even she did not know how to deal with it at this moment. Black Demon Venerable, you actually dared to hurt her. Su Yan's heart was like a burning flame, and he was filled with incomparable anger. How could he not know Yun Wanqing's feelings? However, because of Yun-hee, he could only choose to pretend to be deaf and mute, because he did not want this woman to fall into pain. He asked Yun Wanqing to go to Lu Fei and the giant. On one hand, he hoped that she could save the blood demon giant, but on the other hand, he did not want her to be involved in the battle between him and Yun-hee. Unfortunately, in the end she was still involved, and even at this moment she was hurt so much. At this moment, he realized that this woman also had an unshakable position in his heart. Anger triggered the demon dragon's heart. Greed, anger, stupidity, and hatred were the four great taboos of Buddhism, but they were also the source of the demon's power. At this moment, the monstrous hatred suddenly burned, causing the demon chi in the demon dragon's heart to erupt even more violently. Under such a violent power, Su Yan actually broke free from the vine's binding. Under the scouring of the demon chi, the broken dragon wings suddenly reappeared, and then his entire body turned into a stream of light and charged toward the Black Demon Venerable. His speed was extremely fast, as if he was a god. Even the Black Demon Venerable's heart trembled at this moment. What a fast speed! At this moment, he immediately wanted to kill Yun Wanqing, but Su Yan had already arrived in front of him and grabbed his wrist. The Black Demon Venerable was a soul body, but Su Yan directly held him down, making him unable to move. Damn it, how can there be such power? At this moment, he was still unwilling to accept it. Then, even if he was unwilling, what could he do? Su Yan directly pressed his face, and then suddenly roared. This was not the roar of a human at all, but the roar of a giant dragon. The roar immediately made the Black Demon Venerable feel a little dizzy. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Yan directly grabbed Yun Wanqing, and gently threw Yun Wanqing towards Yun-hee. Save her quickly. Although Yun Wanqing was not dead at this moment, the Black Demon Venerable naturally would not show mercy when he attacked. Even if she was fine at this moment, she would probably die in a moment. Now, the only one who could save her was Yun-hee. Yun-hee obviously understood this point, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and directly began to use the fog skill. He had always thought that the Heaven and Earth organizations inherited 10,000 elephant divine skill, which was directly used at this moment. Then, it turned into a mist and enveloped Yun Wanqing. Under the fog skill, Yun Wanqing's wound finally stopped worsening, and her complexion improved slightly. However, although the fog skill was magical, it was ultimately not a miracle medicine that could bring the dead back to life. At this moment, Yun Wanqing was only barely keeping her life. At this moment, Su Yan had already started to wildly attack the Black Demon Venerable. Die, die, die! Su Yan kept growling, and then continuously attacked in the most violent way. Punch after punch landed, and his eyes were burning with a blazing radiance. The Black Demon Venerable tightly protected his entire body. He was secretly resentful. Originally, he had already grasped Yun-hee's weakness and could threaten Yun-hee. However, he did not expect Su Yan to suddenly go crazy. Even Yun-hee's secret technique could not restrain him and let him escape. Moreover, he even rescued Yun Wanqing. At this moment, the anger in his heart could be imagined. This can't go on. However, this kid has obviously been affected by the heart of the demonic dragon and is gradually falling into madness. For me, this is an opportunity. The Black Demon Venerable sneered. His original plan was to possess Su Yan's body. Now was the best time. In his eyes, an obscure light gradually flashed. In his eyes, as the light flickered, a mysterious power was already displayed. The light in his eyes directly pierced Su Yan's soul. Su Yan, are you angry? Do you want to kill me? Then, let my blood completely ignite your anger. Come and kill me. He suddenly shouted coldly. Then, his cold laughter made one's hair stand on end. Hearing such laughter, Su Yan's killing intent boiled even more. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade. In his eyes, there was a little light flickering, as if he was a ghost. He, good. Su Yan, let me enter your body and let my will become your master. Everything you have will be for my use. He laughed coldly. Then, his whole figure elongated little by little. Like a terrible light, he began to move towards Su Yan's body. After a while, he turned into a shadow and began to merge with Su Yan's shadow. Damn, it's the shadow demon possession. Yun-hee, who was healing her daughter, glanced and immediately saw this scene. He immediately recognized the method that the Black Demon Lord was using. It was his shadow demon possession technique. Once the shadow demon possession technique was used, the Black Demon Lord could quietly merge with the shadow, and then gradually control the main body through the shadow, thus achieving the purpose of possession. If it was under normal circumstances, Su Yan would naturally not be afraid of such a method. However, at this time, the demon dragon's heart had completely erupted. Su Yan's consciousness was being scattered little by little. His entire being only knew how to kill, and his soul's resistance could be said to have dropped to the lowest point. As a result, he could not guard against the Shadow Demon Lord's shadow demon possession technique. Yun-hee was naturally not worried about Su Yan's comfort. On the contrary, she was worried about the demon dragon's heart in Su Yan's body. If Su Yan was successfully possessed by the Black Demon Lord, then the demon dragon's heart would belong to the Black Demon Lord. Su Yan was just a rookie in the Radius realm. To him, this was nothing. However, the Black Demon Lord was different. He was a supreme expert in the Venerable realm. The current him was just a remnant soul, and he was already so terrifying. If he was allowed to have this body, then not only would he be able to recover his former cultivation, he would even be able to reach a higher level. Such a Black Demon Venerable was undoubtedly terrifying. Moreover, in this way, all of his thoughts would be cut off at this moment. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let the Black Demon Lord's scheme succeed. Chapter 453. At this moment, Yun-hee had let go of everything. His gaze fell straight on the Black Demon Venerable. Then he pounced on Su-mo. No matter what, he could not let the Black Demon Ancestor succeed in the possession. Damn it, you're crazy! The Black Demon Ancestor had almost completely merged with Su Yan's shadow. If he was given more time, he would be able to completely take over Su Yan's shadow and successfully possess Su Yan's body. However, at this moment Yun-hee went crazy. She threw caution to the wind and took out the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal was a treasure from the ancient times. It was the most powerful item in the Buddha sword sect to deal with the demonic sect. Once it was taken out, it possessed a terrifying power. Many demonic sect experts who were skilled in the way of the soul had died under the soul-suppressing seal. However, no matter how powerful the soul-suppressing seal was, it was extremely difficult to activate. Unless one was a direct disciple of the Buddha sword sect, it would take at least 10 times, or even 100 times, of spiritual energy to activate it. It was precisely because of this that Yun-hee did not take it out at the beginning of the battle. However, at this moment, just as he was about to succeed, Yun-hee went crazy. She threw caution to the wind and attacked directly. A powerful force was released instantly. The soul-suppressing seal in her hand was thrown directly at Su Yan's head. At the beginning, the soul-suppressing seal was just a small seal. Later on, the seal grew rapidly. In a flash, it was as big as a mountain. The seal shone brightly. Both Su Yan and the Black Demon Ancestor were enveloped in it. Damn you, Yun-hee! I already knew that you would have such a move. However, since I dared to show myself, I naturally have my own methods. The Black Demon Ancestor sneered. He did not panic at all. I am a venerable. Even after 1,000 years, my soul is still extremely powerful. If I am still a soul body, then this soul-suppressing seal can indeed cause great harm to me. But if I completely enter Su Yan's body, I want to see what this soul-suppressing seal can do to me. With that, his soul left Su Yan's shadow and entered Su Yan's body. In an instant, black light flickered around Su Yan's body. This flickering dark light was the soul shadow of the Black Demon Lord. At this moment, he was constantly twisting the power of his soul in an attempt to take Su Yan's life. Damn it! Yunhee shouted angrily. He had expended a huge amount of spiritual energy to activate the soul-suppressing seal, but he did not expect that he would still be unable to do anything to the Black Demon Lord. At this point, it was already too late for him to use any other means. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He was like a gambler who had lost everything. His eyes were filled with madness. With this crazy belief, he did not hesitate to overdraw his spiritual energy to activate the power of the soul-suppressing seal. Humph, Yunhee, I thought that you would be a first-rate genius since you could make such a plan. I did not expect that you would be so stupid at this time. I have already told you clearly, but you still want to waste your energy. You are simply stupid. He smiled coldly. However, at this time, Yunhee suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Black Demon Lord, you said that I am stupid? However, I think that you are the one who is stupid. Yunhee stopped laughing and continued. Black Demon Lord, you old dog, if you could really ignore the soul-suppressing seal, would you say so much nonsense? If I'm not wrong, even if the soul-subduing seal can't cause fatal damage to you, it will definitely have a huge impact on your current actions. And now, you actually need to use words to provoke me. From this, it can be seen that you're just an arrow at the end of its flight. Against someone like you, what do I have to fear? With a sneer, Yunhee did not care about anything else. He directly activated his power. He wanted to kill his opponent completely. The Black Demon Lord was speechless for a moment. He could only cuss in his heart. This was because Yunhee's guess was not wrong. Just as Yunhee had guessed, he did not have much energy left at this moment. Using the Shadow Demon's possession required a large amount of energy. Moreover, although he had successfully entered Suyan's body, he unexpectedly found that taking over Suyan's body was far more difficult than he had imagined. At this moment, the soul-suppressing seal's continued influence would bring him a lot of trouble. However, at this moment, he was completely helpless. Now, his only chance of victory was to directly wipe out Suyan's soul in the shortest amount of time and then successfully possess him. It was just that wanting to successfully possess Suyan. How could it be such a simple matter? It was only when he entered Suyan's body that he was shocked to find that Suyan's soul was unexpectedly strong. His soul was gradually swallowed into the mysterious sea of consciousness. Above the pitch-black sea of consciousness, countless waves suddenly appeared. And Suyan's soul stood quietly above it. Suyan. The Black Demon Lord frowned because he did not dare to believe the reality before his eyes. Above the sea of consciousness, Suyan appeared to be so quiet. He looked at the Black Demon Lord so quietly. In his eyes, there was actually a trace of mercy. Such a gaze made the Black Demon Lord particularly angry. Because of this, he felt as if he was looking at the group of people from the Buddha Sword sect. Laughable and pathetic fake mercy. He laughed coldly. Then, his entire body began to release an extremely frightening light. This light gradually condensed and finally turned into his demonic shadow sword. This place was in the sea of consciousness, and yet he was able to bring the demonic shadow sword here. It was obvious that the demonic shadow sword was also a first-class supreme divine weapon. Suyan, I can spare your life and even give you a great opportunity, but you can't resist me at this moment. Otherwise, you will be killed directly, he said coldly. However, just as he finished speaking, he found that a blood-red light suddenly flashed in Suyan's eyes. Then, two shadows gradually emerged from Suyan's eyes. At first, the two shadows were very blurry, but in the end, they became clear. They were actually two true dragons. Dragon soul. How is this possible? There's actually a dragon soul hidden in your sea of consciousness. The Black Demon Lord took a step back. His eyes flashed with an incredulous light. Even if the demonic dragon's heart still existed, the great demonic dragon's dragon soul could not continue to exist. In this world, the dragon soul of a true dragon was extremely rare. However, at this moment, the dragon soul of a true dragon existed. If the Black Demon Lord had absolute confidence in his possession before, then at this moment, his heart was trembling. He felt that the possession this time might not be so smooth. Just as he was hesitating, Suyan had already waved the dragon soul and charged at him. Black Demon Lord, you are also a powerhouse of the demonic sect. There's no need to say such nonsense. This kind of nonsense is meaningless. Suyan's voice came from all directions in the sea of consciousness. This was his sea of consciousness. In this sea of consciousness he was God. At this moment, the Black Demon Lord had no choice but to fight. He snorted coldly. The long sword in his hand suddenly drew a gloomy light. The light was dazzling, and killing intent suddenly rose. The two dragons suddenly descended. However, under this sword they retreated. He, so it's just two broken dragons. I was wondering how a person like you could be favored by a true dragon. Since that's the case, everything is clear. He sneered in his heart. In the beginning, he was still fearful. If the true dragon was here, all of his efforts would have been for naught. However, now that he knew that it was just two broken dragon souls, he immediately threw away this concern. He was even a little surprised. This was because to him, this was a big gift. Once he succeeded in his possession, all of this would belong to him. However, just as he was secretly delighted, he suddenly realized that there were a few strands of golden light descending in his sea of consciousness. He immediately knew that the golden light was that damned Yun he activating the soul-suppressing seal. What he was worried about had happened. The soul-suppressing seal would really affect him. Moreover, he knew that as time passed, the soul-suppressing seal's influence would only become stronger. Demonic Shadow Soul Devourer, Su Yen, die for me. He no longer had any hesitation. His entire person directly turned into a cold light and pounced towards Su Yen. As he flew, his soul body also began to change. In the end, it almost turned into a large net. What he wanted to do was very simple. That was to directly devour Su Yen. He wanted to completely make Su Yen his prisoner. At this moment, a bright light suddenly burst out in Su Yan's eyes. He suddenly shouted, 10,000 swords in the sea, heaven phase sword intent, create sphere. In an instant, countless spiritual swords appeared around him. Above his head, there was a dazzling sword hanging high in the air. On the sword blade, a golden light was released, like a bright scorching sun. The scorching sun hung high, and there was no light in the world. The power of sphere was directly formed in an instant. You want to stop my soul devourer with a mere power of sphere? Wishful thinking. His voice exploded again, and he was already in front of Su Yen. The Black Demon Venerable's soul power turned into silk threads and directly attacked Su Yan's body. All of the power slowly bound Su Yen. As he sneered, the soul devourer finally began. At this moment, Su Yen was sometimes in ice, as if he was going to be frozen in an instant. At other times, he was in an endless sea of fire. It was extremely hot, and the fire was burning. Chapter 454. After coming to this world, life and death were nothing out of the ordinary. Many times, Su Yen had escaped death by the skin of his teeth. However, all of this was definitely the most thrilling battle he had ever encountered in his life. At this moment, the Black Demon Supremacy's soul threads had already drawn him in. All of the threads entangled and bound him, making him unable to move. Su Yen understood in his heart that if he was slightly injured at this moment, he would be consigned to eternal damnation and fall directly into the abyss of hell. Struggling will only make you more painful. The Black Demon Supremacy's voice sounded. It was obviously a very hateful voice, but at this moment, it had a different kind of charm power. It was as if everything he said was true, and as long as one listened to his words, the pain would dissipate. However, Su Yen was very clear in his heart. At this moment, he already had no way to go, so how could he continue like this? The corners of his mouth twitched, and his eyes flickered with hatred. Under his control, the two dragons appeared again and directly tore at the Black Demon Supremacy. However, the Black Demon Supremacy smiled faintly, and the Demon Shadow Sword automatically flew out and directly attacked the two dragons. The Demon Shadow Sword actually blocked the power of the two dragons. I have already said that a mere remnant dragon is not my opponent at all. However, since you are still asking for trouble, I will let you suffer all of the sufferings of the world before you die. He shouted directly, and then the power of his entire body twisted. The soul threads became even more vicious at this moment. Threads began to be embedded into Su Yan's soul, and Su Yan's body was beginning to be divided by the soul threads bit by bit. If this continued, there was no doubt that Su Yen would die without a doubt. However, at this moment, no matter what, Su Yen was unwilling to stretch his neck to be killed. After all, he was unwilling to give up his destiny like this. Supreme True Spirit, Sword Chi Condensation Sea, One Sword Fish Dragon, One Sword Heaven and Earth. Su Yen used the last of his willpower to recite the true text of the Supreme Sword Classic. The true text was the language of Earth. No matter how vast the Black Demon Supremacy's knowledge was, it was impossible for him to know a thing or two about it. He only heard an obscure voice intermittently coming from Su Yan's soul, and then he sneered. Is this the eulogy you prepared for yourself? From the looks of it, you're in extreme pain right now. I've already advised you to cooperate with me so that you won't suffer any more pain. Could it be that you're still going to stubbornly resist at this moment? I promise you, if you give up resisting now, I will still keep your soul. The Black Demon Lord roared again. At this time, the light of the soul-suppressing seal was getting brighter and brighter. It was obvious that the madwoman Yun, he was desperately urging this power to affect him with the light of the soul-suppressing seal. It was fine now, but after a while, this power would become stronger and stronger. At that time, the soul-suppressing seal's influence on him would become greater and greater. At that time, Su Yan would have the opportunity to break free from his suppression. Because of this, he seized the opportunity to suppress Su Yan directly. However, Su Yan had no intention of giving up at this moment. His willpower had already been raised to the limit. The recitation of the regal sword mantra became faster and faster. At the end, it was like flowing light and water, constantly urging it, causing his eyes to change. The regal heart, the noble heart, unruffled. At the end, golden words actually appeared around Su Yan's body. The Black Demon Supremacy was fully urging his soul to devour it when he suddenly realized that there were strange changes around Su Yan and him. The words flickered faintly, and there was a kind of grand and majestic aura vaguely. He was somewhat familiar with this kind of aura, but more than that, he was unfamiliar with it. What is this? Is this a unique treasure of the Stupa sect? No, that's impossible. The Black Demon Supremacy immediately rejected this idea. The Stupa Sword sect cultivated the Stupa intent and condensed the Stupa Sword. Therefore they were also known as the Stupa sect. However, he had never seen such a thing when he had fought against the Stupa Sword sect. Furthermore, the aura within it was only slightly similar, but the rest was completely different. It was also because of this that he absolutely did not believe what he was seeing. Then, while he was still in shock, the golden words suddenly started to burn with little sparks. As the sparks burned, he started to feel a chill in his heart. There were a total of 28 golden words. When they all burned, they actually turned into the shape of a sword. This sword's appearance was exactly the same as the sky manifestation sword above Su Yan's head. When this sword appeared, it immediately caused countless explosions. Su Yan's body shook, and his entire soul started to glow. At this moment, he had already resonated with the sword from afar, forming a cycle. The cycle vibrated, and it had the unfathomable majesty of heaven's will. This sudden turn of events made this person feel a deep sense of crisis. Demonic shadow disintegration, demonic soul ignition. As he roared, the aura of his soul suddenly expanded. By using the demonic shadow disintegration, I'm releasing all the energy that I've accumulated since I woke up. In this way, I'm putting all my eggs in one basket. However, at this point, I no longer have a way out. As long as I can occupy this body, I can immediately reverse the situation. With the various mysterious powers in this body, not only will I be able to recover all my strength, but I'll also definitely be able to improve further. When he thought about the beautiful future, everything was no longer important. He threw away all his worries, and then he threw caution to the wind. However, what happened next would definitely become his nightmare. He burned his demonic soul, causing his strength to become even stronger. However, such a powerful force was blocked outside. Gradually, a scorching heat was transmitted from the soul thread. The scorching heat was not obvious at first, but in the end, it began to rise like boiling water. This power was simply terrifying. Impossible. All the shock turned into 3 words in the end, and that was impossible. Yes, at this very moment, he was unwilling to believe that all the efforts he had put in after cutting off his means of retreat had actually been blocked. After the mysterious words burned, the sword light became stronger and stronger. In the end, the light had filled the entire knowledge sea. The knowledge sea was originally deep and dark. This was an ancient law, and everyone's knowledge sea should be like this. However, at this moment, Su Yan's knowledge sea had become bright, as if it was daytime with a scorching sun hanging high in the sky. At this moment, the entire knowledge sea began to burn. For the Black Demon Venerable, this was an extremely painful thing. He only felt that his entire body was about to melt at this moment. If this continued, he would definitely die here. When it rains, it pours. Just as he was beginning to feel unbearable pain, the light of the soul-suppressing seal suddenly poured into him. The Buddha's golden light fell on his body, making his soul feel as if it was boiling. Ah! At this moment, he let out a sharp and crazy roar. At this moment, he was an evil spirit that was about to be destroyed. No, I won't accept this. He struggled wildly, and the soul threads were torn apart one by one. Everything was heading towards nothingness at this moment, and even his soul was the same. Black Demon Venerable, you've trapped yourself in a trap of your own making. At this moment, Su Yan's aura suddenly became stronger. He clenched his hand, and the celestial phase sword that appeared in the knowledge sea fell into his hand. Su Yan turned his hand, and the soul threads that were still connected to the knowledge sea were completely cut off. At this moment, the celestial phase sword was filled with sword light, and all the exalted flames rushed into the celestial phase sword. Su Yan smiled gently, then said indifferently, "Is this the sword soul?" The exalted sword mantra was a supreme sword mantra, and the most special one was the sword soul. Condensing the exalted sword soul was the true beginning. This sword soul was equivalent to the golden core of the cultivators in the legends of his previous life. It was the foundation of everything. At the beginning, Su Yan thought that it was just a lie, but he didn't expect it to be true. Today he was facing a desperate situation, but he didn't expect that not only did he escape death, but he also benefited from the disaster and condensed the exalted sword soul. Once this sword soul appeared, it meant that his sword Tao would reach a new height, and his combat strength would increase. His eyes were already filled with radiance. Even the two dragon souls that were suppressed by the demonic shadow sword earlier benefited from this. Their entire dragon bodies began to swallow and emit light, and then suddenly rose into the sky. A powerful force appeared at this moment. The two dragon souls were immediately shaken. Then, they opened their dragon mouths and bit the two ends of the demonic shadow sword. With a strong pull, they directly tore the demonic shadow sword apart and swallowed it. The demonic shadow sword was the Black Demon Venerable's sword, and he had carefully refined it. At this moment, he had reincarnated from the ancient seal. Everything had been thrown away, and only the demonic shadow sword was left. This was because the demonic shadow sword had become a part of his soul. At this moment, the demonic shadow sword was directly eaten by the two dragons. To him, it was one disaster after another. The Black Demon Venerable's expression was already dispirited, to the point where he was about to die. Su Yan's celestial phase sword fell and finally sighed, "Die!" These two simple words were the final judgment. Everything was going to end at this moment. The obsession of thousands of years was directly cut off by Su Yan today. The sword soul slashed past, and the Black Demon Venerable's soul began to turn into nothingness, gradually dissipating step by step. Chapter 455. A dignified demon honorable, such a powerful figure, was reduced to such a state before his death. In the end, everything came to an end. However, this was Su Yan's sea of consciousness after all. The demon honorable soul had invaded but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. Instead, he was killed by Su Yan. His soul could not escape and became Su Yan's nourishment. One day, Su Yan would be able to refine his soul completely. Then, his strength would naturally increase greatly. Moreover, he would gradually learn the knowledge that the Black Demon Honorable possessed. This was the so-called, one is bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Senior Medicine King, you saved my life back then. Today I have killed the Black Demon Honorable. This can be considered as revenge for you. Su Yan sighed in his heart. Of course, this was not the end. Su Yan looked at the light entering his sea of soul and suddenly reached out his hand. The Buddha sword that was originally hidden in space suddenly made a clanging sound. The Buddha sword was the guide that Su Yan used to enter the Buddha pagoda back then. Originally, he thought that this sword was only used for guidance. However, when he fought against the White Bone Demon Honorable previously, this sword exploded with a vast divine light and saved Su Yan's life. If not for this sword, Su Yan would not have been able to survive that stage. After all, the two pieces of the heavenly demon fingerbone were truly terrifying. At this moment, the golden light in his sea of consciousness was constantly flashing. Su Yan clearly knew that this golden light was the light of the soul-subduing seal. Although he did not know the details of the soul-subduing seal, when the golden light descended, the Buddha sword sensed it. He also knew that this treasure was related to the Buddha sect. Yunhee, oh Yunhee, this treasure is just a waste in your hands. Moreover, I am the successor of the Buddha sect. This treasure should be returned to its rightful owner. Su Yan smiled gently. Although he felt that his words were a little shameless, he naturally would not give this treasure away just because of this psychological burden. After all, Yunhee was still his enemy, and she wanted to strip the heart of the demon dragon from his body. At this time, the demon dragon's heart had already embedded itself into his body and was connected to the blood-red light. The two hearts were beating in perfect harmony. He couldn't guarantee that he would be safe and sound after the demon dragon's heart was dug out. If Yunhee didn't forget, they would still be enemies in the end. Leaving such a treasure to him was the same as helping the enemy. At this time, Su Yan's cultivation had reached the power of 2 mountains, making him even more powerful. Even though he was still unable to contend against Yunhee, a super-strong fighter in the Dragon Realm, he was confident that he had already surpassed Lei Wanjun and the others. Activating the Buddha's sword, it began to hum softly. Outside the Sea of Consciousness, Yunhee was still activating the soul-suppressing seal, but at this moment, he was not sure whether the Black Demon Venerable had succeeded in seizing the body. However, according to his estimation, the Black Demon Lord was already in big trouble. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Yunhee's heart skipped a beat, and he was ready to fight. Unexpectedly, Su Yan waved his hand gently, and the soul-suppressing seal in his hand was no longer under his control and floated towards Su Yan. This is my soul-suppressing seal. He was shocked and furious. At this moment, he could no longer control himself, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan grabbed the soul-suppressing seal and placed it into the space. His gaze swept across the other party's body, and he said, Senior Yunhee, you should know that this soul-suppressing seal originally belonged to my Buddha's sect. Today, it's in my hands, and it's returned to its rightful owner. Where's the Black Demon Venerable? He's dead? Yunhee looked at Su Yan, his face full of shock. He had activated the soul-suppressing seal with all his strength, but he never thought that he would be able to kill the powerful Black Demon Venerable. That was because he knew how powerful the Black Demon Venerable was. All these years, half of the credit for him being able to enter the Dragon Realm was due to the Black Demon Venerable. Because of that, he was more familiar with the Black Demon Venerable. He deeply understood how powerful the Black Demon Venerable was. As a Venerable, it was a realm that even he yearned for but could not reach. According to his prediction, the best outcome would be for the Black Demon Venerable to fail in his possession, and then he would be forced to leave Su Yan's body. Once that happened, he would have the chance to severely injure the Black Demon Venerable and consign him to eternal damnation. However, at this moment, Su Yan calmly appeared, and the Black Demon Venerable's soul did not float out. There was only one possibility for such a result, and that was that Su Yan had completely killed the Black Demon Venerable in his Sea of Consciousness. Impossible, the Black Demon Venerable is a demon venerable, how could you? Halfway through his words, he stopped abruptly. After Su Yan entered the Divine Dragon's abyss, although he did not know many things, at the very least, he saw Su Yan kill the White Bone Demon Venerable and walk to the Demon Dragon King's throne. If Su Yan could kill the White Bone Demon Venerable, why couldn't he kill the Black Demon Venerable as well? Senior Yunhee, even if you are a Dragon Realm expert, how much strength do you have left? If you still covet my heart and want to dig it out, why don't we fight again? After Su Yan received the soul-suppressing seal, he took a step forward. A powerful aura surged, causing Yunhee, an expert, to frown. How could he not feel that the current Su Yan was much stronger than before? Of course, this did not refer to his demonic dragon state, but to his own realm. The 2 mountains of circumference. He frowned, but in the end, he still said these words. Su Yan's improvement was too fast. Before entering the Divine Dragon's abyss, he was only in the Spiritual Sea Realm, and only at the 7th level of the Spiritual Sea Realm. In a short span of 10 days, he had already crossed the Spiritual Sea Realm and achieved Circumference Realm. After this fight, he had even stepped into Circumference 2 mountains from Circumference Realm. This kind of cultivation improvement was simply monstrous. In this world, there was no existence that could be compared to him. He was a real monster. That's right, thanks to you and the Black Demon Venerable, my cultivation improved unknowingly during the fight. Now, I'm already at circumference 2 mountains. Compared to the previous generation at their peak, I'm naturally far away. However, at this moment, I still have the confidence to fight with you." He waved his hand lightly and said, "Sword, come." As he said these 2 words, the scorching sun sword suddenly appeared. The crimson blade shone with a dazzling light. Yunhee looked at the current Su Yan, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had calculated everything, thinking that he could kill Su Yan and seize the dragon's heart in one fell swoop. However, reality was always cruel and unforeseen. At this moment, not only did he not achieve his goal, even the soul-suppressing seal was taken away by Su Yan. He was also heavily injured. He was furious, but after some consideration, he finally decided to give up. However, when he thought about it carefully, he could not help but feel a little sad. How many years had he planned? 20 years? 30 years? No, it was definitely more than that. Even he himself could not remember how many years it had been. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this kind of pursuit was a dream. However, after waking up from his dream today, everything ultimately failed. However, reality was reality. Whether he could accept it was another matter altogether. At this moment, Su Yan spoke again. "Senior Yunhee, you are Wanqing's father and the leader of the Yunqian alliance. I don't know what you want to pursue. Perhaps it's power or authority. However, in terms of power, you are a powerhouse in the Dragon Realm. Not to mention the 5 counties, I'm afraid that in the entire Qian territory, your cultivation is already above others. In terms of authority, you are already the leader of the Yunqian alliance. Everyone in the righteous faction will follow your lead. Junior, may I ask, what do you want to pursue?" Yunhee looked at Su Yan and remained silent. At this moment, Su Yan spoke again. "As for whether it's the Black Cloud sect or the Heaven and Earth organization, Senior, can't you see clearly? The Heaven and Earth organization is also your sect. The Black Cloud sect is only a sect from 8,000 years ago. It has already become history and can't even be considered a memory. You want to bitterly persist for an existence that can't even be considered a memory. To put it nicely, this is obsession and insanity. To put it bluntly, this is unparalleled stupidity." Su Yan's body flashed, and at this moment, he was already beside Yun Wanqing. "Look, the one lying here is your daughter, your own flesh and blood. Because of your insistence on nothingness, she has already fallen to such a state. Could it be that you still want her to continue suffering?" Su Yan asked once again. Previously, Yunhee's expression was calm. However, when he mentioned Yun Wanqing, his expression changed. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. A father could not bear to part with his own daughter. "Su Yan, there are many things that you don't know. Let me think about it. As for Wanqing, her life is no longer in danger, but she still needs to be nursed back to health," Yunhee said. At this moment, his voice was filled with endless emotions, as if his soul had left his body. This was an unforeseen event where one's faith was completely destroyed. It was simply unimaginable for ordinary people. At this moment, he could only be described with 4 words, which was that he had lost his soul. Finally, he directly turned into a stream of light and flew out of the divine dragon's abyss. Su Yan watched as Yunhee retreated but did not stop him. At this moment, Yunhee could be considered miserable. However, when he thought about it carefully, although this time he had experienced great danger, he still won in the end. The power in his body dissipated and the demonic dragon's heart had also calmed down. If he did not feel it carefully, he would not be able to tell that there were actually 2 hearts beating at the same time in his body at this moment. Moreover, the benefits brought about by the demonic dragon's heart were also obvious. In the previous battle, he had suffered such serious injuries. However, at this moment, all of his injuries had been completely healed. Such a change was simply unimaginable. Everything was just a fleeting dream in the end. Su Yan held Yun Wanqing in his arms. Chapter 456. Su Yan hugged Yun Wanqing tightly. As if feeling the warmth of his embrace, Yun Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. Previously, the Black Demon Venerable had been too ruthless. Although Yunhee had used the fog technique, her eyes were still very lifeless, as if they were about to dissipate. "Su Yan, where's my father?" Yun Wanqing asked softly. At this moment, her heart was filled with worry. Even asking this question took her a lot of courage. Su Yan gently stroked her cheek, then said with a smile, Wanqing, you don't have to worry. Your father is fine. He's just a little disappointed in his heart, so he left. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, he's not a devoid of humanity. You were seriously injured by the Black Demon Venerable's sneak attack and almost lost your life. It was only because he stepped in that your injuries were stabilized. Hearing Su Yan's words, Yun Wanqing's eyes lit up. However, in the end, it was still a heavy sigh. Su Yan knew that many things could not be let go just like that. However, the situation had not reached the worst point, so there was always a chance to save it. Wanqing, don't worry. Your father entrusted you to me, so I'll take good care of you, Su Yan said softly again. Perhaps it was because Su Yan's embrace was warm, or perhaps it was because his smile was very bright, but after hearing this, Yun Wanqing's face flushed slightly. She was really indescribably beautiful. She did not know what to say, so she just softly said, Let's go and meet up with Lu Fei and Dong Qinghao first. As for the rest, leave it to me. Su Yan carried Yun Wanqing horizontally, then changed to the sword dragon and flew out. This kind of demonic land existed because of the demonic dragon's heart. At this time, the demonic dragon's heart had already entered Su Yan's body. Without the support of the huge amount of demonic qi, all kinds of mystical places collapsed and began to dissipate. The black floating monsters that should have been fatal also disappeared. Su Yan carried Yun Wanqing in his arms, rode the sword dragon, and soon left the demonic land. After leaving the demonic land, he saw Lu Fei and Dong Qinghao outside the demonic land. At this time, the blood giant was leaning on the edge of the cliff. As for Lu and Dong Qinghao, both of them were leaning on the side. They seemed to be so bored that they were looking at the sky. Su Yan's arrival naturally alarmed them. When Lu Fei saw Su Yan's arrival, his eyes immediately lit up. Then he showed his signature smile and said in a hoarse voice, See, I told you. Su Yan is very crafty. Nothing can stop him. Moreover, he even carried the daughter of the Alliance Master. Dong Qinghao also smiled faintly at this time, and then said to Lu Fei, I really admire him. It was unknown whether he admired Lu Fei's godlike foresight or Su Yan's ability. Listening to the two of them singing the same tune, Su Yan did not feel anything, but Yun Wanqing in his arms was already blushing. She only quietly looked at Su Yan with hidden bitterness, but did not say anything. Lu Fei, you pervert, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Fei descended from the sword dragon, but did not let go of Yun Wanqing. He first scolded Lu Fei. However, Lu Fei's face was incomparably thick. How could he take his words to heart? Su Yan could only smile helplessly. Su Yan, what exactly happened inside? In the end, Dong Qinghao was more reliable and no longer joked with Su Yan. This time, he was possessed by the white bone demon Venerable. It was really dangerous. He was almost consigned to eternal damnation and his soul was scattered. It was Su Yan who snatched him back. This kindness, Dong Qinghao had secretly vowed to always remember it in his heart. Hearing Dong Qinghao's words, Lu Fei no longer made a fuss and calmed down. Su Yan sighed in his heart, and then told the two of them everything. The battle was so dangerous and terrifying that even though the two of them heard about it, they were already very scared. Moreover, Su Yan had personally experienced it. Then what should we do now? Dong Qinghao asked. Naturally, we should leave the Divine Dragon's abyss first. However, regarding Yun He, we'll just say that Senior Yun fought with the Black Demon Venerable and went missing. Su Yan directly instructed. Hearing this, Yun Wanqing was even more touched. She naturally understood why Su Yan did this. Lu Fei and Dong Qinghao were not stupid either. They then nodded and said, Don't worry, we know what to do. Everything had been explained, so the next step was to prepare to leave this place. However, all in all, although the four of them entered the Divine Dragon's abyss and went through a life and death test, their gains were not small. Needless to say, Su Yan naturally, Lu Fei had also reached the circumference realm at this time. He had gradually begun to absorb the power of the heart of the blood-sucking scourge beast king. The power that he could absorb now was still very weak, but as time passed, he would become more and more powerful. However, he still had some hidden dangers. After all, the blood-sucking scourge beast king was not destroyed, but only temporarily hidden. As his cultivation increased, the soul of the blood-sucking scourge beast king was also constantly improving. The further it went, the more so it was. Lu Fei and the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King were in a competitive relationship. If Lu Fei's power was stronger than the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King, it would naturally be the best. However, if it was not, then he would be directly devoured by the blood-sucking Scourge Beast King. In the end, life and death would disappear, and everything would vanish like smoke. How terrifying was such a price? At this time, Lu Fei naturally knew this, but he did not care at all, as if the person whose life was in danger was not himself. As for Dong Chenghao, he had experienced 4 stages. Although he did not reach the circumference realm, his cultivation had already been pushed to the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. In time, he would definitely be able to break through everything and reach the circumference realm. After resting for a while and recovering some strength, they began to leave the Divine Dragon's abyss. Outside the Heaven and Earth organization, Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven Sword both frowned and looked ahead solemnly. Su Yan and the others had already been in the Divine Dragon's abyss for more than half a month. That was fine, but Yunhe had also disappeared. This confirmed Lei Wanjun's guess even more. Damn it, I already told Su Yan to be careful. Why did he still enter this Divine Dragon's abyss? He was worried. Back then, he taught Su Yan the sect's 10,000 elephant divine skill, Divine Thunder technique, in hopes that Su Yan would be able to grow. However, now it seemed that Su Yan had already been harmed by that old thing Yunhe. More importantly, the Devil Sect was already pressing in. If it were not for the Heaven and Earth Organization's 1,000 Cloud Universe Great Array that had been activated, the Devil Sect's people would have already invaded. At this moment, Lei Wanjun would not believe that Yunhe did not collude with the Devil Sect. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? However, he was at his wits' end. This was because the Dragon Realm elite of the Devil Sect was outside the Great Array. Without Yunhe's existence, it was impossible for so many people to be a match for the Dragon Realm elite. Even if he joined forces with Sage Heaven Sword and some other elites, it was impossible. Sage Heaven Sword, tell me, what should we do now? Lei Wanjun paced back and forth a few more steps. In the end, he still could not think of a good way out, so he asked. Sage Heaven Sword frowned and said, "What should we do?" "What else can we do? The only thing we can do now is to recuperate. When that old demon breaks through the 1,000 Cloud Universe Great Array, we will fight to the death." Taoist Heaven Sword said firmly. Lei Wanjun was stunned for a moment. Then he finally sighed. Although he knew that this was practically a dead end, in reality, there was indeed no better way than this. He could not surrender to the Devil Sect, right? He, Lei Wanjun, would never do such a thing. Since he could not do it, he could only fight to the death. However, he thought about it again and said, "Then what about Su Yan and the rest?" Lei Wanjun, Su Yan is a disciple of the Burial Sword Tomb. Do you think I am not worried? However, this Divine Dragon's Abyss is the sacred ground of the Heaven and Earth Organization. If you trespass, not to mention whether the thousands of disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization will fight you to the death, just this layer of restriction alone is something you will not be able to break through. Am I wrong? Sage Heaven Sword said directly. But Yunhe has already betrayed us. He is a lackey of the Devil Sect. Lei Wanjun was unwilling to give up and said directly. Where is the evidence? Yunhe is not only the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Organization, but he is also the alliance leader of the Chen Cloud Alliance. He is the leader of the righteous path. How many people will believe you when you say that he has betrayed us? Even your position as the Great Vanguard was given to you by him. Who do you think will believe you? Sage Heaven Sword said again. Every word of his left Lei Wanjun speechless. Although he was still angry, he knew that what Sage Heaven Sword said was the truth. In terms of fighting, he might not be inferior to Sage Heaven Sword, but in other aspects, he was far inferior to Sage Heaven Sword. At this moment, a violent tremor suddenly came. Damn it! Could it be the 1,000 Cloud Universe Great Array? Lei Wanjun and Sage Heaven Sword raised their heads at the same time. Sure enough, not long after, a frightened voice came. Not good. Great Vanguard, the 100 Beasts old demon from the Black Fiend Alliance is attacking the Great Array again. I'm afraid the Great Array won't last much longer. Sage Heaven Sword and Lei Wanjun looked at each other. Sage Heaven Sword said, "Tell everyone to get ready. We are going to kill our way out." The 1,000 Cloud Universe Great Array was their last resort. It must not be broken. At this moment, the The 100 Beasts old demon had attacked again and started to threaten the safety of the Great Array. Once the Great Array was broken, the Heaven and Earth organization would definitely be annihilated. Chapter 457. Boom! This despairing sound echoed throughout the entire Heaven and Earth organization. Everyone who heard this loud noise felt their hearts sink. Because they knew what this meant. The Heaven and Earth organization's 1,000-cloud universe formation was broken. At this moment, even Venerable Sky Sword's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. Originally, he had wanted to protect this great formation, but he didn't expect that the great formation would break so quickly. This unforeseen event caused his face to darken. Lei Wanjun, let's go. At this moment, he turned into a ray of light and shot out of the Heaven and Earth organization. The Heaven and Earth organization's formation is only O? Hee, where's that old thing Yun He? Tell him to come out and fight with me. Will that old tortoise be the same as the last time and not dare to come out and fight? Hee, you're the alliance leader now. That's not too good, right? In front of the Heaven and Earth organization's formation, there was an elder standing in the air. Under his gaze, the thousands of people in the Heaven and Earth organization did not dare to say a word. Even the powerhouses at the area boundary at the very front were on high alert. Their bodies were even trembling slightly. This was the might of a Dragon Realm powerhouse. In Venerable Gue Yan's words, the Square Circle Realm was the true beginning of cultivation, and the Dragon Realm was the transformation of life form. Dragons were the supreme beings between heaven and earth. In this world, as long as one was related to the word dragon, then one was definitely a powerhouse. This realm was called the Dragon Realm because it meant that a human's life form could become as perfect as a dragon's. Not only did they have terrifying strength, but they also had terrifying life forms. The most direct point was the dragon aura. The true dragon was free and dignified. When this dignified aura was released, lower-level beings would not even be able to stand, and could only kneel and beg for mercy. Even the stronger existences would be suppressed by the dragon aura during battle, and they would not be able to use 90% of their strength. The few Radius Realm powerhouses before them were naturally powerful, but they immediately felt their hearts soften in the face of the 100 Beasts old demon. At this moment, what they were thinking about was not how they could win, but how they could barely resist, or even whether they needed to escape. 100 Beasts old demon, how dare you attack the Heaven and Earth organization? Aren't you afraid that Alliance leader Yun He will directly cripple you? At this moment, Taoist Heaven Sword and Lei Wanjun finally arrived. Lei Wanjun's cultivation method was powerful, and his body had a masculine aura. As for Reverend Heavenly Sword, his entire body was filled with intense sword intent. The appearance of the two of them slightly suppressed the 100 Beasts old demon's arrogance. However, the old monster didn't care at all. He smiled faintly and said, Tianjian Lei Wanjun, the two of you aren't qualified to talk to me. Hee, it's not that this old man is looking down on you, but if Yun He doesn't come out, it won't be hard for this old man to wipe out the two of you. The 100 Beasts old demon looked at the two of them and said with a faint smile, As for using the tiger's skin, there's no need to use it in front of me because it's completely useless. The brilliance in his eyes made people feel very uneasy. Lei Wanjun's heart sank, and he thought to himself, as expected, this old dog seems to know something. Hee, this old man can't be bothered to say more to the two of you. Surrender and join the Black Fiend Alliance. This old man can make the decision to let you become the backbone of the Black Fiend Alliance, he said directly. Such a condescending attitude made Lei Wanjun feel like he was about to explode. However, even if he was angry at this moment, what could he do? The old monster's strength was above his, and he had no reason to refute the old monster's words. Hee, this old man knows that you're unwilling to accept this, but your unwillingness is meaningless. This old man is now waiting for you to say whether you want to surrender or die. The 100 Beasts old demon's mouth twitched slightly, and his goatee moved with the wind. This ice-cold gaze caused everyone to feel fear in their hearts. This gaze not only fell on the faces of Spiritual Master Heaven Sword and Lei Wanjun, but also on the hearts of the thousands of people from the Heaven and Earth organization. Hee, 100 Beasts old demon, do you really think that you're invincible and want us to surrender? Humph. Come and kill us if you can. If you don't even think about speaking. Lei Wanjun could no longer contain his anger. At this moment, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword did not say anything. However, his long sword had already been unsheathed. The bright blade shone with the scorching sun in the sky. It was clearly noon, and the leaping murderous aura caused the surroundings to be covered in autumn frost. Very well, it seems that the two of you have chosen to die. Then, what about the rest of you? The 100 Beasts Old Demon shifted his gaze to the other 5 area boundary powerhouses. When the 5 area boundary powerhouses met the 100 Beasts Old Demon's gaze, their eyes immediately flickered. One of them suddenly sighed and said, "Senior 100 Beasts, since you're strolling leisurely, you must know the whereabouts of the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance. Please don't be stingy and tell us." This person was an elder of the Profound Wind Sect, an area boundary powerhouse. At this moment, when he spoke, everyone's expression changed. Although no one spoke for the past few days, the news of Yunhe's disappearance had quietly spread. The reason why the Heavenly Cloud Alliance was able to contend against the Black Fiend Alliance was because of Yunhe. At this moment, if Yunhe was missing, then everything would become a mirage. The fact that this elder of the Profound Wind Sect asked at this moment meant that everyone knew what it meant. He, you're quite smart, old man. Since you want to know the answer, then this old man will tell you. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, Yunhe, is a slave of the Black Fiend Alliance. Therefore, how could he help you get through this calamity at this time? The 100 Beasts Old Demon circulated his spiritual energy, causing his voice to spread continuously. His voice floated in the air, which was simply breathtaking. What was more important was the words he said. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, Yunhe, is a slave of the Black Fiend Alliance. When this was said, everyone was shocked. How was this possible? If not, why is your Alliance Master still so timid and unwilling to appear? If not, why was he in seclusion the last time this old man came to kill him? Haha, only a bunch of idiots like you would treat a slave as the leader of the Alliance. No one was willing to believe this fact. However, his words were so ruthless and cold that it struck everyone, causing their hearts to tremble. This was such a cruel and terrifying fact. No one was willing to accept this result, but the reality was so cruel. Because what the 100 Beasts Old Demon said was the truth of what had happened in the past. Even the people of the Heaven and Earth organization could not stand up to refute him. Fear and panic filled the air in an instant. Everyone's hearts were in chaos. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword instantly frowned. This 100 Beasts Old Demon was really scheming. He clearly had the power to crush everyone, but he did not make a move. Instead, he attacked their hearts. The most lamentable thing was that what he said was very likely to be true. Their hearts were trembling, not only from fear, but also from an indescribable pain. To the Chen Yun Alliance, the Alliance Master was their sky. If what he said was true, wouldn't that mean that their sky had collapsed? If even the sky collapsed, then what was the point of all this? At this moment, a sword light suddenly shot out from the depths of the Heaven and Earth organization. This sword light was so fast that it was simply unimaginable. In just an instant, it had arrived in front of everyone. In a trance, this was no longer a sword light, but a real ichthyosaur. The ichthyosaur soared into the sky and charged toward the 100 Beasts Old Demon. The 100 Beasts Old Demon was stunned, and he immediately looked angry. At this moment, he had already grasped the thoughts of the thousands of people here, but he did not expect such a sword light to suddenly fly toward him. He snorted angrily, then suddenly punched out in a circle. The moment he punched out, the faint roar of a ferocious beast could be heard. It was very powerful. When the fist arrived, the ichthyosaur split. In this short period of time, the 100 Beasts Old Demon's strength was fully displayed. However, the strength of the person who attacked also shocked the 100 Beasts Old Demon. Who is this person? How can he have such a sword cultivation? Among the many sects in the 5 counties, the Burial Sword Mound was the most famous sword sect. However, even Spiritual Master Heaven's sword could not slash out such a sword. Moreover, Spiritual Master Heaven's sword was still standing in front of him and had not made a move at all. At this moment, a loud and clear voice was heard. "You bullshit old demon, don't be presumptuous. Our leader almost paid the price with his life in order to hunt down the black demon of the devil sect. Right now, we don't even know if he's dead or alive. How can he be a slave of your Black Fiend Alliance?" Spiritual Master Heaven's sword and Lei Wanjun immediately looked delighted when they heard this voice. "Everyone, I'm Su Yen, the deputy leader personally conferred by Alliance leader Yunhe. Not long ago, the devil sect secretly invaded the Heaven and Earth organization. Alliance leader Yun He fought fiercely with them and killed them, but she was seriously injured. If you don't believe me, Alliance leader Canal's daughter is right beside me. For this battle, she was almost killed by the Black Demon's shadow sword. Su Yan supported Yun Wanqing to stand on the ichthyosaur. Su Yan was a greenhorn. Although he had made a name for himself in the previous battle, many people did not recognize him. However, Yun Wanqing was Yun He's daughter. She was as beautiful as a flower. So many disciples had her as the most beautiful fairy in their hearts. Now that she had stood out, everyone immediately threw away all their misgivings. Chapter 458. Kill. As soon as the word was uttered, everyone from the Yunqian alliance was instantly enraged. At that moment, they felt that they could forget everything except the difference in strength. They could forget about the Dragon Realm experts. The only thing they could not forget was the word, kill. All the disciples drew their swords. Thousands of disciples raised their swords and roared in unison. A powerful sword aura soared into the sky. In an instant, the originally dispirited and powerless atmosphere was replaced by a murderous aura. The powerful and terrifying sword aura soared into the sky. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, it would be invincible. At this moment, everything boiled over in an instant. The 100 Beasts' old demon's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was a light that looked as if he wanted to devour someone. Originally, everything was already under his control. However, Su Yan's appearance had forcefully destroyed everything. This damned brat deserves to die 10,000 times for his crimes. Su Yan, you're the brat who killed Master Puppet, right? You've got guts. You're merely in the boundary realm and you dare to go against me. He blew his beard and a powerful aura swept toward Su Yan. This was the legendary Dragon Aura. The power of the Dragon Aura was truly terrifying. Spiritual Master Heavensword and Lei Wanjun stood in front of Su Yan to protect him. He wanted to help Su Yan resist this terrifying power. After all, Su Yan was still a junior. Moreover, both of them had placed high hopes on him. They did not want Su Yan to be hurt. Su Yan smiled and said, "Senior Lei sect leader, let me deal with this damned old man. You two go deal with the Boundary Realm experts from the Devil sect. Finish them off as soon as possible and come help me." This sentence was said very calmly, but it showed his extremely strong self-confidence. Both Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heavensword were in disbelief. They could not believe that Su Yan dared to say such a thing. After all, he was facing a Dragon Realm expert. However, Spiritual Master Heavensword soon noticed something special. Facing the terrifying might of the 100 Beasts' old demon, Su Yan actually appeared calm and confident. To Su Yan, that powerful and profound awe-inspiring aura was like a gust of wind that directly swept past his ears. This made him feel surprised. Although Su Yan had defeated Lei Wanjun last time, everyone knew that when it came to true strength, Su Yan was no match for Lei Wanjun. After that, even Lei Wanjun and himself felt a little uneasy when faced with the dragon's might that was unique to the Dragon Realm. Although they were not embarrassed, they could not be as calm as Su Yan. He suddenly recalled how the Elder of 100 Beasts had called Su Yan a brat at the Square Circle Realm. Su Yan is already at the perimeter state. Thinking of this, Taoist Heavensword's heart warmed. Although he felt that it was inconceivable, he had watched Su Yan grow from the very beginning. He deeply knew that this brat had created too many miracles. He pulled Lei Wanjun and said, "All right, Su Yan, be careful." After saying that, he charged into the crowd of Black Fiend Alliance to find his opponent. Heavensword, what are you doing? Aren't you sending Su Yan to his death? Lei Wanjun's mind had always been slow. At this moment, he was still in a daze. Spiritual Master Heavensword shook his head and said, "Hee, since Su Yan dares to say that, he will definitely be able to do it. Don't forget how you lost to him back then." Lei Wanjun still wanted to say something, but he suddenly saw a strange expression on Spiritual Master Heavensword's face. Spiritual Master Heavensword then said, Forget it. You're the most astute one. I don't think you'll watch your descendant die like this. I'll believe you. Black Fiend Alliance scum. Watch me kill you." Lei Wanjun immediately shouted, "Thunderous barrage!" At this moment, a powerful force suddenly spread out and turned into streaks of lightning. Lightning danced wildly as dragons and snakes surged. Then, the powerful force rushed toward the crowd of Black Fiend Alliance. He was an expert in the area, so it was easy for him to deal with these people. When the 10,000 mammoths' divine skill landed, it swept through the crowd. Immediately, the people of Black Fiend Alliance were filled with grief and resentment. Fortunately, there were experts in the area. When they saw the situation, they immediately roared and charged toward Lei Wanjun. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword was much more gentlemanly than Lei Wanjun. He just sneered and then chose his opponent. The long sword in his hand drew a bright light. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this person. Old Demon Jiao Yang, why don't you come and be my opponent? This old man has not been in this area for long, and I have yet to kill a decent enemy. He laughed coldly. Before old demon Jiao Yang could react, he slashed down with his sword. The old demon of 100 beasts looked at Su Yan. In a short moment, countless lights flashed in his eyes. There was disdain, surprise, and anger. All kinds of emotions gathered together, and in the end, they all gathered together to form a killing intent. However, he did not attack immediately. Instead, he asked, "Did you just say that the black demon is dead?" "Humph, are you deaf?" Su Yan sneered. He did not have any thoughts of respecting the old and loving the young. Su Yan's words made the old demon of 100 beasts feel gloomy. What kind of status did he have? In the 5 counties, he was high and mighty. For many years, no one dared to offend him like this. However, he still doubted Su Yan's words. After all, he knew how powerful the black demon was. He was once a demon sovereign. Even though he was only a remnant soul and did not have the strength of a venerable, he was still extremely powerful. Although the old demon of 100 beasts had not fought with Yun He, he did not believe that the black demon would die in Yun He's hands. "Humph, you're lying. However, you're the body of the black demon sovereign. Since that's the case, I'll capture you." As soon as the old demon of 100 beasts finished speaking, a loud and clear cry of an eagle was heard from his body. Then, a light figure charged towards Su Yan at an unbelievable speed. It was simply a stream of light. If it were anyone else, they would have been shocked and inexplicably shocked. However, Su Yan was unusually calm. After all, he had fought with experts like the Demon Sovereign and Yun He. Although at that time, he was in the state of the demonic dragon's heart going berserk. At this moment, seeing that the light was about to reach him, the shocking celestial sword appeared in his hand. Then, he suddenly slashed down. On the blade of the sword, a crescent-like radiance appeared. The crescent-like radiance suddenly flashed and slashed at the giant eagle. In an instant, a powerful force ricocheted. Su Yan could not help but take a step back. As expected of a Dragon Realm expert. Although he's not Yun He's opponent, he's still very scary. Without the demonic chi of the demonic dragon's heart, it's really difficult to face him. Su Yan was slightly stunned. However, at this moment, he knew that he could not do it, but he still did it. The old demon of 100 beasts was the strongest existence among everyone present. If he was not held back, then the damage he could cause would definitely be terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's light disappeared, but the old demon of 100 beasts' giant eagle only trembled for a moment before descending from the sky again. "Kid, since my title is 100 beasts, I have the ability to control all beasts. How can a mere kid like you be my opponent?" The old demon of 100 beasts looked coldly at Su Yan as if he was staring at his prey. In fact, that was indeed the case. He did not believe that Black Demon was already dead. In the Black Demon Alliance, Black Demon's status was higher than his. After all, he was once a venerable one. Therefore, he still wanted to do him a favor. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly leaped up high from behind Su Yan. He jumped very high, and his huge body directly leaped into the sky, directly blocking the sunlight. Then, he reached out with his rough hands and grabbed the giant eagle's beak. Evil creature! At this moment, the old demon of 100 beasts' eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. Then, he became both shocked and angry. This was because the giant who suddenly appeared in front of him had actually pulled the giant eagle down from the sky. It was true that he was the 100 beasts' old demon, and each of the demonic beasts he controlled had been carefully trained by him. They were all extremely powerful. If one of these demonic beasts died, one would die, and his strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, at this moment, his dragon realm was closely related to the monsters he had trained. The aura of the monsters was connected to his own aura. If the monsters died in battle, it would be a great loss to him too. As soon as the giant appeared, he immediately released an extremely explosive and terrifying aura. Such power could only be described as terrifying. His eagle was caught off guard. If it was caught by the giant, it would most likely die immediately. Therefore, the old demon of 100 beasts finally made his move. His entire body soared into the air like a dragon soaring into the sky. He was unstoppable. Evil creature, die! With another roar, he clawed out. His palm formed a ferocious beast's claw in the void. It was truly terrifying and shocking. However, the moment he made his move, Su Yan made his move again. He abandoned the astounding celestial sword in his hand and held the scorching sun sword in his hand. 10,000 elephant godly skill. Immortal sword technique. After this low roar, the scorching sun sword's crimson light suddenly shot into the sky. The giant immortal sword appeared out of nowhere and slashed towards the old demon of 100 beasts. At this moment, Su Yan was already in the Boundary and Circumference Mountains. Moreover, his Boundary and Circumference Mountains were the most perfect Boundary and Circumference Mountains thousands of years ago. Moreover, his accumulation could be said to be terrifying. Chapter 459. At that moment, the moment the immortal sword technique was unleashed, the sword light suddenly flourished. The intense sword light rose to the horizon, shining and flickering at the same time. It was terrifyingly dense. In the eyes of anyone, this level of sword light would be so shocking. This kind of radiance was even more terrifying. That's the immortal sword technique. How can it be so terrifying? What a good kid. He really surprised me. Ha! Sage Sky Sword, who was fighting Sage Jiaoyang, was most familiar with that aura. That was because he was the one who had imparted the immortal sword technique to Su Yan. However, at that moment, the immortal sword technique could unleash such a powerful force in Su Yan's hands. He was naturally overjoyed and felt that his entire being was filled with joy. The pupil had surpassed the master. For a teacher, that was the best reward. When he saw the immortal sword technique, he only felt that his strength had become stronger. Facing Sage Jiaoyang, he waved the long sword in his hand without holding back. For a moment, the sword chi swept out, forcing Sage Jiaoyang to retreat repeatedly. Lei Wanjun naturally saw the terrifying immortal sword technique at that moment. This kid is really abnormal. I'm afraid I don't even have a chance to fight him now. He smiled bitterly in his heart, but he was more relieved. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the sword light descended in the end. The powerful and terrifying sword light suddenly descended at that moment. The terrifying and terrifying sword light was simply shocking. Such power could be called great and sacred. The 100 Beasts' elder demon's brazen claw was turned into ashes under the immortal sword technique. Everything dissipated. At that moment, Giant Crimson Demon had already pressed Falcon down and viciously tore him apart. The 100 Beasts' elder demon's power had become extremely terrifying. He stared straight at Su Yan and finally said, "Humph, good, very good. Kid, since you're so eager to die, then I'll just kill you directly." At that moment, he no longer had any thoughts of killing Su Yan. Now, he wanted nothing more than to kill Su Yan directly. However, Su Yan did not say anything. He waved the scorching sun sword in his hand again and charged directly at the 100 Beasts' elder demon. With the strength of Feng Yuan realm, he directly attacked the Dragon Realm cultivator. Just this courage alone was enough to shock everyone. At this moment, the long sword in Su Yan's hand moved in all directions. Powerful sword chi came from all directions. Streaks of sword chi spiraled around like dragons. Terrifying energy exploded continuously. In an instant, the 100 Beasts' old demon's escape route was completely sealed. The 100 Beasts' old demon snorted coldly. "Are you trying to block my escape route? But who do you think I am? Do you think I would care about your sword energy?" After a sneer, his body exploded. 100 Beasts' fist. The 100 Beasts' old demon did not show any mercy as he threw out a punch. At this moment, the sound of 100 beasts roaring could be heard. The raging roars of the beasts turned into terrifying sound waves that swept towards Su Yan. Within the sound waves, one could vaguely see the souls of beasts. There were terrifying porcupines and ferocious tigers. Countless beast souls filled the sound waves. The 100 Beasts' old demon was so powerful that his fist contained the might of 100 beasts. The raging energy came crashing down on Lin Fan. At this moment, Mount Tai's eggs were exhausted. This was the perfect description to describe this punch. At this moment, the wind and clouds swept across the sky. Thousands of thunder roared, producing endless rumbling sounds. The entire world seemed to be collapsing at this moment. Su Yan's face was solemn as he faced this terrifying punch of 100 beasts. His eyes shone brightly. The light in his eyes seemed to be able to illuminate the entire world. Rumble of thunder. Su Yan activated all the power of Feng Yuan realm. It was the godly thunderbolt art of the Sound of Thunder sect. Indistinctly, countless thunderous sounds resounded at this moment. Each thunderous sound was so terrifying and powerful that it could shake one's soul. Suddenly, the thunderous sound exploded. At this moment, it actually overshadowed the roar of the beasts. A thick purple light shot towards the peak of the sky. The terrifying light that was constantly rumbling was like the most oppressive force in the world. The entire world was condensed into the most magical light. The lightning struck the 100 beasts. Under the light of the lightning, many beasts' souls disappeared. However, many beasts' souls broke through the barrier of the lightning and arrived in front of Su Yan. That violent and terrifying power gave birth to an indescribably terrifying power at this moment. At such a moment, everything seemed so pale and powerless. Under this kind of light, everything seemed to have no meaning to exist at this time. The confrontation between Su Yan and the 100 Beasts' old demon shocked everyone. Lei Wanjun looked at the crisscrossing lightning radiance and let out a long sigh. What a good Su Yan! This old man didn't see wrongly. He is indeed domineering indeed. The reason why he imparted the Divine Thunderbolt technique to Su Yan was because he saw Su Yan's domineering intent. Previously, when Su Yan used the Divine Sword technique to defeat the Dragon Realm Demon of 100 Beasts, he was happy. However, there was also a trace of disappointment in his happiness. After all, Yi Shiwen did not use the technique he imparted to him. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly unleashed the Thunderbolt Divine technique, which immediately gave him a feeling of exaltation and satisfaction. Although it was a pity that Su Yan was not a disciple of the Sound of Thunder sect, it was still a good thing that he had brought the Divine Thunderbolt technique to greater heights. What a thunderbolt! Good lad, you have really angered me. The 100 Beasts' old demon's gaze changed. His eyes turned into the eyes of a tiger. What changed was not only his eyes but also his face. His hands also began to change. A pair of sharp claws grew out of his hands. His entire body moved forward at an unbelievable speed, passing through the layers of lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Su Yan. The beast claws immediately fell. The cold claw marks enlarged in Su Yan's eyes. It was as if they were going to swallow everything. I'm going to die. This was the thought in his mind. If he was hit by this sword, he would definitely die. At this moment, he raised the scorching sun sword. The scarlet blade blocked in front of him. The terrifying power swept over at this moment. The violent power exploded with a roar. It was as if the whole world was heading towards despair at this moment. Such power was simply shocking. Such a radiance was as turbulent as the sea. With this attack, Su Yan felt as if the ground beneath his feet had caved in. His arms were numb and his entire body was trembling non-stop. The power of the Dragon Realm is indeed strong. He stared straight at the 100 Beasts' old demon. Little did he know that the 100 Beasts' old demon was even more shocked. What kind of monster is this kid? He's obviously in the Radius Realm. How could he block my attack? How terrifying. At this moment, the 100 Beasts' old demon had already cast aside the idea of capturing Su Yan. His killing intent had reached a boundless level. The current Su Yan was simply too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue growing, it would not take long for him to be on par with the 100 Beasts' old demon. Moreover, as Su Yan displayed his strength, the 100 Beasts' old demon suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. Maybe the black demon is really dead. This thought scared the 100 Beasts' old demon. However, no matter what he thought, the most important thing now was to kill Su Yan. Light flickered in his eyes. Everything was condensed into the most terrifying and powerful attack at this moment. He used all his strength in this attack, but it was silent. The beast claws pierced Su Yan's body. Su Yan. Yun Wanqing saw it clearly. She no longer cared about anything else and ran towards Su Yan. Many people did not even have time to react. The 100 Beasts' old demon sneered. No matter how strong you are, you're still in the Radius Realm. If I want to kill you, You'll have to die. At this point, he was about to deal the final blow to Su Yan. However, at this moment, a muffled voice suddenly entered his ears. Thump. This sound was like thunder, but it was more like the beating of a heart. The moment he heard this sound, the 100 Beasts Old Demon's eyes were filled with shock. This was because at this moment, a black aura suddenly spread out from under Su Yan's feet. This aura was extremely domineering and contained an unparalleled majesty. This majesty actually suppressed the dragon might of the dragon realm that the 100 Beasts Old Demon was emitting in an instant. Damn it, how is this possible? He kept retreating. His eyes were filled with endless fear. The situation in front of him was too strange. This kid in the Radius realm actually released a dragon might that was even stronger and more terrifying than his own. Almost instinctively, he kept retreating, missing the best chance to kill Su Yan. However, his shock was far from over. At this moment, Su Yan's cold gaze shone down and landed on the 100 Beasts Old Demon. At this moment, Yun Wanqing had already reached Su Yan's side. Seeing the blood gushing out of Su Yan's abdomen, she was burning with anxiety. However, Su Yan said directly, Wanqing, don't use the fog technique. Trust me, stay far away from here. Dong Qinghao, protect her. Su Yan roared at Dong Qinghao. Yun Wanqing had not made a move since the beginning due to her severe injuries. Dong Qinghao was responsible for protecting her. However, in a moment of desperation, Yun Wanqing ran over without a care. Chapter 460. Su Yan smiled at Dong Qinghao and Yun Wanqing, then said, Don't worry, this old bastard can't do anything to me. His smile was calm and gentle, but it showed his strong confidence, as if everything was under his control. Then, Su Yan turned his head and his gaze fell on the 100 Beasts Old Demon. However, at this moment, this gaze had become cold and emotionless. Plop! Another trembling sound was heard. Su Yan knew that the demonic dragon's heart was beginning to beat. Following the demonic dragon's heart's violent movement, his body began to boil once again. The familiar and terrifying feeling that had just faded not long ago reappeared at this moment. It was a feeling of being unable to control himself. Su Yan did not like this because the feeling of being out of control was too dangerous. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to do this because the opponent in front of him was a powerhouse in the dragon realm. Currently, he was in the Fengyuan and Fengyuan Mountain realm. Furthermore, he was stronger than the ordinary Fengyuan Mountain realm. However, the difference of one realm was definitely not something that could be overcome so easily. I'm still too weak. If I want to defeat the 100 Beasts Old Demon, I can only use the demonic dragon's heart. Perhaps, there's another one. Su Yan laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. However, the intense pain and violent restlessness began to overwhelm his nerves. Su Yan's heart continued to chant the regal sword scripture's incantation, trying to maintain his original state as much as possible. At the same time, his eyes were like flames, releasing a ferocious aura. The dark demonic dragon's aura gradually appeared, then enveloped Su Yan's body. Behind his back, a pair of gigantic dragon wings appeared faintly. In the end, they covered the sky, displaying endless elegance. At this moment, the 100 Beasts Old Demon's heart was in a frenzy. He only had one thought left. Dragon, that's a demonic dragon. The 100 Beasts Old Demon cultivated the 100 Beasts aura and reached the dragon realm through it. He was very familiar with the sacred and powerful dragon. It was simply a masterpiece of the heavens, bringing with it an innate strength. The dragon's aura that spread out from his body was so terrifying that even he himself felt extremely frightened. Su Yan's gaze became more and more fierce, and his restlessness became more and more intense. Compared to the last time, the demonic dragon's aura seems to be even stronger. The demonic dragon's heart entering my body is a huge hidden danger. If I keep using it, it might directly consume my consciousness. Now, I need to end this battle quickly. Su Yan knew that if such a heaven-defying method didn't have any side effects, then it would be too absurd. Using the power of the demon dragon's heart was far more dangerous than asking a tiger for its skin. Now, the demonic dragon's hands, and Fengyuan had to use his hats. In the blink of an eye, his speed broke through the limit. He turned into a streak of light and appeared in front of the 100 Beasts Elder in an instant. Let's change the battlefield. As Su Yan's voice fell, he pressed his palm on the demonic dragon's face. Then, the dragon wings that were gradually solidifying flapped, and the demonic dragon flew towards the distant horizon at an unbelievable speed. The battle between experts in the vicinity was already very terrifying, but a battle between experts in the dragon realm was even more terrifying. If the two of them were to fight, who knew how many people would die? The mountain peak of the Heaven and Earth organization would probably collapse and be destroyed. Moreover, transforming into a demonic dragon was too terrifying. Although the demonic dragon's appearance was majestic, it was still extremely terrifying. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. The transformation of his body was completed in an instant, so almost no one had the time to see it clearly. At least, those with ordinary cultivation did not have the time to see it clearly. This was because at this moment, they did not even have time to care about their own battles, so how could they pay attention to him? Su Yan was in the same situation. He dragged the demonic dragon's heart and flew towards the sky. Such terrifying speed and powerful strength had already shocked the demonic dragon of 100 beasts. At this moment, the demonic dragon of 100 beasts actually forgot to resist. Seeing Su Yan leave with the demonic dragon of 100 beasts, Lu Fei suddenly roared. The demonic dragon of 100 beasts was defeated by the Vice Alliance leader. Kill! Kill these Black Demon Alliance dogs. At this moment, Su Yan stood on the giant's shoulder and roared at the top of his voice. This roar spread across the entire area. When the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance heard this, their blood boiled and their killing intent intensified. Even if they were injured, they did not care and directly pounced on their enemies. When the members of the Black Demon Alliance heard this, they were shocked. At this moment, their aura plummeted. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword continued to circulate his sword rays, forcing the demonic dragon of 100 beasts, Spiritual Master Jiao Yang, to retreat. At the same time, he was overjoyed. The heavens are really protecting our burial sword tomb. At this moment, not only has Su Yan become Feng Yuan, but even Lu Fei has become the demonic dragon of 100 beasts. Senior brother Lu, if you know this in the underworld, you should be relieved. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword said quietly in his heart. At least in name, Su Yan was no longer a disciple of the burial sword tomb. Moreover, he had become the palace master of the Monster Palace. However, Lu Fei was a true disciple of the burial sword tomb. At this moment, in addition to himself, the burial sword tomb had gained another demonic dragon of 100 beasts. How could he not be happy? Moreover, there was a giant beside Lu Fei. This giant grabbed one of the demonic dragon of 100 beasts' falcons and tore it apart. This showed his strength. This was great news for the burial sword mound. Let's do it here. Su Yan brought Demon 100 Beasts to a spacious valley in the blink of an eye. After unfolding his dragon wings, his speed was incomparably fast. In just a short while, he had arrived at this place. Then, he suddenly exerted force in his palm and directly threw the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts down into the valley. At this moment, the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts was so fast that it was as if a meteor was falling from the sky. Beast Soul. Roar of the Tiger. The centurion old man naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured so easily. At this moment, a ray of light shot out from his eyes. That ray of light directly transformed into a huge golden tiger. The tiger roared and immediately pounced into the sky, charging directly towards Su Yan. Su Yan did not back down. The scorching sun sword in his hand moved, and a powerful sword chi suddenly erupted at this moment. For a moment, the light was shining brightly. On the crimson blade, the black aura of the demonic dragon suddenly burst out. Demonic Dragon's Scorching Sun. The sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly slashed down. The intense sword essence rolled like a landslide or a tsunami. At this time, the powerful and terrifying power was constantly rushing at this time, and at this time, the tiger was directly cut in half by the sword. On the other side, the demonic dragon of 100 Beasts had just stopped at this moment. He was just in time to see this terrible scene. At this time, his heart was almost broken. Every beast soul he had was not easy to obtain, but at this moment, Su Yan had consecutively beheaded 2 of them. If this continued, he would be left with nothing. The cold light in his eyes flickered again and again, and he stared at Su Yan. Finally, he said coldly, as expected of the power of a dragon. Haha, your body is mine. He suddenly rose into the air. While he was still in the air, his body flickered with light, and a powerful aura was directly released at this moment. Obviously, at this moment, he had made up his mind to directly kill Su Yan. Su Yan's face was cold, and his eyes were staring straight ahead. His hand was already filled with extremely powerful and terrifying power. Such a radiance could be said to be incomparably terrifying. All the power between heaven and earth was constantly trembling at this time. In between his palms, two ferocious beast heads appeared, and each of them was abnormally terrifying. Su Yan, now is the time to die. The cold words were directly transmitted from his mouth, and the violent power had already exploded to the extreme. The powerful and violent radiance turned into endless light. It directly went against the sky and charged towards Su Yan. Su Yan stood in the sky, and the scorching sun sword in his hand shone brightly with a dark red light. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he revealed a cruel and strange smile. Demonic dragon of 100 beasts, you're only in the one dragon realm, right? His voice entered the demonic dragon of 100 beasts' ears, and then his entire body directly reversed from the sky and descended. So what if I'm in the one dragon realm? It's enough to kill an arrogant junior like you. At this moment, his power suddenly exploded, and it was already extremely violent. That terrifying power was directly pushed to the peak at this moment. The power finally suppressed down, and in the end, it became an endless gale. The two forces finally converged together. As their figures intersected, Su Yan said to the demonic dragon of 100 beasts indifferently, "Sorry, it's not enough." While his voice was still floating in the ears, the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand had already cut through everything, and directly slashed in front of the demonic dragon of 100 beasts' chest. The demonic dragon of 100 beasts only felt a cold sensation directly pass through his nerves. Then, there was a frenzied and bloodthirsty pain. Damn it! He immediately knew that he was the one who was injured in this exchange. He was filled with disbelief. He was clearly the one who was in the highest realm, but he was the one who lost this exchange. Is the power of the dragon realm really that strong? His heart trembled slightly, and then he immediately put some distance between himself and Su Yan, and his eyes stared straight at Su Yan. There was vigilance in his eyes, and also a trace of inexplicable excitement. Chapter 461. Su Yan held his sword horizontally in front of him as a cold light shot out from his eyes. He stared coldly at the 100 beasts old demon in front of him. The 100 beasts old demon touched the wound on his abdomen. Su Yan had actually made him bleed. After becoming a dragon realm expert, his body had directly transformed. His entire being had become extremely tyrannical. Even if a circle boundary expert like Taoist Heaven Sword attacked, they might not be able to leave a wound on his body. However, at this moment, the bright red blood was mocking him, telling him that he had been severely injured. As far as he was concerned, this was simply the greatest humiliation. His entire soul, and even his entire body, was trembling. Such an injury was simply unforgivable to him. Little bastard, you have successfully angered me. I will make you die a horrible death, the 100 beasts old demon said sinisterly. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not hear his words at all. After the scorching sun sword was stained with blood, the demon dragon's heart's heartbeat became even deeper. Every time it beat, it seemed to drive the blood all over his body. The price for this was that the demon dragon's blood in his body became stronger and stronger. As a result, his body began to no longer listen to his will, and the bloodlust became stronger and stronger. Even though Su Yan was desperately using the regal sword mantra to protect his heart, he still felt unimaginable pain at this moment. No, I can't be devoured, I can't be devoured. At this moment, Su Yan had already started a battle with himself. No, to be more precise, he was fighting with the demon dragon's heart. When the 100 beasts old demon saw Su Yan's expression, he immediately felt that Su Yan was looking down on him. For a powerhouse like him who had always run amok, this was naturally a great insult. No matter what, he could not accept it. At this moment, his body suddenly disappeared from where he was and turned into a stream of light. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of Su Yan. Strangely, Su Yan did not make a move. He was only 3 meters away from Su Yan, but Su Yan did not move at all. He had no intention of making a move at all. Are you looking down on me? I will make you pay the price. Ha! A gust of wind blew, and the tiger's face became even more solemn. Then, a deep roar resounded through the empty valley. When the demon tiger appeared, a gale would follow. The narrow valley was now filled with countless gusts of wind. A gale swept across with a terrifying momentum. Even the boulders began to tremble under the gale. In an instant, a gale. At this moment, the 100-beast-old demon's body began to transform. Did you know that in the past, I once obtained a drop of the Howling Wind Tiger King's blood and refined it, allowing me to achieve my current accomplishments? This is this old man's final trump card. It is your honor to be able to force this old man to use it today. However, this is also your tragedy. In the next moment, an extremely shocking light appeared. The light fell from the top of his head and rushed towards Su Yan. When this ray of light arrived in front of Su Yan's eyes, Su Yan suddenly let out a low roar. He then directly waved his hand and blocked this ray of light. After the light was blocked, it did not disappear. Instead, it emitted an even stronger light. Then, it landed on the 100-beast-old demon's forehead and turned into a terrifying king character. When the character appeared, the 100-beast-old demon's aura became even more domineering. Then, a violent energy swept out. He grabbed at the air, and an almost transparent long whip appeared in his hand. The power surged on the long whip, containing an extremely terrifying amount of energy. That was because the long whip was formed by the wind. The Howling Wind Tiger King was born to control the wind. It was the most decisive monster beast. The 100-beast-old demon had obtained a drop of its blood, and his cultivation had increased to such a level. It was obvious how powerful he was. Not only had the 100-beast-old demon reached the dragon realm, but he had also obtained the ability to control the wind. He swung his whip, and the wind whip whipped towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan instinctively felt the danger. He flapped his wings and disappeared from the spot. When the wind whip struck the air, it directly let out a loud crackling sound. Faintly, there were actually flashes of lightning. From this it could be seen how powerful this attack was. Su Yan dodged the attack, but the 100-beast-old demon did not care. He waved his hand again, and the wind whip followed him like a shadow, lashing towards Su Yan. The whip danced in the air, and a terrifying explosion sounded. Su Yan continued to move along the mountain wall. The wind whip followed closely behind him, and the wind whip passed through the mountain wall. In an instant, the sky shook, and rocks flew everywhere. Ha ha ha, kid. You're like a worm in front of me. What do you have to fight me? The 100-beast-old demon felt an indescribable joy in his heart. The feeling of toying with his opponent in the palm of his hand was wonderful. Roar. Su Yan let out a low roar. It was a roar that did not sound like a human's. It sounded like a real dragon. The 100-beast-old demon said with disdain, "You must have been lucky to obtain the dragon's blood. It's a pity that you can't control the power of the dragon's blood. But don't worry, after I kill you, I'll extract the dragon's blood from your body." The 100-beast-old demon was extremely happy. With the blood of the Howling Wind Tiger King, his strength had increased, and he had reached the dragon realm. It was a pity that when he first obtained the blood, he had lost too much of its power. He had to borrow the blood and souls of other beasts to reach his current level. But at this moment, when he saw the power Su Yan displayed, he knew that the drop of blood in Su Yan's body was not to be underestimated. If he could extract the dragon's blood and refine it with his 100-beasts heart technique, he would become extremely powerful. At that time, not to mention the 5 counties, even in the world of the 9 states, where there were countless experts, he would be able to obtain a position that he could win. Thinking of this, the 100-beasts-old demon became even more excited, and the wind whip moved faster and faster. But at this moment, he realized that Su Yan had stopped in the air. The 100-beasts-old demon sneered, then said, "Humph, is there no way out? What a pitiful worm." The wind whip suddenly swayed, and like a dancing snake, it went straight for Su Yan. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. The moment the wind whip was about to reach him, he stretched out his hand. "How dare you try to catch my Tiger King's Zephyr Whip? You're courting death." The 100-beasts-old demon roared angrily, and then his power became even more rapid. At this moment, Su Yan's speed had actually broken through to an unimaginable level. His palm landed on the Tiger King's Zephyr Whip. A powerful force suddenly erupted, and Su Yan's skin and flesh were directly cut off. In an instant, blood was dripping from his body. However, Su Yan did not care. Even if his flesh was cut off, he did not stop. His whole body turned into a phantom in an instant, and he rushed in front of the 100-beasts-old demon with lightning speed. Then, the scorching sun sword in his hand was fiercely swung at the 100-beasts-old demon. The 100 Beasts Old Demon's expression changed. He had already experienced the power of the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand just now. He knew how terrifying this sword was. How could he let the scorching sun sword hurt him again? In a panic, he raised his other hand and shouted, "Spirit Tiger Claw!" A cold light suddenly appeared, and then directly crossed in front of his head. A loud and clear sound was heard, and a terrifying sound wave spread out, causing the boulders in the valley to explode at the same time. Such power was beyond terrifying. If Su Yan did not bring the 100 Beasts Old Demon to this place, this attack alone would have caused great damage to the Heaven and Earth organization. Countless people would have died under this attack. After the attack, the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly flew backward, and then embedded itself into the stone wall with a clang. Hee, as a swordsman, how can you fight me if you can't even hold the sword in your hand? He laughed wildly, and there was an indescribable contempt in his voice. His eyes fell on Su Yan, and there was a naked mockery in them. However, Su Yan did not care about his mockery. The demonic dragon's aura became even more intense, and the mighty dragon's might directly suppressed the 100 Beasts Old Demon. Feeling the might, the 100 Beasts Old Demon's heart beat wildly. At this moment, he clearly had the upper hand, but a strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Impossible. What kind of dragon blood do you have? How can it contain such terrifying dragon's might? At this moment, he had already exclaimed. However, he did not know that Su Yan's body did not only have a drop of dragon blood, but also the heart of a great demonic dragon. The demonic dragon's aura became more and more violent, and Su Yan almost lost control of his mind. He only felt that in his sea of consciousness, there was suddenly an additional violent giant dragon shadow. The dragon shadow kept moving, wanting to devour him in his sea of consciousness. The bright red eyes of the giant dragon were so terrifying. Damn it, I, Su Yan's soul, have my own master. How dare a mere broken dragon soul act so presumptuously? In his sea of consciousness, Su Yan suddenly activated the supreme mantra, and at the same time, a seal appeared with a thought. This seal was the soul-suppressing seal. As soon as the soul-suppressing seal appeared, the dragon shadow immediately let out an unwilling cry, and then was suppressed. Chapter 462. All of a sudden, several silhouettes appeared between Su Yan and the old demon of 100 Beasts. Each ray of light was a spiritual sword. In an instant, the spiritual swords had surrounded the two of them, above their heads and below their feet. Furthermore, the surroundings of his body were filled with extremely terrifying spiritual swords. The spiritual swords were like a sea of killing intent. At this moment, the sword spirit in Su Yan's mind was suddenly alarmed. The Taishang sword spirit vibrated and let out a sonorous sword cry. Countless sword cries radiated outwards. The intense sword cries moved the tens of thousands of spiritual swords. At this moment, the entire valley was filled with the sound of the spiritual swords vibrating. The storm was extremely violent, but at this moment, it was still not comparable to the tens of thousands of swords. Countless spiritual swords vibrated continuously. It was as if the entire world had fallen into a frenzy of spiritual swords. The sword auras suddenly exploded. All of the sword auras intertwined and formed a sword aura cage in the end. At this moment, even the 100 Beasts Elder was terrified by this scene. His entire body was filled with shock. He simply could not understand why such a situation would occur at this moment. Sword aura. How can there be such powerful sword aura? At this moment, even though he was in the form of the Howling Wind Tiger King, he was still shocked. 100 Beasts Elder, today is the day you die, Su Yan said coldly. Perhaps it was because he was affected by the demonic dragon's heart, but his voice was dry and piercing. It did not sound like a human's voice at all. His gaze landed on his opponent. His entire body was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly rotated. In the end, it condensed into an extremely terrifying and violent force. Tiger King Roar Kill. The 100 Beasts Elder was already anxious. The strength of the Dragon Realm and the transformation of the Howling Wind Tiger King did not give him any sense of security. He only felt that in the next moment, he was going to die completely. Therefore, at this moment, he chose to strike first to gain the upper hand. He wanted to kill Su Yan before Su Yan killed him. Are you scared? Although it was dry and piercing, the voice was much calmer now. It sounded more like a person. What? The 100 Beasts old demon was taken aback at first. Then he stared straight at Su Yan with hatred in his eyes. However, Su Yan didn't care about him and simply said, "I'm asking, are you afraid? Your aura is completely messed up. With the current you, it's impossible for you to defeat me, much less kill me." Su Yan said calmly. His words were like a verdict. Hearing Su Yan's voice, the 100 Beasts demon's heart burned even more fiercely. In the end, the terrifying ray of light directly shot out. All of a sudden, the tyrannical power erupted with endless brilliance. Countless whirlwinds condensed towards the light, and the terrifying wind energy was continuously compressed. In the end, it formed a transparent energy ball the size of a human head. Die! He no longer paid any attention to Su Yan. He no longer paid any attention to him. At this moment, all of his power finally condensed and exploded. The distance between Su Yan and him was too close. The two of them were less than 3 meters apart. Humph, he can't avoid it. This kid definitely can't avoid it. Under his anxious thoughts, the terrifying bomb finally exploded. At this moment, the violent power directly resounded, and then formed a dense storm. The storm swept over like a gale. Under his gaze, at this moment, the Tiger King's roar directly bombarded Su Yan's head. The terrifying energy exploded, and the extremely terrifying recoil force was so strong that even he was directly blown away. His body flew backward in the air, and then he laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. His tiger face became distorted due to his continuous laughter, which made him even more terrifying. After taking such a direct hit, Su Yan was definitely going to die. He didn't doubt this at all. After transforming, he felt that he could even fight against an expert of the Two Dragons realm. Su Yan was already very terrifying to be able to reach this step with the help of external forces. At this moment, he didn't believe that Su Yan could still fight at this point. If that was really the case, this matter was really too ridiculous. Humph! This kid should be completely killed. However, that dragon blood can make him so powerful, so he probably won't be hurt at all. As long as I get that drop of dragon blood, my power will definitely become stronger. Who knows, I might have a chance to become a venerable one. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a beautiful future in his pair of tiger eyes. That kind of power filled his heart with amazement. However, at this moment, a ray of light directly appeared. At this moment, dense sword chi directly fell, and that ray of light at this time continued to flicker, displaying an extremely terrifying brilliance. In just a few moments, that ray of light had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, the 100 Beasts elder was finally able to see that ray of light clearly. The scarlet light was actually a pair of eyes. In those eyes, there seemed to be a dragon's shadow continuously flickering. Then, he saw that person's head clearly. That was no longer a human's head, but a dragon's head. However, after a while, he saw it even more clearly. It turned out that it wasn't a dragon's head, but a helmet that covered the human's head, and the face on the helmet. The 100 Beasts elder would never forget that it was Su Yan. He's not dead. Those two words had already filled his mind, and even his soul. At this moment, he was so confused that he didn't even hear the sound of his chest being pierced. Blood did not flow down, because the scarlet-red scorching sun sword that pierced into his body had already evaporated his blood. After a full 5 seconds, he finally understood. I actually lost. Due to the pain, it was extremely difficult for him to speak, and every word was so difficult to say. However, even at this moment, he was still unwilling to believe that he had lost to his opponent. He was even more unwilling to accept this reality. Impossible, I have the heaven-howling wind tiger's blood. I can't possibly lose, and I can't possibly die. His face gradually began to change, and his original face finally appeared and became clear. However, at this moment, his face looked extremely old. His face was full of wrinkles, and even his pupils were piled up. He raised his hand with difficulty, wanting to pierce Su Yan's chest with it. However, that had already become an extravagant hope, and his slightly trembling hand finally fell limply. He felt that a drop of blood had suddenly appeared in his body. That drop of blood was the size of a baby's fist, and the shadow of a ferocious tiger could be vaguely seen on the blood drop. The moment he saw the blood, Su Yan immediately felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Next, the demonic dragon's heart in his body suddenly jumped, and a terrifying demonic consciousness suddenly exploded. The appearance of such a shadow actually forcibly froze Su Yan in place, rendering him unable to move a single step. Then, a faint shadow suddenly flew out from Su Yan's body. Although the shadow was almost transparent, Su Yan could still see it clearly. It was the legendary dragon shadow, the shadow of the great demonic dragon. At this moment, the shadow had already arrived beside the drop of blood, and began to hover around it. The drop of blood seemed to have sensed danger, and suddenly emitted a red light, rushing into the sky. However, it was already too late. The great demonic dragon's shadow suddenly flapped its wings, and its body suddenly changed, wrapping around the drop of blood. After the dragon's shadow wrapped around the drop of blood began to vibrate continuously. However, all of this was in vain, and in the end, it finally calmed down. The demonic shadow swam gently, and its body seemed to have become slightly more solid. Then, it directly rushed into Su Yan's body, and finally returned to the demonic dragon's heart. At this moment, Su Yan's body returned to his own control. The power gradually receded, and an unimaginable fatigue and sleepiness attacked. Su Yan's body directly fell from the sky to the ground, smashing a small hole in the ground. Su Yan lay on his back in this small hole. The continuous fierce battle had already exhausted him physically and mentally. The power of the demonic dragon's heart was not without a price. The scene of the dragon's shadow swallowing the blood from before lingered in Su Yan's mind. He always felt that when the dragon's shadow disappeared into his body, it seemed to have looked at him. This filled his heart with fear. This dragon shadow was different from the two dragon shadows in the blood dragon pupil. That was because the difference in power between them was too great. The legendary great demonic dragon, to be able to make Yunhee so concerned, must have an extremely terrifying origin. His strength was obvious. Su Yan had a premonition in his heart that sooner or later, this terrifying great demonic dragon would return once again. And this was not all of the hidden dangers. In his left hand, there were still 2 finger bones. That was the belief of the demonic sect, the finger bones of the heavenly demon. Whether it was the great demonic dragon or the heavenly demon, they were probably the most powerful existences in this world. At this moment, these 2 people had karma with him. When he was in the previous world, he had studied the Taoist canon, and he firmly believed in the theory of karma. In the empty valley, the cold wind blew, and the exhaustion became even more intense. Finally, Su Yan's thousands of thoughts were annihilated. Who cares? Too much debt won't weigh me down. Being able to live a new life is something I've earned. Thinking of this, Su Yan could no longer bear the heavy eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 463. When Su Yan woke up, it was already night time. He opened his eyes, and the hazy light entered his vision. Of course, what attracted Su Yan was not the light, but the beautiful figure in front of the light. It was Yun Wanqing. She was probably too sleepy. She curled up beside Su Yan like a pitiful little bird. After a few seconds, Su Yan finally felt that he could control his body. He moved slightly, then let out a soft cry. This time, she immediately moved. She looked up and saw Su Yan open his eyes. She smiled gently, then grabbed Su Yan's hand and said, "You're fine." "That's great." This lively and beautiful voice caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble slightly. It was as if a soft spot in his heart had been touched. Then he smiled and said, "Of course I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry." "All right, how was the battle?" Yun Wanqing got up and brought him a cup of water, then said, "Don't worry, the battle wasn't bad. We won." Without the 100 Beasts Old Demon, the Thunder Sect Master and the Heaven Sword Spiritual Master showed their power. The Heaven Sword Spiritual Master even killed the famous demon, the Horned Goat Spiritual Master. Then, she explained the battle to Su Yan bit by bit. Su Yan listened quietly and finally felt relieved. The battle this time was really bumpy. However, it was fortunate that he took the 100 Beasts Old Demon away. Otherwise, it would not have been easy to win this battle. The 100 Beasts Old Demon was too powerful. The most terrifying thing about him was that he played a role in a group battle. If he summoned 100 beast souls to attack, not many cultivators in the spiritual sea realm could block his attack. It was because of this that he was sufficiently terrifying. However, this soul of 100 beasts was of no use when facing a true expert. It would even weaken his own strength. Therefore, when he fought with Su Yan, he did not use it at all. Yun Wanqing's expression was somewhat unnatural. There was fatigue, but more than that, there was guilt. Although Su Yan had announced to the public that her father had been severely injured because he had killed the Black Demon Supremacy, Su Yan was still in a daze. However, this was only a temporary measure. There were always a few people who could see the truth clearly. Moreover, she could not deceive her own heart. The unforeseen event this time was caused by her father. If it weren't for her father, there wouldn't be so much blood flowing. She would never be able to forget this uneasiness. Su Yan naturally knew what this kind-hearted woman was thinking, so he said softly, "Wanqing, there are many things that you can't change, so don't feel too burdened. I'm fine now. You can go and rest first." Looking at Yun Wanqing's tired face, Su Yan's heart ached. Okay. Yun Wanqing was really tired. Moreover, the Black Demon Supremacy's sword had really injured her origin. Even if Yun He used the cloud mist technique to help her heal, it would take at least a month for her to fully recover. Previously, it was because she was worried about Su Yan that she had relied on her own willpower to hold on until now. Now that she saw that Su Yan was safe and sound, a huge rock in her heart was put down. At this moment, the exhaustion had already surged up like a tide. After Yun Wanqing left, Su Yan got up from the bed and walked to the outside of the Heaven and Earth Organization's mountain. Although the Black Fiend Alliance's sudden attack this time was repelled, it was still tragic. Although the Black Fiend Alliance suffered heavy casualties, the same was true for the Yunqian Alliance. According to Yun Wanqing, 7 of the Heaven and Earth Organization's disciples in the spiritual sea realm had died in battle, and more than 30% of the disciples in the celestial phenomenon realm had died. This did not include the losses of the other sect's disciples. Fortunately, the Black Fiend Alliance had suffered heavy losses. Otherwise, this battle would have been extremely miserable. At this moment, although a day had passed since the battle, there was still a strong smell of blood in the air. The Heaven and Earth Organization, which used to be like a holy land, was now a place that made people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, the sound of steady footsteps could be heard. What's wrong? Are you thinking about something? Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword walked to Su Yan's side. Greetings, Spiritual Master. Seeing that his former spiritual master had arrived, Su Yan hurriedly bowed. However, Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword gently pushed him and said, "Su Yan, you're no longer a disciple of the Burial Sword Tomb, and you're in charge of the Monster Palace, so there's no need for these empty formalities." Su Yan smiled awkwardly. He naturally understood what Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword meant. Compared to before, his identity was completely different. Some things had also changed with his identity. When you first entered the Burial Sword Tomb, your talent was amazing. Although I knew that you were a genius and would definitely rise, I didn't expect you to be so monstrous. At such a young age, you've already entered the Circumference Realm and even killed a terrifying Dragon Realm powerhouse like the 100 Beasts Elder. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's true that the new generation replaces the old. Hee, I really regret that I expelled you from the Burial Sword Tomb back then. These words were not empty words. No matter which spiritual master it was, they all hoped that their disciples could shine and display unparalleled strength. Su Yan smiled faintly but did not say anything. However, for someone like you, the Burial Sword Tomb is truly too small. What the Holy Exalted said is correct. A hidden dragon like you will only be able to stir up trouble and display your strength in the sea, Taoist Heavenly Sword continued. Spiritual Master, you're praising me too much. If this goes on, I'll become arrogant. Su Yan said half-jokingly. Ahahaha, it's fine. Let's be arrogant. You need to know who in the 5 counties can reach your height. By the way, how's the Sacred Master now? Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword asked. Sword Sage was the Sacred Master of the Burial Sword Tomb. When he left with Su Yan, Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword naturally knew about it. The Sacred Master exhausted all his strength in order to save me. He's now in a deep sleep. Su Yan's face darkened when he mentioned Sword Sage. Back then, it was all thanks to this cheap master of his that saved him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how he died. Haha, child, the Sacred Master is only in a deep sleep. You don't have to worry about it. What you need to do is to raise your strength as soon as possible and let the Sacred Master recover his strength. If you have enough strength in the future, just revive the Sacred Master. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword said to Su Yan. Yes, spiritual master. This disciple will keep your words in mind. Su Yan said. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword shook his head helplessly. However, the fact that Su Yan was still the same made him happy. After all, Su Yan had not forgotten his roots. By the way, Spiritual Master, Su Yan has something to ask of you. Su Yan's face suddenly changed and he asked Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword with a solemn expression. Oh, what is it? Spiritual Master, have you heard of the great demonic dragon? Su Yan asked directly. In his body, the demonic dragon's heart and the heavenly demon fingerbone were both huge hidden dangers. In comparison, the heavenly demon fingerbone had sunk into his body, but it had been silent without any movement. On the contrary, the demonic dragon's heart had erupted twice in a short period of time. Every time it erupted, the terrifying aura of the demonic dragon wanted to demonize Su Yan and even turn him into a demonic dragon. Su Yan no longer doubted this. Therefore, Su Yan had to be vigilant. These 2 times, he had endured it with great difficulty. Then, what if the demonic dragon's heart erupted again? Would he still be able to endure it? Even he wasn't sure. Great demonic dragon. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword took a deep breath and then looked at Su Yan with a solemn expression. He asked, Su Yan, when you were fighting with 100 beasts-old demon today, I saw a strong and terrifying demonic chi suddenly emerging from your body. There was even a faint pair of wings on your back. What is going on? Su Yan did not hide anything and told Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword everything that had happened in the Divine Dragon's Abyss. Su Yan had absolute trust in Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword listened carefully to Su Yan's narration. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he fell into deep thought. In the end, his face was full of disbelief. After Su Yan finished, he was silent for a long time and finally asked, Su Yan, are you sure that the demonic dragon's heart is in your body now? And the heavenly demon fingerbone is also in your body? Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword asked 2 questions in a row. Su Yan nodded his head slowly. Su Yan, you must remember this. You must never reveal this matter. Damn it. You didn't kill Yun He at that time. I wonder if this will become a hidden danger. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword's eyes flickered, showing that he was very wary. I know that the heavenly demon is a person worshipped by the demonic sect. His full name is the Great Heavenly Demon Master. Then, what about the Great Demonic Dragon? It is said that he is comparable to the Great Heavenly Demon Master. What kind of existence is he? What is his origin? Su Yan couldn't wait to find out more about these 2 existences. Since they were so powerful, they would most likely be an extremely terrifying threat to him. Sai, you are right. The Great Heavenly Demon Master and the Great Demonic Dragon were the most powerful existences in the ancient times. If the Sacred Sovereign is not asleep now, he might know more. According to the records of the Zongjian Mound, there were many strong cultivators in the ancient times. Compared to the present, the Great Demon Dragon and the Great Heavenly Demon Lord were the most powerful existences. Maybe their cultivation had already reached the limit of the Zunqi layer, or maybe they had already broken through and reached an unprecedented level. Chapter 464. In the most ancient times, the dragon race ruled the world. They were the well-deserved protagonists of the world. As for this great demonic dragon, it was a rebel. It possessed extremely powerful strength and was even given the title of Wings of Death. As for what exactly happened back then, I'm afraid no one knows. The only legend is that the great demonic dragon was killed by the 5 great dragon gods of the dragon race. Therefore, Su Yan, by being tainted by the great demonic dragon, I'm afraid you've provoked a huge karma. Sage Heaven's Sword sighed. Such a thing was indeed incomparably terrifying. No matter who it was, after hearing such news, they would feel an intense sense of despair. In this world, everything was so powerful. The power of fear was so profound that ordinary people simply couldn't imagine it. Since Su Yan was tainted by such a huge trouble, it would be extremely difficult for him to get rid of it. No one knew what the world was like back then. They only knew that everything in this world would eventually head towards complete silence. At this moment, in the sky, rays of radiance began to descend slowly. The twinkling starlight seemed to be trembling because of the 3 words Great Demonic Dragon. Sect Master, although the power of the demonic dragon's heart is powerful, it's a double-edged sword to me. Because its power is gradually increasing, I'm afraid that one day, I won't be able to control it. Su Yan voiced out his worries. Those were definitely not groundless fears. After transforming into the demonic dragon twice in a row, he already had lingering fears. He clearly knew that a portion of the blood in his body had most likely turned into the demonic dragon's blood. If he were to transform into the demonic dragon a few more times, he might fall completely and turn into a true demonic dragon. But no matter what, he was unwilling to do that. Once he transformed into the demonic dragon, his existence as a human would be completely erased. Everything would return to silence. That wasn't a good thing at all. Hearing Su Yan's words, Sage Heaven's Sword knitted his brows tightly. As a matter of fact, he had already begun to consider this problem. If Su Yan didn't say anything, he would have reminded him. The fact that you're able to notice this problem means that you're still you. Sage Heaven's Sword sighed. Su Yan also sighed softly and said, Indeed, but I can't guarantee that it will continue in the future. Su Yan, how did you get rid of the devil dragonification twice? Reverend Heavenly Sword asked. In fact, Su Yan had already mentioned this when he was talking about his experience. However, when Reverend Heavenly Sword spoke again, Su Yan continued, I obtained the soul-subduing seal from Yun He. Furthermore, at that time, the Buddha sword also released a golden light that restrained the heavenly demon fingerbone. As for the regal sword mantra, Su Yan did not mention it. It was not because he did not trust Reverend Heaven's Sword, but because the regal sword mantra was his greatest secret. He instinctively wanted to hide this secret forever, and never tell anyone about it. Hearing Su Yan's answer, Taoist Heavenly Sword did not doubt him. He kept muttering to himself, Futu, Futu. Then he suddenly said, Su Yan, since the soul-subduing seal and the Buddha's sword can restrain the power of the great devil dragon and the heavenly demon, I'm afraid the Buddha's gate will have to deal with the hidden danger in your body. Buddha's gate. Indeed, the onlooker sees more clearly. Previously, Su Yan did not realize it. However, after hearing what Taoist Heavenly Sword said, he immediately came to a realization. That's right, Buddha's power. Apart from the regal power, the inheritance of the Buddha's gate could also restrain the monstrous devil power. Back then, there were still 2 levels in the Buddha's pagoda that he had not passed. During this period of time, he had been fighting outside and his strength had increased rapidly. At this moment, it seemed like it was indeed time to challenge the Buddha's pagoda again. Su Yan, have you made your decision? Sage Heaven's Sword asked. Yes, that's right. Now, it seems like it's time to return to the burial sword tomb. Returning to the burial sword tomb was something that could not be delayed. This was because the devil dragon's heart was in Su Yan's body. Every time it revolved, there would be an additional sense of danger for him. If he suddenly went berserk, no one in the entire 5 counties would be able to stop him. Su Yan definitely did not want to see himself like this. He did not want to become a demon that killed the innocent and forgot everything. Moreover, after this great battle, the Black Demon Alliance's vitality had been greatly damaged. The Dragon Realm expert, 100 Beasts Old Demon, had been killed by Su Yan. The Black Demon had also died in Su Yan's hands. In a short period of time, the Black Demon Alliance had already lost 2 Dragon Realm experts. Dragon Realm experts were now the most powerful force in the 5 counties. They were not vegetables that could be found everywhere. After losing 2 strong fighters of the Dragon Realm, the Black Fiend Alliance should stop for a while. Of course, this was not without its hidden dangers. He still remembered that before the Black Demon died, he had mentioned that the Devil Sex Crown Prince was about to be resurrected. The Black Demon's words before his death could not be false. This fellow was definitely extremely powerful. Su Yan naturally discussed this news with Lei Wanjun and Sage Heaven's Sword. Regardless of whether it was Lei Wanjun or Sage Heaven's Sword, after hearing this news, they both showed a serious expression of jealousy. It could be seen that the Devil Sex Crown Prince was definitely an extremely powerful figure. Su Yan, don't worry. If anything happens in the burial sword tomb, take care of it for me. Also, you don't have to worry too much about the Crown Prince of the Devil Sect. We know what to do. We know what to do, Sage Heaven's Sword said directly to Su Yan. That's right. If he wants to be resurrected, he has to ask for our permission. Don't worry, we will take care of everything, Lei Wanjun said. The Fengxian sect's elders also nodded in support. This time, Su Yan returned to the burial sword tomb in Wushuang City for his own matters. Hence, he went alone. Yun Wanqing wanted to follow but was politely declined by Su Yan. The limited Yun Wanqing's body was too weak and could not withstand such a long journey. As for Lu Fei, he was now a powerful practitioner. Due to the bloodline of the blood-sucking demonic beast king, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He was much stronger than the average person. He was the most important combat strength. Although the Black Fiend Alliance suffered heavy losses this time, it was hard to guarantee that they would not do something crazy. He had to stay here to assist Sage Heaven's Sword. As for Dong Chenghao, Su Yan allowed him to return to the Monster Palace. As the Monster Palace's palace master, he had left the Monster Palace for many days. Although he left 3 puppets for Mu Lu Shui so that he could control the Monster Palace, they were all powerful practitioners. They were powerful practitioners of the realm of Radius and were enough to intimidate Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng. However, chaos had begun to appear in the 5 counties recently. The people of the Black Fiend Alliance had begun to cause trouble everywhere. Among them, there were even powerful practitioners of the Devil Sect behind them. Everyone knew how terrifying the Devil Sect was. Back then, the Princess of Chu was a powerful practitioner of the realm of Radius. However, in front of the Devil Sect, she did not even have the strength to resist and was directly injured. In the Divine Dragon's Abyss, Su Yan experienced the power of the Devil Sect. Whether it was the Ghost Flame Venerable or the White Bone Demon Venerable, they were all powerful practitioners of the Devil Sect. Even the Black Demon Venerable was the same. Even Yun he had to compromise in front of the Devil Sect. From this, one could see how powerful the Devil Sect was. Su Yan understood that the Devil Sect could reduce the strength of the entire Qian realm. Obviously, the strength displayed at this moment was only a small part of Bing Shan's true strength. He was still far from seeing that terrifying strength. The current him was still too weak. Facing a Dragon Realm expert like the 100 Beasts Elder, he had to rely on the power of the Devil Dragon's heart. Based on his current cultivation, not to mention the younger generation, even among the older generation, his strength could be considered powerful and even amazing. However, his enemy was far more powerful than him. He had no choice at all. Because he had no way out, he was also unwilling to retreat. Because of this, the only thing he could do was to become even stronger, until he was strong enough to stand above all living beings. After bidding farewell to everyone, Su Yan directly stepped onto the sword dragon and flew far away. The speed of the sword dragon was extremely fast. Furthermore, Su Yan's spiritual energy was extremely strong. At this moment, he was already an expert of the surrounding 2 mountains. When he fully activated the sword dragon, its speed almost reached half the speed of sound. Although Wushuang City was far from here, Su Yan probably would not take long to reach it if he hurried at full speed. After the previous invasion of the Devil Sect, the burial sword tomb had long been under martial law. Especially since Sage Heaven's Sword was not around, the people in the sect did not dare to act presumptuously. On the other hand, in Wushuang City, because of Su Yan, the Su family was now thriving. They deserved to be called the #1 family in Wushuang City. It was another sunny day. The Su family was still enjoying their peaceful and happy lives. Of course, the young disciples were all cultivating hard. This was because the burial sword tomb would soon recruit disciples again. Back then, the Su family had produced Su Yan. Now, the Su family in Wushuang City was almost alone. If another disciple entered the burial sword tomb, the Su family would definitely become more powerful. Although the chances of producing a disciple as monstrous as Su Yan was not high, as long as one could enter, it would guarantee the Su family's prosperity. At this moment, the door of the Su family's courtyard was slowly pushed open. A figure appeared in the courtyard. This person's appearance was so sudden that no one could react in time. They only stopped when this person spoke. Chapter 465. Su Yan? Are you a friend of Big Brother Su Yan? It's a pity that Big Brother Su Yan left the Su family a long time ago. A pretty girl ran over. Her gaze landed on the black-clothed young man. The black-clothed young man had a pretty face and a sweet appearance. He was truly a top-notch handsome man. As soon as she saw this person, her heart unconsciously moved. The black-clothed young man looked at her, then the corner of his mouth moved slightly as he said, "Big Brother Su Yan? Are you his sister?" "Yes, I'm his clan sister," she said proudly. After Su Yan saved the Su family last time, he had completely become a hero in the hearts of the Su family. The younger generation of disciples even saw him as their idol. Many girls even had feelings of adoration in their hearts. So he's not here. That's a pity. The black-clothed young man was still smiling, but a slight sense of loss flashed through his eyes. The attentive Su Tian quickly caught that inexplicable sense of loss. She did not know why, but a trace of pain suddenly flashed through her heart. Then she said directly, "Big brother, since you're a friend of Big brother Su Yan, then you're a friend of the Su family. I'll go tell grandfather now." She smiled sweetly, then ran directly into the courtyard. The black-clothed young man watched Su Tian run into the courtyard. He first smiled, then said in the deepest voice, "She's as innocent as a flower. But when her smile is stained with blood, I wonder what kind of expression she'll have." His arrival attracted the attention of many people. The girls were naturally happy. After all, his face was so pleasing to the eye. However, some of the men were somewhat dissatisfied. Who is this brat? How dare he trespass into the Su family? There was already a young man who was ready to chase him away. After all, Su Tian was the goddess in his heart. However, at this moment, when this guy appeared, Su Tian showed such enthusiasm. "Su Luo, what are you doing? Didn't you hear what Tianer said? This guy is a friend of Big brother Su Yan." Before he could move, someone beside him pulled him back. This person was stunned at first, then a look of resentment flashed in his eyes. Then he snorted and said, "He's just a friend of Big brother Su Yan? He might even be Big brother Su Yan's enemy." Su Luo's words were said out of anger, but when Su Yu, who was holding him by the side, heard it, his expression changed. Because what Su Luo said wasn't without reason. At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end he said, "Su Luo, you stay here and watch. Before Grandpa Patriarch comes out, don't act rashly. I'll go get the senior brother of the burial sword tomb." Su Yu was an extremely intelligent person in the Su family. At this moment, he immediately made up his mind and left quietly. The black-clothed man stood at the door and waited quietly. Not long after, Su Tiantu and the others came out to greet them. At this moment, although Su Tiantu was already very old, he was still full of vigor. It was obvious that the Su family's days were very peaceful. The Su family's expansion was also very smooth. The things he was worried about were naturally a lot less. "Haha, I heard that young master is Su Yan's good friend? I haven't asked for your name yet. Su Yan is currently traveling the world and isn't at home. But it doesn't matter, I'll definitely take good care of you." Su Tiantu was extremely polite and then said to the black-clothed young master. The black-clothed young master just smiled and said, "I'm Shangguan Shang, empty as in empty, coffin as in coffin. So it's young Master Bailey. Please come in and take a seat." Su Tiantu was still full of smiles and then welcomed this person into the house. The black-clothed young man didn't refuse and very naturally sat on the main seat. Su Tian stood by his side and poured tea for him. Su Luo was only angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to forget Su Yu's warning. Thus, he didn't move and at the same time secretly chased away his brothers and sisters. The black-clothed young man didn't speak much and only asked a few simple questions. Most of the time, it was Su Tiantu who was talking. Suddenly, the black-clothed young man interrupted Su Tiantu's words and then asked, "Su Yan's father is Su Lin?" This question was very sudden and Su Tiantu's expression suddenly froze. But at this time, he didn't dare to have any different expression and only said, "Su Yan's father is indeed called Su Lin, but he passed away when this child was very young." He had been carefully paying attention to the black-clothed young man's expression changes. Su Tiantu had been in charge of the Su family for so many years. Although he was old, his heart was like a mirror. He wasn't like Su Tian, this little girl who didn't know anything. When he heard someone say that he was Su Yan's friend, he was happy in his heart and directly called him into the house. When he saw this black-clothed young man, he already knew that this young man was definitely a terrifying person. Although in his eyes, this young man was very ordinary and was only the most ordinary young man. But, since he could say that he was Su Yan's friend, he knew that this person was definitely not simple. Regardless of whether his words were true or false, at least he and Su Yan were people of the same level. This old man's heart was as clear as snow. When he last appeared, Su Yan's cultivation had already surpassed his by leaps and bounds. Now that he hadn't seen Su Yan for such a long time, he was afraid that Su Yan's cultivation would be even more terrifying. Therefore,
He was really respectful towards this black-clothed young man and didn't dare to slight him in the slightest.
Dead. Haha, Su Lin is actually dead? This is really...
The black-clothed young man suddenly sneered.
Hearing this, Su Tiantu's heart slightly trembled.
This black-clothed young man was actually asking about Su Lin. Su Lin was a new force to be reckoned with in the Su family, and was truly a powerhouse of his generation. Among his juniors, he was undoubtedly the strongest. As for his son, Su Nian, he couldn't be compared to Su Lin at all. However, his understanding of Su Lin was limited to the treasure that he left for Su Yan. He didn't know anything else. At this moment, it seemed that Su Lin's strength was above his expectations. Young Master Bailey. You know the person who changed his name to Su Lin? Maybe it's just someone with the same name. Su Tiantu said with a forced smile. He tried to make himself appear more natural. However, Shangguan Shang's next sentence made him unable to maintain the smile on his face. You seem to be very afraid of me. The black-clothed young man suddenly said such a sentence. Su Tiantu's smile suddenly froze. However, he was a scheming person after all. He immediately coughed dryly and said, Young Master Bailey, you're joking. At this moment, Shangguan Shang's gaze had already landed on him. The corner of his mouth moved slightly and said, Is that so? But since you're not afraid, that's good. At this moment, Su Tian had already noticed that the atmosphere in the hall seemed to be a little off. He wanted to say something, but unfortunately, there was no place for him to speak. At this moment, suddenly, someone walked into the courtyard. Grandfather, Ouyang Cheng of the burial sword tomb is here to visit. As he spoke, Su Yu had already brought Ouyang Cheng in. The corner of Shangguan Shang's mouth moved slightly. He looked at Su Yu, who was walking towards them with a faint smile. When Su Yu quietly left, he had already noticed it. However, he was not interested in paying attention to it. At this moment, his gaze landed on Ouyang Cheng. Are these the reinforcements you found? It seems that he's too weak, he said directly. Although his words were calm, they were extremely arrogant and overbearing. Ouyang Cheng's gaze was slightly cold. He already knew that the person in front of him was an extremely powerful person. He was probably not someone he could contend against now. You must be a friend from the Devil's Sect. I wonder why you've come to the Su family. You should know that Su Yan has already left the Su family. There's no point in you taking revenge on the Su family, Ouyang Cheng said directly. After he said that, the hall suddenly became cold. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Su Tian even felt that a layer of ice had appeared in front of her. In the next moment, Shangguan Shang smiled faintly, and the terrifying chill dissipated in an instant. Left the Su family? Haha, what does that have to do with me? If I, Shangguan Shang, want to make things difficult for anyone, do I need your permission? At this moment, although the cold killing intent was no longer there, it was still so cold to everyone. It was as if they had completely fallen into Bing Shan. Sir, what do you want? Ouyang Cheng asked again. At this moment, he was already on guard, waiting for the storm to come. At this moment, Shangguan Shang smiled faintly and suddenly reached out his hand. At this moment, Ouyang Cheng felt an extremely powerful and terrifying force pouncing towards him. Feeling this terrifying aura, his heart trembled a little, as if he would be killed in the next moment. Haha, I told you, you're not my opponent. So what I want to do has nothing to do with you, he said calmly. Ouyang Cheng only snapped out of his daze when he heard Li Tianlan's voice. Clang! A loud sound was heard. The sword in Ouyang Cheng's hand had broken into two and fell to the ground. Such methods were simply miraculous and could be said to be terrifying. The difference between the two was obvious at this moment. If Shangguan Shang had wanted to kill Ouyang Cheng, it would have been done in a flash. At this moment, Shangguan Shang stood up calmly. Then he walked to Su Tian's side and smiled at her. Miss, your smile is very beautiful. So, I want you to accompany me for a walk. What do you think? Shangguan Shang's voice fell into Su Tian's ears. Chapter 466. Su Yan finally arrived at the burial sword tomb. For him, the burial sword tomb could be said to be the place where his life began. It was here that he truly began to cultivate. It was also here that he met Lu Fei. Of course, the most important thing was the beautiful woman in red, Lin Hualu. Thinking of Lin Hualu, Su Yan felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. At this moment, he had a few more confidants around him. However, it was even more difficult for him to forget Lin Hualu. At this moment, he suddenly felt the blood in his body move, and an unimaginable and terrible desire directly burst out. Su Yan knew that this was the result of the dragon blood in his body being agitated again. In the short time that he controlled the sword dragon, the heart of the demonic dragon had already experienced several situations. Although the situation wasn't very strong each time, Su Yan knew that this was a sign that indicated that he could no longer control the demon dragon's heart well. If he still could not find a way to control the heart of the demonic dragon, he was afraid that the heart of the demonic dragon would completely riot. At that time, everything would be too late. Have I finally arrived at the burial sword tomb? Su Yan did not stop at all, but directly rushed toward the sword well. Although the sword well was finally closed back then, for him at this moment, it was naturally nothing. Su Yan directly controlled the sword to open the way. Finally, he once again arrived in front of the pagoda. His fate began to change here. At that time, he had consecutively broken through the first 5 floors, and each floor had some benefits. However, at that time, his cultivation was still shallow, and the last 2 floors were simply forbidden for him. Before Venerable Wandering Slayer disappeared, he had once said that when Su Yan had enough cultivation, he must come here. He did not know whether Su Yan had reached the so-called enough cultivation, but he understood that he had to break in here at this time. Because if he did not come here, the heart of the demonic dragon in his body would completely go berserk, and then it would control Su Yan, turning him into a walking corpse. With a light shake, the Buddha sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. The Buddha's sword was the key to the pagoda. Without the Buddha's sword, Su Yan would not have been able to enter the pagoda. Since the Buddha pagoda was an heirloom passed down by the Buddha gate, it naturally possessed extraordinary power. At this moment, Su Yan gently tossed out the pagoda sword in his hand. The Buddha's sword didn't move at all. Instead, it stood still in the air. In the next moment, a golden light flickered, and the intense brilliance was incomparably dazzling. The golden light grew thicker and thicker. In the end, it had already wrapped Su Yan within it. Su Yan had to admit that the blazing golden light was indeed very restrictive. Since the demon dragon's heart entered his body, he hadn't felt this relaxed for a long time. At this moment, he was completely convinced that this place could really solve the problem in his body. Boundless golden light continued to converge on the Buddha's sword. A faint golden question mark appeared, and the golden light floated in the sky, appearing extremely majestic. In the end, the golden light suddenly trembled and stuck to the Buddha pagoda. The brilliance of the Buddha pagoda grew stronger and stronger. In the end, all the brilliance flashed, and all the power between heaven and earth was finally displayed to the fullest. The door slowly opened. Su Yan didn't move at all. He stepped directly into the Buddha pagoda. Under the golden light, he had already arrived on the 5th floor in the next moment. Everything around him seemed very familiar. He still remembered the scene when he was in a hurry to leave the Buddha pagoda but was trapped by Venerable Buddha. Now that he thought about it, everything was somewhat familiar. However, at this moment, Venerable Buddha's power was exhausted and had disappeared forever. There was only a cold Buddha pagoda left. Looking at the door in front of him, Su Yan slowly adjusted his breathing and then activated his most powerful power. The way to break through the 6th level was very simple. It was to break through the door in front of him in one go. However, it seemed simple, but in fact, it wasn't. This was a life and death line to judge one's power. If Su Yan's power wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to enter no matter what. At this moment, Su Yan's scorching sun sword appeared in his hand. Then, he began to activate the Elephant Divine skill. Celestial Sword Technique. Among the many Elephant Divine skills, this Elephant Divine skill had the strongest attack power. With his strength of the Radius Mountain and the Scorching Sun Sword, the most powerful Scorching Sun Sword was displayed. The terrifying power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan directly activated the sword move. The sword light was shining to the extreme, and the intense brilliance suddenly rose to the extreme. The entire pagoda was filled with this resplendent sword ray. Such powerful power continued to gush out, and in the end, it condensed on the Scorching Sun Sword. The brilliance of the Scorching Sun Sword's blade was unprecedentedly endless. "Break it for me," he shouted coldly. However, just as he was about to make his move, his eyebrows twitched again. This was because at this moment,
he felt the demonic dragon's heart in his body beat once again. At this moment, the sword light of the celestial sword technique directly entered the door. The moment the celestial sword technique entered the door didn't move at all. The powerful sword aura attacked the door countless times, but in the end, the door didn't move at all. Su Yan suddenly took a step back. A ray of divine light burst out from his eyes. The power he used this time was almost all of his power. He dared to bet that such an attack could break through the defense of a Dragon Realm cultivator. However, the door didn't even tremble. How is this possible? This stone door didn't even move a single bit. Su Yan walked in front of the stone door and touched it. A cold aura was transmitted. At this moment, a layer of ice suddenly appeared on Su Yan's palm that was touching the stone door. When the ice appeared, Su Yan didn't even have time to react. The ice had already spread. Then with lightning speed, it sealed Su Yan's entire body in ice. Su Yan's entire body froze on the spot, and then he was sealed in ice. At this moment, his soul seemed to fly out of his sea of consciousness. Countless clouds and mist whistled in Su Yan's ears. So fast! Su Yan was shocked. Based on his current state, he had completely surpassed the speed of sound. This speed was something that he couldn't achieve even when he was in the demonic dragon form and controlling the sword dragon. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan's ears finally quietened down. He breathed heavily as he looked around. What happened just now made him feel surprised and even horrified. This was because he clearly remembered that just a moment ago, he was still standing in front of the stone door, worrying about how to break open the stone door. However, at this moment, he was in a world of birds and flowers. There was no longer any ice seal here. The gentle sun descended, and the surrounding was green with trees that connected to the sky. Birds were chirping, flowers, and insects were enjoying themselves. Even he himself felt an extremely comfortable warmth. What is going on? Why am I here? Where is this? Just as Su Yan was feeling puzzled, a mountain song suddenly came from afar. The song was strong and powerful, and it faintly had an artistic conception of crossing the sky. Su Yan was shocked. Just based on this power alone, he is already an incredible existence. I'm afraid his cultivation level is already in the Dragon Realm. At this moment, the person who was singing had already appeared in front of him. This person had a head of black hair that was casually scattered. He was wearing a bear skin. He held a steel fork in one hand and a large wolf in the other. This person walked closer and closer, and the shock in Su Yan's heart grew more and more intense. This was because as this person came closer, he could faintly feel a pressure coming towards him. Su Yan had felt this pressure from the 100 Beasts Old Demon and Yun He. This was the dragon force of the Dragon Realm. However, the problem was that even the dragon force released by Yun He, who was in the Three Dragons realm, could not compare to this person who was dressed like a hunter. Who on earth was this person? Since when had there been such an extraordinary person in the 5 counties? What made Su Yan even more shocked was that this extraordinary person was actually dressed like a hunter at this moment. Just as Su Yan's nerves were running out, the hunter had already arrived in front of Su Yan. He looked at Su Yan, gave a simple and honest smile, and then said, "Young master, why are you alone in this mountain? This mountain is really dangerous. Why don't you follow me down the mountain?" Hearing the hunter's voice, Su Yan reacted and said, "Brother, may I ask where this place is? I don't know how I got here, so I hope you can tell me." Su Yan organized his thoughts and asked carefully. Hearing Su Yan's question, the hunter's eyes were filled with doubt. However, after a moment, he laughed heartily and said, "Hee, little brother, you are very bold. Ferocious beasts roam the 100,000 mountains and it is extremely dangerous. You directly barged in. Hurry up and follow me down the mountain. It's going to be night soon. This 100,000 mountains is very dangerous," the hunter said to Su Yan. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through Su Yan's mind. With his current strength, what wild beast could pose a threat to him? However, he did not say this out loud because the hunter's aura was that of the Dragon Realm. If he said that this place was dangerous, then there must be something else here. Chapter 467. This was an extremely terrifying place. That was the answer that Su Yan came to. This was because when Su Yan followed the hunter down the mountain, he saw the hunter in action with his own eyes. On the way down the mountain, they encountered a giant snake. This giant snake's body actually exuded an extremely terrifying dragon's aura. Su Yan even felt that the snake in front of him was a real dragon. Fortunately, this seemed to be an extremely special place. Otherwise, the devil dragon's heart would definitely go on a rampage again. At that time, when Su Yan was about to make a move, the hunter beat him to it. He immediately roared and then turned the steel fork in his hand. This ordinary steel fork directly burst out with an extremely terrifying light in his hand, and then flew out at an incredible speed. In the next moment, the steel fork had already hit the giant snake's body. This time, Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. On the other hand, the hunter's expression was calm, and he did not take this matter to heart at all. Haha, what a stupid snake. It's actually courting death in front of me. But this is also good. I was just worried that I didn't have enough food to entertain you tonight. Brother, help me hold the steel fork. I'll carry this snake back. The hunter said as he handed over the steel fork. Su Yan took the steel fork without batting an eyelid. However, in the next moment, his brows furrowed. With the steel fork in hand, Su Yan's entire body sank down a little. Su Yan had to use both hands to support the weight of the steel fork. He originally thought that it was just a steel fork, but he did not expect it to be so heavy. This made Su Yan feel extremely shocked. By the way, brother, I'm De Gang. What's your name? After this episode, De Gang once again communicated with Su Yan. Naturally, Su Yan could not tell him that he came from another world, so he could only say that he was doing business here and did not know how he ended up here. Brother, you must have fallen into the black wind. Under the 100,000 mountains, the most terrifying thing is the black wind. You're lucky that you only got hung up here and met me. If you were unlucky, I'm afraid you would have been killed by the black wind. He said to Su Yan. Black wind. Su Yan felt strange. Yes, it's also called the demon wind. Some people say that it's the work of a great demon in the 100,000 mountains. It creates a black wind that blows people into the mountains and then eats them alive. De Gang dragged the long snake and carried the dead wolf's body as he walked forward. Su Yan asked, Brother De Gang, if I may ask, how long have you been cultivating? What realm are you in now? Cultivating? Hee, we mountain people don't have the time to cultivate seriously. It's just that I've been following my father to hunt in the mountains since I was young and learned some skills from him. As for the realm, I don't know. De Gang said directly. You only learned some skills from hunting? Su Yan was surprised. With De Gang's skills, if he was in the 5 commanderies, he could be the master of a region. After all, even Yun he might not be his opponent. However, in his words, it was not worth mentioning. Brother De Gang, are those great demons very powerful? Could it be that even you are no match for him? Su Yan asked again. Ha, Brother Su Yan, don't joke. These great demons are not only very powerful, they are terrifyingly powerful. I'm nothing. If these great demons really come out, I'm afraid they can kill me with just a finger. It's a pity that they can't come out from the depths of the 100,000 mountains. De Gang continued. As Su Yan asked, De Gang answered. Su Yan asked more and more questions, but this De Gang was really a good person. He did not bicker with Su Yan. Whatever Su Yan asked, De Gang answered. Following De Gang's description, Su Yan was finally familiar with the situation here. This was a place called the 100,000 Mountains. In the 100,000 mountains, there were endless forests and forests. Mountain was a native of this place. Ever since he was young, he had never left this place. This was because this place was too dangerous and remote. If one wanted to leave this place, they would have to pay a huge price. In the mountains, there were all kinds of wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, birds, and beasts. Su Yan had a rough understanding of the beasts. These beasts that De Gang called normal beasts most likely had the strength of the dragon realm. This made Su Yan extremely shocked. If that was the case, without using the devil dragon's heart, he was not their opponent at all. This result was inevitably sad. Su Yan finally understood why Venerable Wandering Slayer wanted him to come here when he had enough strength. Compared to the 5 counties continents, this was simply a terrifying world. He was brought here by the stone door. If he guessed correctly, in order to crack the stone door and enter the 6th floor, he needed to find the answer in this world. As for what kind of answer it was, although Su Yan was still not sure, he vaguely felt that this was related to the demons in the depths of the 100,000 mountains that De Gang said. However, for Su Yan, this was probably too difficult. After all, there was a great demon in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. According to De Gang's description, this was also an extremely terrifying existence. However, for Su Yan, De Gang seemed to be a very terrifying existence. This was because De Gang had once said, "Brother Su Yan, you are handsome, but unfortunately, you seem to be a little too weak." A little too weak. When Su Yan heard this answer, he was a little speechless. He did not even know how to answer this question because he could not tell De Gang that he was already a powerhouse in his world. The two of them walked for a long time before they finally arrived at their destination. This was De Gang's home. In a hidden valley, there was a small mountain village. The village was not prosperous. After all, the living conditions in the 100,000 mountains were really harsh. Even though the terrain of this valley was very comfortable and safe, it was still full of danger at all times. Outside the mountain village, many mechanisms were set up. Some of the mechanisms were stained with blood that had not even dried up. From this, it could be seen that a battle had just broken out here not long ago. Moreover, it was an extremely fierce battle. This is my village, Great Yen Village. There aren't many people in the village, but there aren't few either. There are about 200 people, De Gang said to Su Yan. De Gang was very popular in the village. As soon as he returned, many people in the village greeted him. Su Yan followed behind him and watched as De Gang and the villagers responded one by one. However, he did not speak. He only carefully sized up the villagers. The people here were really beyond Su Yan's expectations. He had originally thought that De Gang was powerful because he was an individual, but he soon realized that was not the case. Even a child seemed very powerful. He could even fight against a spiritual sea realm powerhouse at the life-soul realm. The women were also very terrifying. The auras on their bodies were extremely powerful and terrifying. Big brother, the harvest seems to be good. A black killer snake and a wolf. At that moment, a girl stood in front of De Gang with a face full of joy. When De Gang saw him, an unconcealable look of joy appeared on his face. Yes, it's indeed good. This black killer snake came to me on its own accord. Ha ha ha. By the way, sister, this is my new friend. His name is Su Yan. De Gang introduced him to the girl. Su Yan smiled at the girl and said, "Hello, I'm Su Yan. I came here in a hurry and did not have anything good. Let me give you this as a greeting gift." As Su Yan spoke, he suddenly took out the astonishing celestial sword. The astonishing celestial sword had followed him all the way here. It was really a handy weapon. However, as Su Yan's cultivation base increased, his spirit chi became even more terrifying. This sword could no longer withstand Su Yan's spirit chi. After all, it was only a long sword that ugly uncle had forged when he was depressed. Su Yan was already indebted to De Gang for saving his life. When he saw his sister, he needed to express his gratitude. Therefore, he gave the sword to the girl. When the girl received the astonishing celestial sword, her face was full of joy. Obviously, she liked it very much. In a mountain village like this, there were no excellent forging methods. It was already very rare to have such a sword. However, she still looked at De Gang. Obviously, she was asking for De Gang's opinion. De Gang just laughed and said, "Okay, take it. This is also a token of appreciation from brother Su Yan. Let's go back and prepare some delicious food." After getting De Gang's approval, she was immediately full of joy. Then, she took the astonishing celestial sword and ran away. Su Yan's gaze fell on her running figure and he muttered to himself. Of course, this was not because Su Yan had feelings for the girl. It was because Su Yan saw that this girl was special. In this village, even the children who were playing were full of spiritual power. They were like little savage beasts. And the adult women were even more extraordinary. They were even strong cultivators in the spiritual sea realm. Among them, the most terrifying ones that Su Yan had seen had already reached the dragon realm. They were real female tyrannosauruses. However, Aya's body did not have any spiritual power at all. She was an extremely simple and ordinary girl. She did not have any spiritual power for cultivation. Therefore, Su Yan felt that it was strange. "Sigh, brother Su Yan, you must have seen that Aya's body does not have any power." De Gang sighed and said. Su Yan nodded and then asked, "Indeed, I didn't feel the slightest bit of spiritual energy from Aya's body." That is strength. In this village, Is Aya the only one like this? Degang was silent for a while. Finally he sighed and said, Yes, only Aya. Chapter 468. Su Yan did not ask any more questions. Degang quickly suppressed the thoughts in his heart and then led Su Yan into the house. Degang's house was very special. The reason for that was because the other houses were built next to each other. This was very understandable. In such a dangerous environment, building next to each other would naturally bring about a sense of security. If an accident really happened, everyone could take care of each other and help each other in the shortest time possible so that they could deal with it together. However, Degang's home was located far away from the city. This design was undoubtedly stupid. Normally it would be fine. However, if any demonic beasts came, this place would be in a very awkward situation. Even if the villagers wanted to help, it would be very inconvenient. In this house, only Degang and his sister lived. When Degang was here, it did not matter. After all, Degang's strength was in the dragon realm. He saw with his own eyes that the black killer snake was easily killed by Degang with a fork. If it was him, there might be a big battle. It was even possible that he would be directly swallowed by the black killer snake. However, since Degang was going to hunt during the day, what should be done here? It did not need a large beast. As long as there was a flying insect, it would be a fatal threat to Aya. However, Su Yan did not ask this question. Aya was a kind and capable girl. Although she did not have spiritual power, her cooking was not bad. After Degang helped her to process the meat, she began to roast the meat quietly by herself. Degang's house was very special. In front of the house, there were fields with some vegetable sprouts. Su Yan saw clearly that these vegetables were wild vegetables. This was because he had seen them outside when he followed Degang here. The reason why it was special was because the other villagers had never seen such a field. At night, the aroma of roast meat quickly filled the air. Even Su Yan was drooling. Hee, brother Su Yan, my sister's culinary skills aren't bad, right? Being able to enjoy her cooking is your greatest fortune today, Degang said proudly. Yes, brother Degang is right. I've never enjoyed such delicious food before, Su Yan replied loudly. These words were not a lie. Of course, there were countless delicacies in the 5 counties, but Aya's culinary skills were unique. It wasn't that her food was the most delicious, but it was definitely the most special. When the barbecued meat entered his mouth, there was a refreshing taste. It was as refreshing as mint. Moreover, the meat was extraordinary. This was the meat of a wild beast in the dragon realm. Even after being burned, the spiritual energy within could still be clearly detected. It's good that Big Brother Su Yan likes it. You should eat more. Big Brother said that eating more meat will make you stronger. Aya smiled sweetly. When she smiled, her eyes narrowed slightly, making her look extremely beautiful. Su Yan didn't hold back and wolfed down the meat in big mouthfuls. However, compared to Degang, the way he ate was simply too elegant. Degang's eating speed and appetite were as terrifying as his strength. After dinner, Degang cleaned up an empty room for Su Yan, then returned to his own room to sleep. He had to fight in the mountains during the day. Just as he said, the mountains were too dangerous. There were countless hidden dangers. Even he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to enter the mountains safely. Everything in the mountains was extremely dangerous. For Degang, today's wild beasts were simply not worth mentioning. However, it was impossible for him to do this every single day. Thus, he had to ensure that he was in peak condition. Without a doubt, sleep was the best method to restore his strength. The night wind blew. A faint sound of a bamboo flute entered Su Yan's ears. The sound of the flute was very beautiful, like a leisurely spring. However, in the sound of the flute, there was a sadness and loss that couldn't be hidden. Su Yan quietly walked outside. Under the night wind, his fine black hair danced in the wind. The girl looked up at the sky, and the flute emitted a low sound of resentment and admiration. It was the girl's heart. Su Yan didn't interrupt her. Knowing that the song was over, Su Yan sighed and walked to the girl's side. Aya, you don't seem happy. Su Yan said to Aya. No, I'm very happy. Aya raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a smile. However, no matter how one looked at it, this smile seemed somewhat bitter. She raised her head and looked at the sky. After pondering for a long time, she finally asked, Big Brother Su Yan, you're from the outside, right?
Yes, I came from the outside, Su Yan said. There was nothing to hide, and he waited for the girl to continue. However, Aya pondered for a long time, and then sighed faintly and said, Aya too. These few words suddenly surprised Su Yan. Never had he imagined that Aya actually didn't belong to the Grand Myriad Mountains as well. Big Brother said, I was blown into the mountains by the black wind, and it was Big Brother's father who saved me, and then adopted me. Aya said softly. Su Yan didn't speak, and just listened quietly. However, Aya was cursed by the mountain god. Her voice suddenly became very low, and there were sparkling tears in the corner of her eyes. She suppressed the sadness in her voice and spoke intermittently. Aya was cursed by the mountain god, and in order to save Aya, my father died. Moreover, Aya never had any power, and I couldn't train my power. If it wasn't for Big Brother Dagang taking care of me, I'm afraid I definitely wouldn't be alive today. Aya's few words made Su Yan feel endless bitterness. This girl must have lived a very hard life. Big Brother Dagang said, there are many things that can't be changed, and we can only silently accept it. However, I know that Big Brother Dagang isn't satisfied. Aya paused and then continued, Big Brother Dagang is very powerful, and his talent is very good, and he works harder than any of the villagers, so now Big Brother Dagang's strength can be ranked in the top 5 in the village. This was also the reason why Dagang was respected and paid attention to by the villagers. After all, the strong would be respected no matter where they were. If it wasn't for Aya, Big Brother Dagang's life would definitely be very good, and there would be girls in the village who would marry Big Brother, but... Aya suddenly sighed. Even if she didn't say the following things, Su Yan knew. Since she was cursed by the mountain god, then to this small village, she was an ominous existence. Even if Dagang had great strength, no one would take this kind of risk to marry Dagang. This was very easy to judge. If the villagers would accept Aya, then their houses wouldn't be so remote. This girl was already very pitiful, and then the villagers treated her as an ominous person, and even she herself began to think so. Big Brother Su Yan, I'm sorry, I unknowingly said these things to you. Aya said dejectedly. Su Yan smiled, and then walked to Aya's side and sat down. Aya was clearly a bit resistant to this action. She said in a low voice, Big Brother Su Yan, please don't get too close to me because I'm scared. Okay, Aya, don't be sad. How are you an ominous existence? You are clearly a beautiful fairy. Su Yan said with a smile. Besides, I also came from the outside. If you are an ominous person, then am I not? Su Yan asked. No, it's not the same because father will die. Aya's voice became even more sorrowful. Listen, Aya, your father died to save you. This is indeed a very sad thing, but this is your father's choice. This also means that he chose to exchange his life for yours, so your life is very heavy, because you are carrying your father's hope. Su Yan said to her word by word. Hearing Su Yan's words, Aya was a bit startled. Carrying my father's hope? She whispered to herself. Yes, carrying your father's hope to live. I think if Dagang and your father were still alive, they would definitely be unhappy when they see you like this. What do you think Dagang is working so hard for? Is it just to eat meat? No, definitely not. He is the same as his father. He also wants you to live a happy life. Su Yan said again. Hearing Su Yan's words, Aya fell into silence. Actually, Aya has nothing to be unhappy about. To have Big Brother Dagang with me is the greatest happiness for me. It's just that Big Brother Dagang is determined to help me remove the curse. I don't want him to do that. Aya said in a low voice. Actually, as long as Aya dies, Big Brother won't have to work so hard. Su Yan felt strange, because from the beginning, this beautiful girl said that she was cursed by the mountain god. What is this so-called mountain god's curse? At this time, Aya's expression suddenly changed. Su Yan clearly felt a kind of aura emitted from Aya's body. This is actually a kind of demonic aura. At this moment, in the distant sky, there was a sudden movement. Su Yan stood up abruptly as his eyes glowed brightly. But the next moment, he was alarmed again. Because at this time, the red light on Aya's body was actually getting stronger and stronger. Curse, the curse is acting up. Big Brother Su Yan, quickly, leave me. Aya suddenly exclaimed, and then ran out of the courtyard. Su Yan was startled. He instantly understood Aya's meaning. As long as Aya dies, Big Brother won't have to work so hard. This silly girl. At this moment, in the sky, a bat suddenly flew over at an extremely fast speed.
Su Yan didn't have time to think. He directly called out the Scorching Sun Sword. When the Scorching Sun Sword entered his hand, a blazing light directly rose up. "Evil creature! Get out of my way!" Su Yan roared angrily. The sword light directly turned into a bolt of lightning, turning into thousands of rays of light in mid-air, directly piercing towards the bat. The bat was directly pierced by Su Yan's sword. It directly let out an extremely mournful cry, on its body bursting into balls of flames, burning its body with a bang, then finally turned into ashes. A woo! Roar! However, this was far from the end. At this moment, all kinds of wild beasts roared, and Su Yan clearly felt that the target of these damned fellows was most likely Aya. "Is this the curse?" Su Yan didn't have time to think. He directly roared, "De Gang!" In fact, without Su Yan's voice, De Gang had already woken up. Holding a steel fork, he directly broke open the door. On his simple and honest face, there was a murderous aura. "Damned beast, stay away from my sister." He was like an angry dragon, letting out an angry roar. Then, the steel fork directly turned into a deadly scythe, directly piercing through the body of the wild beast. "Su Yan, protect my sister." De Gang roared, and at this moment, Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon, already flying towards Aya. Under the envelopment of the demonic light, Aya's delicate and pretty face actually had a gorgeous appearance. And on her fair cheeks, there was an additional wrinkle. This is a demonic pattern." Su Yan panicked, but at this moment, he didn't dare to be negligent. But what surprised him was that at this moment, Aya's speed was actually so fast. She was clearly just a little girl without the slightest bit of spiritual power. However, Su Yan's strongest point was his speed, and at this moment, with the presence of the sword dragon finally, at the critical moment, Su Yan directly caught up with Aya. At this moment, a shadow suddenly fell from the sky. It was a very ugly winged flying dragon. After seeing Aya, its eyes burned with madness, and it suddenly pounced from the sky. This flying dragon's body was covered with ferocious scales, and it opened its bloody mouth, revealing long teeth full of tooth wax. It opened its bloody mouth wide, and crazily bit down below. Because it was flying too fast, the winged flying dragon's two wings directly slashed through the air, making a whistling sound, and then a graceful sound instantly exploded. It made people feel as if their souls were trembling. "Beast, die for me." The immortal sword technique suddenly attacked. If it was in the past, it would take a period of time to gather power to use this kind of 10,000 mammoth divine skill, but at this moment, with the support of the boundary of the two mountains, his power was no longer small matter. This sudden burst of power was absolutely terrifying. The shadow of the immortal sword condensed and directly swept across the air. The winged flying dragon was directly slashed by the immortal sword technique, and with a slash, blood burst out. However, this winged flying dragon was really too powerful. This was a true demonic beast of the dragon realm. Even Su Yan's full-strength sword only managed to push it back, and it only made it bleed a little. The long sword in Su Yan's hand once again burst out a ray of light, the long sword madly sweeping the surrounding void, collapsing one ray of light after another. The sword light swept the void wildly, all bombarding the flying dragon in mid-air. However, the flying dragon's scales were ferocious, and when the sword light swept over, it only shot out flames. It couldn't withstand the slightest bit of damage. This was simply terrifying, but now was not the time for Su Yan to be shocked. Taking advantage of the gap between the winged flying dragon's retreat, Su Yan directly swooped down, and then directly hugged Aya in his arms. Chapter 469. D****. Su Yan was alarmed by the sudden attack of the group of bats. He sensed an extremely powerful demonic aura from this group of pitch-black fellows. If he was entangled by such a group of things, not only Aya, but even he would not have a good ending. At this point, how could he not be nervous? 10,000 elephant divine skill, torrential storm of rose blossoms. Fortunately, the 10,000 elephant divine skill could still be used. The powerful 10,000 elephant divine skill exploded at this moment, and countless sword auras burst out. Although this place was strange, it was not outrageous. Although this group of bats was strong, it was not outrageous to the extent that the entire group of bats were in the dragon realm. Su Yan had not cultivated the torrential storm of rose blossoms to a high level. If he faced a dragon realm elite, it would not be much of a deterrent. But to a spiritual sea realm elite, it was still very lethal. At this moment, the sword auras burst out, and the boundless sword auras suddenly rotated. In an instant, the pure white pear blossoms bloomed with a bright red radiance. The bright red color was naturally the blood of the bats. Su Yan supported the dragon blood ice fire shield, and directly enveloped Aya within, preventing the blood from staining Aya's body. Aya just curled up, and her whole body was trembling like a frightened bird. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood what the so-called curse was. That was the demonic aura. Aya actually had such a strong demonic aura on her body. She was clearly not a human. No, to be more precise, she was clearly not a real human, but a half-demon. The blood of the demon race flowed in her body, but also the blood of the human race. Normally, she looked like a human. But once the blood in her body was activated, the demonic aura on her body would burst out directly. The strong demonic aura trembled continuously, and even turned into an ink-like color. At this moment, even Su Yan felt that there was a powerful force repelling him. But at this moment, he definitely could not let go, because once he did, Aya would be drowned in the blood of this group of bats. Su Yan, don't come back. Run. Su Yan brought Aya closer to the gang, but at this moment, the gang's anxious voice sounded. Su Yan's heart was shaken again. Naturally, he could hear the urgency in the gang's voice. However, what kind of person was the gang? The gang's strength was far greater than his. However, at this moment, he actually issued such a warning. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that he had encountered a powerful opponent. Even he didn't have the slightest confidence. At a time like this, Su Yan naturally couldn't turn back. Because if he did, he would be putting himself in danger. However, although his previous torrential storm of pear blossoms had exterminated a large number of bats, it was still not enough. But it was only a small piece. Just as he was hesitating, countless bats flew over from the horizon. What was even more dangerous was that there seemed to be an obvious shadow among them. This shadow continued to soar, as if it was an evil spirit that was constantly roaring. Su Yan already felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He deeply understood that if this continued, he was afraid that only death would await him. Now, his only way out was to return to the village. As long as he returned to the village, he would have a way to live. In this village, everyone was an expert, and even the gang was only ranked 5th. If the people of the village appeared to protect him, then the crisis in front of him could be resolved. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Su Yan brandished his sword again, and with a swing of his sword, it turned into a boundless light shadow that rushed forward. The sword chi surged, and countless blood rain was set off. Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon, and directly passed through during this period. This speed was as fast as lightning, and relying on this extreme speed, he finally broke through the blockade. No! At this moment, Aya seemed to have sensed Su Yan's movement. She was still in pain, but she already said, "Don't return to the village." Su Yan naturally understood that this kind girl did not want to bring trouble to the village. However, at this point, if they did not move closer to the village, they would probably die here. In the village there were so many experts. As long as they were willing to help, they would be saved. However, at this moment, a withered branch suddenly shot out from the village. This withered branch did not deviate, and it just happened to land on Su Yan's path. In front of him, there was a man in black short-sleeved clothes. His long hair fluttered in the air, and a powerful aura was emitted from his body. "Don't come close to the village, or else you will be killed without mercy." These few words made Su Yan's heart extremely angry. This damned guy, he clearly had the ability to save people. However, not only did he not choose to save people, but he also refused to let them in. She is an ominous curse. She cannot be allowed to enter this village. This voice was so cold that it made people's hearts turn cold. At this moment, Su Yan fiercely gritted his teeth. If it were not for the fact that this person's cultivation was above his, he would have disregarded everything and ruthlessly beaten this guy up at this moment. "Brother Su Yan, let me down. If you enter the village alone, they will not stop you." Aya is an ominous person. She caused father's death and brother's life to be so difficult. Aya should have died long ago. The girl in his arms smiled gently at Su Yan. Under the shroud of the black aura, her smile was actually so beautiful and holy. Su Yan's heart was fiercely stabbed. "Aya, don't be silly. The gang has protected you for so long. How can you let his efforts go to waste?" Su Yan continued to circulate his sword chi as he spoke to Aya. "Su Yan, go to the cave, quickly go to the cave." At this moment, De Gang's voice sounded again. Su Yan looked in the direction of the voice and was immediately shocked. At this moment, he finally understood why De Gang was in such a sorry state. That was because his opponent was simply too terrifying. It was actually a Tyrannosaurus. A 5-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus was chasing after De Gang. It had the sharpest claws and an extremely terrifying tail. That tail could easily shatter rocks with a swing of it. Just as De Gang and Su Yan were talking, the Tyrannosaurus had already seized the opportunity and swung its huge tail directly, then whipped De Gang's body. Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. De Gang's body was so strong. If it were him, he would have spat out blood with just that one hit. Go quickly, don't delay, the demonic Bat King is coming. He immediately roared. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was suddenly shocked. When he thought of the huge shadow that he faintly saw earlier, he did not dare to stop at all. He immediately urged the sword dragon to move at its maximum speed, then flew directly toward the cave that De Gang had mentioned. The roars of the demons became louder and louder, and the black aura on Aya's body became heavier and heavier. That kind of aura was comparable to the dragon's might emitted by a powerhouse in the dragon realm. She was clearly just a weak woman, but she was able to release such a terrifying aura. If it were not for the fact that Su Yan was not afraid of such a terrifying aura, he was afraid that his strength would have been suppressed at this moment. At this moment, the cave was only a few hundred feet away from where they were. For him, who was riding on the sword dragon, it could be said that he could reach it in an instant. However, at this moment, a silent sound wave suddenly rushed toward him. The appearance of this silent sound wave directly caused Su Yan's body to gradually become numb. The demonic Bat King. He was suddenly shocked. Although he had expected that the demonic Bat King would be very powerful, he did not expect that it would be powerful to this extent. Just the sound wave that was emitted had affected him. If this continued, he was afraid that he would definitely die here. Damn it, just a little bit more, the sound of 10,000 swords. At this moment, he suddenly activated his power, and within the radius of his spirit sea, the 10,000 swords suddenly let out a sword sound. The sonorous sword aura was drawn but not released, and finally broke free from the shackles of this powerful sound wave. At this moment, he was less than 100 feet away from the cave. The distance of 100 feet could be covered in an instant. However, at this last moment, there was a shadow that directly covered Su Yan's head. Gigantic wings, terrifying fangs, and that pair of strange eyes. A formless sound wave surged out again, and at this moment, the sound of 10,000 swords was directly interrupted. In the end, Su Yan's realm was not enough, and the gap between him and the terrifying demonic Bat King was too big. The demonic Bat King only attacked once, and all of Su Yan's methods were completely neutralized. Damn it! This time, not only did he feel numb, but his body was completely imprisoned. For a moment, his strength was no longer enough to control the sword dragon, and his entire body fell straight from the sky. Damn it, quickly activate it. He crazily roared in his heart, and then his spiritual power seemed to have dissipated, and there was no movement at all. At this moment, Su Yan even hoped that the power of the demonic dragon's heart would erupt again. The demonic dragon's heart was a huge threat to him, but at this moment, after being attacked by the demonic Bat King, he was afraid that he would immediately die. However, in this mysterious place, the demonic dragon's heart seemed to have disappeared without a trace. From the moment he entered this place, he could only feel the movement of a heart. At this moment, the demonic Bat King's huge figure had already arrived below them, and it was as if Su Yan had taken the initiative to bring Aya straight into the demonic Bat King's mouth. It's over. At this moment, Su Yan truly felt the threat of death, and his entire person was completely disheartened. As fast as the cave. Just as Su Yan was in despair, suddenly, another bright light shot toward them. This was De Gang's voice. Chapter 470. It was also at this moment that Su Yan felt that his strength had returned once again. Celestial Sword Technique. With his spiritual power restored, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated the Celestial Sword Technique and slashed at the monster Bat King. At the same time, he activated the sword dragon and rushed into the cave without stopping. The sword light fell on the monster Bat King's huge body, causing the monster Bat King to stop. However, only a moment later, the monster Bat King rushed towards Su Yan again. Su Yan turned around and looked at the crazy monster Bat King. His heart was beating wildly. This place was a dead end. The monster Bat King's strength was simply incredible. If it insisted on barging in, he and Aya would probably die here. Previously, he really had no way out. Because of his trust in Dagang, he directly entered this place. Now, he regretted it. Just as Su Yan's heart was filled with fear, the monster Bat King's huge and ugly face had become very clear. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was about to jump out of his chest. However, at this moment, there was suddenly an extremely dazzling flash of light in the cave. Gah! An extremely unpleasant screeching sound was heard. This terrifying sound was extremely unpleasant to hear. The powerful sound wave was really enough to make one's heart and soul shatter. However, even though it was a terrifying sound wave with such terrifying lethality, Su Yan and Aya were safe and sound. After a while, Su Yan discovered that the golden light outside the cave had not only blocked the monster Bat King's attack, but it had also blocked its attack. Such a method was really incredible. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood why Dagang insisted that he bring Aya here. This seemingly very ordinary cave actually had such a magical power. Even the Monster King in the Dragon Realm could block it. The monster Bat King suffered such a violent impact and was obviously in great pain. However, it was still unwilling to give up. Its huge body continued to sway at the entrance of the cave. However, he also knew the power of this cave. Moreover, he had suffered a great loss before, so he did not dare to enter this place. At this time, Aya's condition gradually stabilized. After an unknown amount of time, Dagang finally killed a bloody path and broke into this place. Seeing Dagang enter, the boulder in Su Yan's heart finally fell. "Dagang, are you okay?" Su Yan asked. "It's nothing serious, just some superficial wounds," Dagang said indifferently. His answer made Su Yan smile bitterly. Su Yan had personally witnessed Dagang being whipped by that huge demonic beast. If he was in Dagang's shoes, he would have already lost half of his life. However, Dagang merely smiled as though nothing had happened. Just how strong was his body? However, Su Yan also knew that this place seemed to be very strange. Many people and many things could not be seen with common sense, so his heart calmed down a little. Dagang sighed, looked at Aya who had fallen into a deep sleep, and said sincerely, "Su Yan, thank you very much today. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid Aya would be in danger." Su Yan heard Dagang's concern for Aya in his words. He also admired this feeling, so he said, "What's the big deal? If you treat me as a friend, then don't say such nonsense." Hearing Su Yan's words, Dagang was stunned, then said with a smile, "Indeed, I treat you as a friend. If I say such things again, it is indeed too unreasonable. Then it is indeed my fault." Dagang grinned. Su Yan also smiled. At this moment, he knew that Dagang really treated him as a friend. Dagang looked rough, but in fact, he was a meticulous person. Although he was very friendly to Su Yan before, in the end, he did not have absolute trust. Su Yan could feel this. After returning to the house, although Dagang directly went to rest, there was still an indistinct divine sense on guard. However, it was different now. After this time, he was really relieved about Su Yan. "Dagang, what is this place? Why can't such a powerful monster enter here?" Su Yan asked directly. Dagang stopped smiling, and his face became a bit dignified, then said, "This is an ancient temple. There is a great power left by the gods, so even these powerful monsters can't enter here." "Ancient temple?" Su Yan couldn't help but ask. "Yes, according to the ancient legends of the village, there was once a god here, so it has such a great power that even these monsters can't shake it." Dagang looked at Su Yan and continued, "I know you must be wondering why we don't live around here since there is such a great power here, right?" Su Yan nodded. This was indeed the question in his heart. Since this so-called temple ruins had such a great power, it should be much safer if everyone gathered here. However, the place where the village was located was not around here. Although it was not far from here, it was definitely not close. However, Dagang was quick to provide the answer. According to the records of the village, the god of this divine temple has disappeared. All that is left is a powerful divine power. However, since there is no god here, even if the divine power remains, there is no divinity. Such a divine power could very well be a disaster. Hearing Dagang's words, Su Yan was silent. Indeed, as Dagang said, this kind of power that no one could control was really dangerous. If it suddenly erupted one day, No one could control it. If I had a choice, I wouldn't let you bring Aya here. Now, I just hope that before these monsters retreat, the divine power here will not erupt, Degang said with a sigh. At this time, if this terrible power erupted, it would definitely be a terrible disaster. Su Yan could already foresee this terrible scene. By the way, Degang, about Aya, she is not a real human, right? Su Yan asked directly. Degang's body shook, and then he said, Yes, although I don't know where you came from, your knowledge must be extraordinary. This matter can't be hidden from you. You are right. Aya is not a human. To be precise, she is an elf. Elf? Hearing this, Su Yan was stunned. Yes, according to my father, Aya is the child of a tree demon and a human. That tree demon is one of the most powerful great demons, and has an extremely terrifying demon spirit power. Because of this, Aya's father is a human expert. Unfortunately, he can't be compared to her mother. Degang continued, My father and Aya's father are best friends, so no matter what, my father will not abandon Aya. He even sacrificed his life for her. I know that Aya has been very sad all these years. Many times, she even thought of ending her own life. But since I am her brother, I will never let any harm come to her. His face was incomparably resolute, and filled with an indescribable determination. Seeing Degang's appearance, Su Yan sighed in his heart. A person like Degang was a real man. Then what should we do in the future? Su Yan asked. Degang sighed. It was likely that this question was troubling him as well. I do not know either. All I can do is to take one step at a time. I can only hope that before the day I die, I will be able to find a qualified guardian for Aya. Hearing Degang's words, Su Yan sighed in his heart again. Brother, no, Aya doesn't want you to die. At this time, Aya had just woken up. She just happened to hear the last sentence, and immediately let out an anxious and sorrowful cry. Degang stroked Aya's forehead, and then said with a smile, Don't worry, Aya, brother won't die. He used his smile to comfort Aya. It could be seen that Aya was very weak now. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep again. At this time, there was still a long time before daybreak. Outside the cave, the Monster Kings were still unwilling to retreat. Su Yan, you are still not strong enough, Degang suddenly said to Su Yan. Su Yan nodded. Then he smiled bitterly. Of course he understood this problem. However, his cultivation speed was already very fast. In the entire 5 continents, there was probably no one who could compare to him. However, even so, compared to a freak like Degang, he was still very far away. At this time Degang said, After today, I will take you to train. I can see that your bone structure and foundation are very good. I think you will be able to raise your strength quickly. Degang said to Su Yan. Hearing this, Su Yan was immediately pleasantly surprised. What he lacked the most now was strength. If he could raise his strength, that would be the best. Although he didn't know if the strength he raised here would be counted in the outside world, it was still a good thing to be able to raise his strength. After another one, suddenly, an extremely strong golden light bloomed at the entrance of the cave. At this time, the monster Bat King, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus that appeared earlier, and another giant spider actually started to attack the door at the same time. The 3 terrifying monster beasts released an extremely terrifying light of death at the same time, and directly shot towards the cave. Damn it, those bastards are going to attack without caring about anything. Degang's expression became serious. Although he knew that there was an extremely powerful force here, these 3 beasts were extremely powerful and terrifying monster beasts. The attack of one monster beast was already enough to cause the cave to shake, and now there were 3 monster beasts attacking with all their strength. This kind of terrifying power was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Chapter 471. A purple ray of light, a black ray of light, and a blood-red ray of light charged towards the ancient cave. An extremely terrifying power erupted between the heavens and the earth, creating an incomparably powerful and terrifying aura. This kind of terrifying power slowly descended, shocking everyone to the extreme. What was even more terrifying was that the 3 rays of light actually merged into one at this moment. When the 3 powerful rays of light merged, the power within directly increased. Not to mention Su Yan, even Degang was worried that the power of the divine temple ruins would be able to withstand the impact of such a terrifying power. The speed of the death ray was far faster than imagined. In just a moment,
It had already arrived in front of the cave, and then directly collided with the cave. The collision of the two forces directly caused the most intense rumbling sound. The entire cave began to tremble. Above the cave, layers of ashes continuously spread down, and even some broken rocks appeared. De Gang protected Aya in his arms, and then finally gritted his teeth and said, "Su Yan, quickly, let's go inside." After saying that, he had already directly walked inside. Su Yan did not hesitate at all, and directly followed De Gang into the depths of the cave. Just a moment after Su Yan left, the entrance of the cave actually began to collapse. If not for De Gang's foresight, Su Yan and the others would have already been crushed under the huge rock. After an unknown amount of time, the entrance of the cave finally calmed down. However, it was now pitch black inside. It was already night, and now that the entrance of the cave was directly sealed, there was not a single bit of light. Now it should be safe. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to get out. De Gang hugged Aya and sat on the ground. It was obvious that even someone as strong as De Gang was exhausted. Previously, he was directly swept by the tail of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. It was definitely not as simple and easy as he said. "De Gang, are you all right?" Su Yan asked. De Gang shook his head and said, "It's nothing serious. It's just that I can't suppress my injuries. I need to recuperate for a while. Su Yan, I'll rely on you to guard this place." After De Gang finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Su Yan couldn't see how he was doing it, but there was an aura like a coiling dragon circling around his body. This aura was very strong, and Su Yan knew that it was absolutely impossible for his spiritual qi cultivation to reach this level. The cave was abnormally quiet, but Su Yan's heart was becoming more and more uneasy. This feeling of unease made him very uncomfortable, which made him directly grab the Scorching Sun sword in his hand. The Scorching Sun sword released a flame-like radiance, finally illuminating the surroundings. The moment the radiance shone, a soft cry suddenly rang out. This cry was like the howl of a cat in the dark, but also like the cry of a baby in pain. In short, it was abnormally unpleasant to the ears. Su Yan was extremely shocked. In just a short while, he was already covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past. The speed of the shadow was extremely fast, and Su Yan couldn't see it clearly at all. However, he could still vaguely see that it was a humanoid figure, but this figure was somewhat transparent. Spectre. This word directly appeared in Su Yan's mind. At this moment, the spectre appeared again, and this time, it actually directly pounced towards Su Yan. Damn it! Could it be that the radiance of the Scorching Sun sword attracted this spectre? This thought flashed through Su Yan's mind, but at this moment, he couldn't care too much. He directly swung his sword down, and a thin sword mark flew out. As the sword light approached, Su Yan finally saw the true face of this spectre. Although this spectre was in the shape of a human, it didn't have a face, and looked very scary. However, Su Yan had experienced life and death. If he was afraid of even this, then he wouldn't have lived until now. No matter what, since this spectre had already attacked him, then he had to kill it first. The long sword in his hand had already bloomed with a brilliant light, and this kind of fierce killing intent directly slashed towards the spectre. Before it got close, the spectre began to melt like a snowman. When the sword mark directly passed through it, the spectre completely dissipated. However, although the spectre dissipated, Su Yan's heart didn't relax at all. Instead, it was piercingly cold. "Get out of my way!" At this moment, he turned around and directly slashed his sword behind him. This sword light shuttled back and forth in the air, bursting with the most brilliant and intense light, directly slashing in front of Aya. However, while Su Yan was dealing with the previous spectre, 3 more specters appeared and pounced on Aya. At this moment, De Gang was using his skills to suppress his injuries, and Aya was in a deep sleep and couldn't wake up. If she was entangled by this spectre, it would be very troublesome. Fortunately, at that time, the blood dragon's eye directly burst with light and detected everything. Otherwise, everything would be too late. Die! The scorching sword light finally directly killed the 3 specters, but Su Yan was shocked. The specter's speed was too fast. In just a short while, they had already arrived in front of Aya. Damn it, this place is really strange. Su Yan laughed bitterly, then raised his guard. The current Aya was like the Tang Sanzang in the myths of the previous world. No matter what kind of monster it was,
It would want to snatch a piece of meat to eat. Her body had a strong demonic power, which was a huge attraction. At this moment, there was suddenly a golden light in the cave. When the strong golden light appeared, it immediately illuminated the entire cave as if it was daytime. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood the true meaning of the so-called temple ruins. This place was really magnificent. On the stone wall, there were extremely exquisite carvings. These carvings were familiar to Su Yan because Su Yan had also seen such carvings on the walls of the pagoda. However, compared to the pagoda, the carvings here seemed to be filled with an indescribable power that could attract people's minds. Could it be that this is the so-called power of the gods? Su Yan thought to himself. Woo woo woo. At this moment, sobbing sounds suddenly came from inside, and these sounds were approaching this place. In just a short while, Su Yan could already see a dense number of ghost shadows coming towards this place. Damn it! Su Yan's scalp was numb. Facing so many specters, he felt shocked. Isn't this the temple? Where did so many dawn things come from? Although he was shocked, Su Yan also understood that he definitely could not let these things come close. Otherwise, he would immediately die without a burial place. 10,000 Mammoth Sacred Skill. Torrential Pear Blossom. Su Yan directly circulated his spiritual power and displayed the 10,000 Mammoth Sacred Skill. The sword chi was like frost, and it bloomed like thousands of pear blossoms. It was like a group of butterflies that suddenly rushed forward. The sword chi of the instant sword went straight into the group of specters. However, in the next moment, Su Yan was shocked. His torrential pear blossom sword chi could even kill a large group of demonic bats. However, at this moment, it had no effect at all. The sword chi went through the specters and directly dissipated. However, these specters were still safe and sound. What? Damn it, these specters are stronger than before. Su Yan took a step back. At this moment, he also noticed the difference. Previously, the specters that were killed by him were in human form. However, at this moment, the densely packed specters were in the form of demonic beasts. Moreover, there was a mysterious gray power in their bodies. It was this power that directly made his sword chi useless. Damn it! Su Yan took another half step back. Suddenly, Su Yan had a flash of inspiration. Specters. Are the soul-suppressing seal and the red spirit fire miraculous effects on souls? How could I forget this? At this critical moment, Su Yan suddenly remembered this matter. Previously in the divine dragon abyss, even a 1,000-year-old monster like the Black Demon was full of fear of the soul-suppressing seal. When the Black Demon entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness and fought with Su Yan, Yunhe used the soul-suppressing seal to cause great trouble for the Black Demon. At this moment, Su Yan directly took out the soul-suppressing seal. His retainer suddenly activated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture and directly shouted, "Soul-suppressing." As soon as these two words appeared, they exploded like thunder. The terrifying sound of thunder directly exploded in the sky. Under the endless light, it was as if everything had turned into smoke and dust at this time. With the direct injection of his spiritual power, the small soul-suppressing seal suddenly came to life. The entire seal shone with golden light, directly covering the light in the cave. The golden light burst out and directly rushed forward. In the next moment, it had already shone above the terrifying specters. The specters did not have any reaction at all when facing Su Yan's rainstorm pear blossom sword chi. However, at this time, the specters at the front began to struggle in pain. The murky aura of death that had enveloped them dissipated in an instant. As expected of the Stupa sect's treasure, Su Yan did not expect that the effect would be so good. The soul-suppressing seal's lethality toward the specters was simply terrifying. Suddenly, there was a strange feeling in the temple. Su Yan's expression changed. Could it be that there is something in this temple that is related to me, no, to the Stupa sect? Perhaps this is the key to entering the 6th level. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart also became hot. He came to this mysterious world after coming into contact with the stone door of the 6th level. At this time, this feeling appeared, and it could be the key to leaving this world. Scarlet Spirit Fire. Su Yan immediately summoned the Scarlet Spirit Fire. Chapter 472. The Crimson Flame seemed to have come back to life at this moment. A powerful and frightening force burst out directly. At this moment, Su Yan felt that the Crimson Spirit Fire was filled with an indescribable desire. Although Su Yan was in control of the flame, Su Yan was afraid of the Crimson Spirit Fire. However, when he first subdued the Crimson Spirit Fire, he had already seen the intelligence of the flame. He deeply understood that it was inevitable for such a flexible world to be unique. Moreover, the desire was not strong at this moment. Su Yan could completely control it in his hands. The most important thing now was not to worry about this, but to kill these ghosts as soon as possible. The power of the soul-suppressing seal was indeed very strong, but the number of ghosts here was also terrifying. Su Yan gathered his power and then directly injected the Crimson Spirit Fire into the Scorching Sun Sword. When Ugly Uncle forged the Scorching Sun Sword, he took the Scorching Sun Sword and wanted it to become a real divine sword. Unfortunately, his strength was not enough, so he could only forge it into a semi-finished product. At this moment, when the Crimson Spirit Fire was injected into the Scorching Sun Sword, it seemed to have become the soul of the Scorching Sun Sword. Su Yan felt that the Scorching Sun Sword seemed to have improved by a level in an instant. Good. I didn't expect that the Scorching Sun Sword could improve after merging with the Crimson Spirit Fire. It seems that I am one step closer to achieving Ugly Uncle's wish. Su Yan thought in surprise. At this moment, his eyes flashed and he directly charged into the group of ghosts. If it was before, he would not be able to cause any harm to the ghosts. However, it was different now. The Crimson Spirit Fire was extremely harmful to the soul. After merging with the Scorching Sun Sword and activating it with the sun-colored Glaze Sword scripture, the power of the Scorching Sun Sword was almost fully unleashed. In an instant, Su Yan had transformed into a ferocious tiger. He charged into the group of wraiths. The wraiths were unable to withstand Su Yan's power. With a sweep of his sword, large swathes of wraiths were annihilated. After a full 15 minutes, the group of ghosts was finally wiped out. At this time, De Gang finally finished his cultivation and opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes and saw Su Yan's glorious battle record, he was shocked. Su Yan, you actually killed so many specters? He asked in surprise. Yes. Not long after you went into seclusion, these specters came out in groups. If I don't kill them, we'll be in trouble, Su Yan said with a smile. De Gang nodded, but his expression became even more gloomy. What's wrong? Su Yan asked. De Gang said, we have to get out of here quickly. Legend has it that before the temple existed, this place used to be a demon's den. The temple appeared to suppress the demon's den. I've been here before and encountered specters, but it was definitely not like this. The specters appeared in groups, and the temple has lost its god for a long time. I'm afraid that I won't be able to suppress this demon's den, De Gang said to Su Yan. Hearing De Gang's words, Su Yan was also stunned. Then, he realized the seriousness of the matter. If it was really as De Gang said, then they would be the first to suffer. However, after Su Yan pondered, he said to De Gang, you start clearing the rocks here first, then take Aya and leave. As for me, I'm going to enter the temple's cave to take a look. Su Yan, you're crazy. Do you know that the experts in the village who entered before didn't come out alive? De Gang said directly. The temple ruins had existed for a long time. How could the experts in the village not pay attention to it? Then, there were several experts who entered, but none of them came out alive. As for the experts who had entered, every single one of them possessed strength above that of De Gang. De Gang continued, you don't know how terrifying this temple is. Only death awaits those who enter. It's absolutely impossible to come out alive. So, if you don't want to die, come out with me. I'm afraid that those damn bastards have already left. De Gang, I feel that the things inside are very important to me. So, no matter how dangerous it is, I have to go in. Su Yan said firmly. In that case, I'll go in with you. We can take care of each other. Seeing Su Yan's determined eyes, De Gang knew that this was something that couldn't be stopped. However, since it couldn't be stopped, he followed Su Yan in. However, Su Yan shook his head and said, De Gang, you have to take care of Aya. Trust me, I'll definitely come out. Okay, then you be careful. De Gang said. Big brother Su Yan, don't go in there. Aya feels that there's a terrifying monster inside. Just as Su Yan turned around, Aya's weak voice sounded. Su Yan said with a smile, Aya, don't worry. Big brother Su Yan is very powerful. No matter what monster it is, it will die under Big brother's sword. Su Yan didn't look back and directly walked into the cave. Just as Su Yan retreated, De Gang said to Aya. Don't worry. Since he wants to go in, he knows what he's doing. We have to trust him. Now, Big Brother will take you out of here. After De Gang finished speaking, he began to use his tyrannical strength to shatter the rocks one by one. Su Yan walked deeper and deeper. This passage was full of light. It was as if he was on a pilgrimage. If it wasn't for the appearance of a group of ghosts before, who would associate this place with ghosts? Suddenly, Su Yan stopped in his tracks. Because there was an extremely huge door in front of him. This door was actually more than 10 meters high. With such a height, it was as if it was a small building. And on both sides of the door, there were two extremely huge statues. In front of this statue, Su Yan felt that he was so small. He stood in front of the door and looked up at the two statues. These were two extremely huge infernal demon dogs. Although they were only stone statues, Su Yan always felt that they had their own lives. Moreover, in front of the infernal demon dogs, there were piles of pale bones. There were human skeletons as well as demonic beast skeletons. This made Su Yan's heart more dignified. Thinking of the words De Gang said to him, Su Yan even had the impulse to directly leave this place. But in the end, he didn't do so. Because he had a reason to move forward. Su Yan stepped forward resolutely and then stepped over the pile of bones. Kacha-kacha sounds were heard, which made people's hair stand on end. But Su Yan was not afraid at all. At this time, a long blood-red line appeared in front of him. This bloodline was a border. If he crossed the border without permission, then only death would await him. But in the end, he still collapsed. The moment he took a step forward, the infernal demon dog's thoughts were transmitted. Trespasser, die! The word die directly turned into a clap of thunder and exploded in Su Yan's ears. A huge thought appeared, as if it wanted to crush Su Yan alive. Under such a terrifying power, Su Yan only felt that he was like a fallen leaf in the sea, constantly shaking. Damn it! Soul-suppressing seal, Chi! He angrily roared and then activated the soul-suppressing seal. As he circulated his power, the soul-suppressing seal suddenly released a powerful golden light. When this light appeared, the endless waves stopped. Su Yan only felt that his sea of consciousness immediately calmed down. At this time, a dangerous aura attacked. He didn't have time to think. His whole body suddenly jumped and then rose into the air. At this moment, a blood-red claw mark directly slashed across the place where he was originally. The power of the claw mark was really unstoppable. Under the terrifying aura, the hard ground was directly scraped up layer by layer, and countless bones were directly crushed. Su Yan took a deep breath and immediately summoned the sword dragon. Then, he quickly flew into the sky at high speed. At this time, the two infernal demon dogs in front of him had actually revived. The aura of such a huge infernal demon dog had already surpassed that of a strong fighter in the dragon realm. Su Yan immediately knew that the two infernal demon dogs had killed these white bone creatures here. At this time, the infernal demon dogs once again pounced on him. The speed of the infernal demon dogs was simply beyond Su Yan's imagination. He had never thought that their speed could be so fast. He used all his strength to circulate his spiritual energy to activate the sword dragon. Every time, he just barely dodged the terrifying attack. However, the speed of the two infernal demon dogs' attacks was getting faster and faster. If this continued, Su Yan was afraid that he would follow in their footsteps and die under the claws of the infernal demon dogs, becoming a corpse. It's obviously impossible to defeat these two terrifying fellows. There must be a way to escape, but I just haven't thought of it yet. Su Yan quickly thought and at the same time, tried his best to avoid the attacks. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a very inconspicuous mark on the forehead of the two infernal demon dogs. Under the gaze of the blood dragon pupil, Su Yan saw very clearly that it was two D marks. This is the mark that the pagoda sword revealed last time. This place is indeed closely related to the pagoda sect. If that's the case, the key to survival lies on this mark. He guessed in his heart. In the next moment, the pagoda sword appeared in his hand. It doesn't matter if it's right or not, I'll take a gamble. Su Yan dodged the claws again, then shouted in a deep voice, "Soul-suppressing seal!" The soul-suppressing seal exploded with a golden light and actually blocked the attack of the infernal demon dogs. At this time, Su Yan suddenly leaped onto the forehead of one of the infernal demon dogs and directly stabbed the pagoda sword into it. Chapter 473. Su Yan heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, his guess was correct this time. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his life. At this moment, another terrifying sound pierced through the air. Su Yan did not have time to raise his head. He leaped up and soared high into the sky. At the same time, the scorching sun sword in his hand met the terrifying light. The scorching sun sword clashed head-on with this scarlet claw. Su Yan felt his palm go numb, and he almost could not hold the sword in his hand. At the same time, he felt a tearing pain between his thumb and forefinger, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he managed to block the terrifying claw in the end. At the same time, with the help of the terrifying recoil, Su Yan landed on the forehead of another infernal demon dog. The infernal demon dog immediately reacted. It did not care about anything else and directly waved its sharp claws to slap its forehead. On the sharp claws, a scarlet light shone with an extremely terrifying power. If Su Yan was hit by this attack, he would definitely die. At this moment, Su Yan did not panic at all. The pagoda sword in his other hand pierced into the D mark with extreme precision. In the D mark. The moment the pagoda sword fell, the terrifying sharp claws flew over. Immediately, the sharp claws stopped above Su Yan's head. One could imagine that if Su Yan had been a moment later, he would have died immediately. Su Yan's entire body was lying on top of the Hell Devil Dog's head, gasping for breath. Although it was only for a moment, it consumed an unimaginable amount of energy. This kind of battle was really terrifying. Suddenly, the voice of Kasi was heard. Along with the voice came the sound of a gust of wind. The gust of wind was laced with a boundless chill, causing Su Yan's sleepiness to dissipate. He straightened his body and looked at the door. It was a very grand and majestic hall. However, the most eye-catching thing was not the beautiful decorations in the hall, but a huge skeleton. This skeleton was 20 meters long and nearly 10 meters tall. It was truly a colossal creature. An eerie aura was emitted from the skeleton, and the cold aura that was carried by the wind came from the skeleton. The skeleton's head was facing the door. Its eyes were clearly empty, but they still contained a terrifying power that seemed to be able to devour a person's soul. Su Yan held the scorching sun sword in one hand and the pagoda sword in the other. Step by step, he walked forward. At this moment, all the worries in his heart had been cast aside. Because at this moment, he had already seen the thing that attracted him. It was a small seal, and upon closer inspection, it was somewhat similar to the soul-suppressing seal. However, this imprint was only half complete. Obviously, it was not complete. This mark was not even as big as a palm. He just quietly placed it on top of this huge white bone monster like a small stone that was casually thrown on top of it. However, from Su Yan's point of view, it was this rock that had directly suppressed this huge white skeleton. Su Yan suddenly remembered that when Aya came in earlier, she said that she felt an extremely terrifying demon here. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze fell on him. He suddenly understood that the huge monster that Aya mentioned was probably this terrifying creature. There was no need to say how terrifying a creature that could make Aya feel fear was. However, at this moment, he was directly suppressed. There was no need to say how powerful this imprint was. Perhaps, this is the real key to leaving this mysterious space. At this moment, Su Yan did not delay any longer. He directly took a step forward, and then his entire body shot out like a meteor, landing on top of this huge white skeleton in an instant. Stepping on this huge skeleton, Su Yan's first feeling was that it was smooth. This huge skeleton was actually as warm as jade. However, now Su Yan did not have time to pay attention to this. He bent down and took this small imprint in his hand. This imprint was greenish-brown, and it was engraved with extremely mysterious lines. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it at all. Su Yan slightly operated his spiritual power, but this imprint did not move and did not show any abnormalities. He looked around again and found that this so-called temple was beautiful, but it was really peaceful. Finally, he gently jumped and then landed on the ground, and then he was about to leave with this stone imprint. However, he had just walked not far when suddenly, an extremely dangerous feeling attacked him. This feeling of danger was approaching, making Su Yan's heart beat a few times. At this time, he suddenly turned around and found that the huge white bone that was lying quietly on the ground was actually floating in the air at this time. In the pair of hollow eyes, there was a flame constantly jumping. This was a kind of soul flame, and Su Yan could feel an extremely terrifying power in this flame. In the next moment, he immediately understood everything. This huge white bone was the terrifying demon that Aya mentioned, but it was suppressed by this half of the imprint in Su Yan's hand. However, at this time, this imprint was taken away by Su Yan. The moment the imprint left its head, this terrifying monster finally woke up. Just by seeing these two soul flames, Su Yan knew that he was in danger at this time. He did not know what kind of creature this terrifying existence was, but to be able to be locked in such a secret realm, it must be extremely extraordinary. Although the half of the imprint that suppressed it was still in his hands, the situation was completely different. Because Su Yan was too clear that it was already unrealistic for him to suppress this imprint on the other party's head again. The other party's strength had simply exceeded his expectations. What was worse was that the moment Su Yan turned his head, the deep door actually made a trembling sound, and then began to close directly. Su Yan's heart sank bit by bit. At this time, he had become a turtle in a jar in an instant. Damn it! Su Yan immediately flew to the side in the next moment. It was also at this time that an extremely terrifying light directly descended. When this light fell, Su Yan immediately fled. When the first powerful force appeared, Su Yan narrowly avoided it. He did not even have time to circulate his spirit chi, and directly dodged to the ground with a roll. However, before he could stand up, a huge shadow directly suppressed him. The speed was so fast that Su Yan could not dodge at all. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's whole body directly flew out and slammed heavily on the stone wall. This time it was really painful. The web between his thumb and forefinger suddenly split open, and he could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood and directly spat it out. The pain spread directly, causing his nerves to tremble violently. However, he did not dare to delay any longer. Just this kind of attack alone caused him to be in this state. If another attack came, he was afraid that he would directly die. At this time, he did not dare to joke about his own life. De Gang's strength was really strong. So many huge stones were piled up at the entrance of the cave, but they were still smashed one by one and then opened up. Every time his fist landed on a huge stone, there would not be too much of an explosion, but the stone would directly shatter in an instant and turn into dust. After De Gang's bombardment, clear sunlight could now be seen in this place. If this continued, he was afraid that in a while, he would be able to completely open up this passage. However, at this time, he noticed that Aya's expression was abnormal, and it was very ugly. Aya, what's wrong? De Gang asked with concern. Brother, I saw the demon appear. Aya's voice began to tremble, and it was obvious that she was extremely scared. De Gang's expression was dignified. He never thought that his sister was joking. This was because he clearly knew that his sister was special. Since she had the body of an elf, she had a powerful strength that was unimaginable to ordinary people. This kind of strength was not only reflected in the terrifying power hidden in her body, but also in her perception. De Gang immediately thought of Su Yan. It was not strange that a powerful demon was hidden in this temple, De Gang. However, the appearance of this demon at this time must be related to Su Yan. Brother, it's Brother Su Yan inside. He's in danger, you should go and help him. Aya said to De Gang. De Gang also wanted to go in and help Su Yan, but in the end, he shook his head and said, Aya, I can't go in because I have to take care of you. Everyone has to be responsible for their own life. Since this is Su Yan's own choice, then we have to believe in him. De Gang said very seriously. At this time, Aya finally fell silent. She wanted to persuade De Gang, but she also knew that De Gang valued her life more than anything else. However, after pondering for a while, she said again, Brother, Aya can protect herself, trust me. Moreover, I feel that Brother Su Yan didn't say something when he went in, and that is, the thing inside might be able to help me unlock the mysterious power in my body. Hearing this, De Gang's expression changed. Of course, he understood why Su Yan didn't say this sentence. It was because he didn't want to get himself involved in this. If he had said this sentence from the beginning, then for Aya, De Gang would have gone in no matter what. Chapter 474. Su Yan was once again slammed into the stone wall. This time, his injuries were even more severe. However, he also realized that this damned bastard seemed to be intentionally tormenting him without actually killing him. This resurrected white bone creature was extremely powerful. Su Yan could not be sure if it was still in the dragon realm. Perhaps, this despicable thing's current strength was that of a venerable. Kacha, kacha. The sound of bones stomping on the ground could be heard from afar. This time, Su Yan no longer had the strength to get up. He lifted his head weakly and watched as this huge and terrifying figure got closer and closer to him. However, he was powerless to change anything. Futu Dai. An extremely dull voice rang out. This white bone could no longer speak. However, this voice was released from its soul flames. Just these 3 short words, but Su Yan could already see the intense hatred it had towards the Futu sect. This existence was indeed suppressed here by the experts of the Futu sect. At this moment, 2 rays of cold light suddenly burst out from the huge white bone's hollow eyes. The rays of light fell. It directly enveloped Su Yan. Gradually, Su Yan's entire body floated up. Under the envelopment of this ray of light, Su Yan did not feel any pain. However, in reality, at this moment, he was extremely shocked. This was because this damn thing was actually trying to invade his soul. This method of invasion was definitely not the usual kind of possession. It was trying to sense many things from Su Yan's soul. In other words, it was trying to interpret Su Yan's soul. As long as this terrifying existence succeeded, Su Yan knew that no matter what secrets he had, they would all be exposed. More importantly, this kind of interpretation was extremely harmful to one's soul. To put it bluntly, if this fellow's interpretation was successful, Su Yan's soul would immediately collapse. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would become an idiot. Damn it, soul-suppressing seal. Under such circumstances, Su Yan's body could not move at all. He could not even activate his sword aura. Su Yan could only resign himself to his fate. But how could Su Yan accept this? He tried his best to activate the soul-suppressing seal with his divine will, but the pale white light cut off even his divine will. At this time, a severe headache had already hit Su Yan's head. Su Yan only felt that his whole body was going to explode directly. He couldn't wait to die immediately. However, in the end, he was still unwilling to give up. He had braved through fire and water so many times and survived. How could he just die here like this? In the end, the beam of white light finally began to wrap around Su Yan's soul. It wanted to read the memories within Su Yan's soul. However, at that very moment, beams of golden light erupted. Each beam of light transformed into an extremely sharp sword beam that pierced towards the beam of white light. Regal Sword Mantra. These 4 words appeared very heavy at this moment. The scripture of the Regal Sword Mantra had already deeply entwined with Su Yan's soul, protecting Su Yan's soul. At this time, the invasion of the white light made the Regal Sword Mantra feel danger. Therefore, the Regal Sword Mantra directly unleashed its power and ruthlessly attacked the white light. Woo! Oh! An extremely dull and painful sound came from the mouth of the huge skeleton. Then, the monster's huge body retreated and almost fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yan finally broke free from the entanglement of the terrifying light. However, this time he did not dodge. Instead, he gathered all the strength in his body and suddenly jumped. Soul-suppressing seal. Since this existence was directly suppressed here, it must be afraid of the power of the Stupa sect. At this time, the soul-suppressing seal of the Stupa sect appeared directly. Su Yan expected that it would be able to suppress the other party. However, when the soul-suppressing seal really fell, Su Yan realized that he had underestimated the other party. The soul-suppressing seal did have an extremely strong suppressive power against the soul. However, the monster in front of him was not in a soul state. It still had its own body. Although this body was just a pile of bones, even so, it was already terrifying enough. Su Yan's soul-suppressing seal fell. Although it did have the final effect, it was not immediate. This terrifying thing was still struggling, and the strength of its struggle became more and more terrifying as time passed. Damn it! Su Yan cursed in his heart. He originally thought that as long as the soul-suppressing seal could buy him even a minute, he could directly jump on top of this guy's head and suppress this half of the seal again. However, at this time, he could only persist with this powerful monster. Although his spiritual power was strong and he had the soul-suppressing seal in his hand, competing with such a terrifying monster in terms of energy consumption was simply courting death. A powerful and berserk aura was constantly pulsating, and the pale white radiance was constantly attacking Su Yan. Su Yan felt that perhaps it would only take half a minute before he could no longer hold on. At that time, he would still not be able to escape death. Futu kill. These few words appeared again, and the voice directly shook Su Yan's mind. Su Yan knew that this damn monster wanted to use its voice as a guide to directly inject the power into his body. Once this power entered his body, then he would really die. Sun-colored glass sword scripture, sword fire-colored glass. Su Yan gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain from his meridians, and directly operated the power of genuine qi. At this moment, this power suddenly appeared, and the flashing sword qi directly took shape, and then directly shot toward the empty eye of the white bone monster. However, it was a pity that the current Su Yan was unable to unleash his full strength. Although this sword qi was unleashed in anger, it still failed on the verge of success. The sword light was directly shattered in front of his eyes. The consequence of this failure was that Su Yan's power weakened again, and the time he could hold on was greatly reduced. The gloomy and terrifying aura had even penetrated the light released by the soul-suppressing seal and suppressed his body. Su Yan retreated again and again. However, at this point, he had nowhere else to retreat to. Boom! At this moment, an extremely violent tremor came, and the closed door directly shook violently. Obviously, someone was bombarding the door. De Gang! At this time, besides De Gang, Su Yan could not think of anyone else who could come here. De Gang's power was indeed terrifying. Such a door finally broke directly after he bombarded it for the third time, and a gap was directly blasted in the door. Brother! Aya exclaimed directly. Without Aya's exclamation, De Gang also knew that Su Yan was in a critical situation at this time, and the next moment might be the moment of life and death. Aya, don't come in. After saying that, De Gang's figure flew up into the sky. Then, he charged towards the gigantic skeleton. At this moment, De Gang's aura completely erupted. Outside his body, there seemed to be the aura of a dragon surrounding him, and his whole body looked extremely powerful and terrifying. Looking at such a terrifying aura, Su Yan's heart trembled. Such a guy was simply a human-shaped treasure dragon. Get out of my way! Perhaps De Gang's power was really too strong, or perhaps at this time, Su Yan had already restrained him. De Gang's fist suddenly bombarded his huge skull. Crack! An ear-piercing roar was directly transmitted, and in the next moment, this terrifying demonic beast finally fell down abruptly. Su Yan only felt his body relax, and his heels were a little unstable. Confronting this big guy really made him unbearably tired. But at this time, he didn't dare to rest. He took a deep breath, then directly jumped up, and his whole body turned into a stream of light. At the same time, the half of the imprint in his hand suddenly activated, and finally, the imprint landed on the skull of the skeleton. This huge skeleton immediately began to shake crazily, obviously unwilling to be suppressed like this. After awakening, he recovered a lot of his strength, and at this time, even if the half of the imprint wanted to suppress him again, it was actually very difficult. The soul flames in his eyes flickered incessantly. Brother Su Yan, his eyes. At this time, Aya's voice directly came. Su Yan was startled at first, then immediately understood what Aya meant. This huge skeleton demon king only had flames jumping in his eyes. Wasn't this flame his soul flame? Thinking of this, he didn't care about how tired his body was, and also placed the soul-suppressing seal on the skull of this big guy, together with the half of the imprint to suppress him together. Then, he summoned the sword dragon and directly flew in front of this monster. Then, he pierced the left eye of this terrifying skeleton with the scorching sun sword, and the right eye with the pagoda sword. The two divine swords directly nailed into the eyes, and the soul flame directly received a terrifying impact, immediately erupting with an extremely terrifying brilliance. Whether it was Su Yan or De Gang, under the stimulation of this brilliance, they instinctively closed their eyes, but this intense stimulation still didn't stop at all. After a full 3 minutes, the dazzling light finally calmed down. However, although it calmed down, the light didn't disappear. Instead, it directly flew out of the bone armor, and then flew out of the door at an extremely fast speed. Aya! How dare you! Su Yan and De Gang shouted at the same time. After all, De Gang's strength was stronger than Su Yan's, and his reaction was the fastest. When the light shot toward Aya, he had already reacted, and his entire body turned into a stream of light and directly shot out. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was still a step too slow. This light had directly crashed into Aya's body. Chapter 475. Aya, how are you? De Gang finally rushed to Aya's side and asked with concern. At this moment, His heart was filled with self-blame. He blamed himself for not being able to protect Aya, and instead let Aya suffer such harm. Since that light was the sole fire of that terrifying monster, it was naturally extremely powerful. If the terrifying demon that was suppressed here did not have the ability, how could it survive until now? For such a terrifying existence to enter Aya's body, it was simply a disaster for Aya. However, at this moment, Aya smiled gently, and then said to the gang, "Brother, I'm fine. Don't worry." Her smile was still so indifferent and sweet, which made the gang's heart calm down a little. However, he was still worried and then asked, "Do you really think you're fine?" Seeing the gang so anxious, Aya said, "Brother, I'm really fine." As she spoke, she gently turned around to show that she was safe and sound. However, just as she turned her back to the gang, a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Although this smile was still extremely beautiful, it showed a sense of eeriness. However, when Aya turned around again, she still had a sweet smile on her face. The gang was speechless. He also did not know what happened. "Brother, go and see Brother Su Yen first," Aya said softly. It turned out that Su Yen finally could not hold on anymore and directly fell on the huge white bone. The gang looked at Aya again, and after confirming that Aya was really fine, he said, "Okay, I understand." He turned around and was about to walk towards Su Yen. However, at this moment, Aya just smiled. Her palm suddenly pressed towards the gang's back. The gang definitely did not have any guard against Aya. He did not expect his sister to directly attack him. By the time he reacted, the palm had already bombarded his back. The gang only felt his whole body shake, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Aya's weak palm was actually more terrifying than the fierce attack of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Such a terrifying power made his whole body tremble non-stop. "Aya!" The gang shouted in disbelief. However, at this moment, Aya's appearance had already changed. She put a smile on her face, looked at the gang, and then said, "Brother, I'm really in pain. I want to live." She slowly walked towards the gang. However, the gang did not move, because at this moment, he did not know what to do. Even when facing a terrifying monster beast, he did not have the slightest bit of fear or retreat, but at this moment, he actually did not know what to do. He knew that the person he was facing now was definitely not his sister, but this was her body. If he made a move, he would hurt her. Father had once said that he could never let Aya get hurt. "Brother, I need your blood. Can you give it to me?" Aya asked with a smile, and she slowly approached the gang. The gang said, "You want my blood? Okay, I can give it to you, but please leave my sister's body. Otherwise, I swear that I will definitely kill you." When he spoke, he did not have the slightest bit of agitation, but was very calm. However, anyone could tell that under this calmness, there was an extremely strong anger hidden. In this world, there was no one who could hurt his sister, not even a god. Haha, how stupid. Aya had already walked in front of the gang, and then raised her hand. "Give me your body, and I will let your sister go. How about it?" "Don't worry, I will keep my promise. Your body is so strong, and your sister is just a weak little girl. I don't care about her life or death," he said. The gang did not hesitate in the slightest. He nodded his head and said, "Very well, as you wish. I can offer my body to you. However, you must leave my sister's body. Otherwise, I will kill you." After saying that, the gang did not hesitate in the slightest. He simply slapped his own forehead. At this moment, he was so determined, without the slightest hesitation. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. Su Yen, who was lying quietly, suddenly burst out at this moment. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from his palm, and directly shot towards Aya's forehead. The appearance of this ray of light caused Aya to cry out in shock. Obviously, she was very afraid of this ray of light. This was because this shining ray of light was the half of the golden seal that had suppressed him for countless years. This was a kind of fear that came from the bottom of her heart. Subconsciously, she directly raised her hand, and then suddenly screamed. In the next moment, an extremely powerful force directly burst out. When this force was displayed, a terrifying radiance vibrated, and actually blocked this half of the seal. However, although this half of the seal was blocked, it was not directly repelled, and instead, it suppressed his forehead. The power on it flickered with a faint golden radiance. What a powerful force, a fairy. At this moment, Aya cried out in surprise. She suddenly realized that the little girl's body that she had taken over was actually so powerful and terrifying. At this moment, she finally understood that this little girl was the legendary fairy. A baby born from the union of a powerful fairy and a human. At this moment, her heart was filled with excitement. She only felt that she was in high spirits, and was filled with indescribable joy. Even if this half of the golden seal was right in front of her, she was not afraid at all. However, at this moment, Su Yan had already rushed over. "Degang, help me control Aya. I can drive that thing out of Aya's body," Su Yan directly said to Degang. Hearing Su Yan's words, a ray of light flashed into Gang's eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly attacked, and then a powerful force burst out, piercing directly into the ray of light, and immediately grasping Aya's arms. "Aya, forgive brother," Degang said softly in his heart. At this moment, the great demon that had taken over Aya's body had already sensed that the situation was not good. He suddenly let out a sharp roar, like the crazy roar of a bat, directly bursting out from her throat. This terrifying sound wave was extremely dazzling to the soul, and accompanied by this horrifying scream, an extremely powerful force burst out. Aya did not know how to use the power in her body, but as a top demon king, he could release this power, even if it was just a little bit. Degang's skin and flesh were impacted by this power, and immediately all of them burst open, and blood flowed out. However, Degang did not care about such injuries at all. He only held tightly onto Aya. "Su Yan!" Degang roared. At this moment, Su Yan had already arrived in front of Aya, and the soul-suppressing seal was placed on Aya's head. Su Yan directly shouted, "Pagoda soul-suppressing seal!" A powerful seal directly appeared, and after this seal appeared, it directly drilled into Aya's mind. "Great power of the temple, support my body!" Su Yan suddenly raised the pagoda sword, and at the same time, circulated the power in his body. Under the support of this power, a ray of brilliance was immediately released. This light directly pierced into the ceiling. Then, the temple instantly seemed to come alive, and at the peak of the brilliance, directly poured into Su Yan's body. At this time, Su Yan's eyes released a golden light, and the dragon's soul hidden in his eyes became abnormally quiet. Warm power filled Su Yan's body, and Su Yan was like a god. Just when he fell into a deep sleep, he felt the call of the temple. Through the pagoda sword in his hand, he finally began to connect with the temple, and could use the powerful power of the temple. The moment he was supported by the temple's power, he felt that he was omnipotent. Degang slowly let go of Aya, and his eyes were full of surprise. He was shocked by everything that was happening at this moment, which was close to a miracle. Under the continuous release of the golden power, a ray of soul light finally slowly rose from Aya's body. "Evil creature, come back!" Su Yan directly shouted angrily. Then the ray of light directly trembled, and finally, slowly moved toward the half of the seal. Gradually, the half of the seal changed, and finally, it became a complete seal. "Pagoda temple, awaken!" Su Yan softly shouted again. The brilliance of the temple became extremely bright, and in the next moment, the entire mountain trembled. Then, all the rocks turned into dust and dissipated. "Degang, don't worry. Leave Aya's problem to me," Su Yan said to Degang. In the golden light, he had really become a god. Then, a pagoda seal appeared and directly entered Aya's body. In the next moment, a gray power appeared in Aya's body. This was the terrifying demonic power in Aya's body. Once this demonic power exploded, even Degang would find it difficult to suppress it. Moreover, it would attract the attention of demons, causing Aya to be in danger several times. If it weren't for Degang's protection, Aya would not have survived until today. At this moment, Su Yan actually directly refined this power. "Aya, I can help you, but you will lose this powerful power and become an ordinary person. Are you willing?" Su Yan asked Aya. "I'm willing." Without any hesitation, Aya directly nodded. Chapter 476. Buddha's Return to One, Divine Fire Burn. Su Yan shouted again. The power extracted from Aya's body was absorbed into the Buddha's seal. The treasure that belonged to the Buddha's gate was finally complete. The soul-suppressing seal and the Buddha's seal released their radiance at the same time. The two divine seals shone brightly and intertwined, condensing on both sides of Su Yan's body. Su Yan's aura was sacred and powerful. Even De Gang was slightly weaker than Su Yan. Su Yan's entire being became more and more sacred. After that, the two golden seals directly entered Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was raised to the peak. What followed was an extremely dazzling radiance that rose to the end of the world. This surging radiance directly rushed into the temple. At this time, the entire temple shook and gradually rose into the sky. At this time, the people in the village were completely shocked. A few experts stood at the forefront of the village, constantly vigilant of the changes in the temple. This was too big of a commotion. For so many years, they had never approached the temple, afraid that the explosion of power in the temple would affect them. However, this sudden appearance of power was stronger than any other time before. This power was so strong that it threatened their lives. But at this time, they did not dare to act rashly. Before they understood the situation, if they acted rashly, their lives might be in danger. It was at this moment that an extremely powerful ray of light was suddenly released from the temple. The moment this ray of light descended, these experts felt their souls shaking. However, this wasn't because of fear, but because of faith. Suddenly someone said, "God has returned." The person who spoke was the one who stopped Su Yan and prevented Su Yan from returning. However, at this time, he no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, his face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with the light of devotion. In fact, he had already begun to prostrate himself. At that moment, Su Yan, who was in the temple, seemed even more mysterious. De Gang looked at Su Yan in a daze and then said, "So, Brother Su Yan is actually a god?" In his opinion, such a thing could only be done by a god. If it wasn't a god, who else would have such an ability? Back then, even a powerful figure like his father couldn't solve the problem for Aya. However, at this time, Su Yan directly extracted the power from Aya's body. At this moment, Su Yan wasn't paying attention to this. His consciousness was transmitted to the distance along with a few rays of light that had just shot out. In this mountain forest, which was called the 100,000 Mountains by the villagers, several powerful demon kings suddenly raised their heads at this moment. When that ray of light arrived, they were shocked. Whether it was the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, the demonic Bat King, or the terrifying demonic spider, they all seemed to have been immobilized. They couldn't even move. "Since you are all raised by my stupa sect, come back now." Su Yan's voice was like a god's, resounding throughout the world. In the end, although these terrifying demons were extremely unwilling, they still followed the light and returned. When the light disappeared, these demons also fell into the stupa seal. Together with the demon that was suppressed at the beginning, the 4 demons were imprinted in 4 different directions. At this time, Su Yan also understood the true name of this imprint. It was the 4 Directions seal. The moment the 4 Directions seal returned to its original position, Su Yan suddenly felt a mysterious power directly appear. The moment this power appeared, he felt as if everything around his ears was shattering. The temple began to turn into nothingness. Even De Gang and Aya began to gradually disappear. "It's fake. All of this is fake?" Su Yan muttered to himself. At this time, he was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that everything he had experienced was fake. Although he had only been in this mysterious world for less than a day, the experience was so real. At this moment, this world began to shatter and even disappear. The 4 Directions seal quietly floated in front of him. It was just that the 4 Directions seal was no longer the same as before. After this world was shattered, everything was like a picture scroll that swept towards them. As time passed, the power of the 4 Directions seal grew stronger and stronger. At this time, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. He completely understood everything that had happened. It didn't matter if it was real or not. This world was originally constructed by the 4 Directions seal. Back then, the Stupa sect was at its peak. However, because they fought against the Devil sect, they gradually declined. In the end, because of an extremely terrifying battle, the Stupa sect had no choice but to fall to this state. This 4 Directions seal was also damaged and was hidden in the door. The damaged 4 Directions seal's power dissipated and finally constructed this world. Now that the 4 Directions seal had been restored, this illusory world had also disappeared. When everything returned to tranquility, Su Yan stood outside the door with a sense of loss in his eyes. It was as if his soul had left his body. De Gang, Aya, they are actually just evolved from the Four Directions seal? Su Yan picked up the Four Directions seal in his hand and said helplessly. It seemed that the Four Directions seal's power was really strong to the extreme. To be able to construct such a realistic world, it was much stronger than illusions. Illusion and reality. It seems that I still can't see through this. Su Yan laughed bitterly. He was just a passerby. These things didn't have much to do with him. He only needed to understand what kind of world he was in. However, he couldn't be as cold as ice. Naturally, he couldn't let go of such things. Brother Su Yan, why are you sad? You have liberated this world. We should be thanking you. Just as Su Yan was lamenting, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. The moment this voice appeared, Su Yan suddenly became happy. Brother De Gang. That's right, it's me. Brother Su Yan, you don't have to be sad. We didn't die. Moreover, our world didn't shatter. It just returned to its original state. De Gang's voice sounded. Returned to its original state? What's going on? Even though Su Yan was used to seeing all kinds of scenes, he was still surprised at this moment. He didn't understand what was going on. Brother Su Yan, you're really stupid. What brother means is that our world originally existed in the Four Directions seal. It's just that the Four Directions seal was damaged, so there were many monsters. These powerful monsters are the manifestation of the demonic sect's power. Now, you've used the Buddha's sword and your blood to revive this world. Naturally, we'll return to our original state. A crisp voice rang out, causing Su Yan's expression to change. Aya. Su Yan was even more pleasantly surprised. This beautiful yet sorrowful little girl actually still existed, which made him even more joyful. It's me. Brother, you can think of it this way. Me, Brother De Gang, and the people in the village are all the weapon spirits of the Four Directions seal. The divine temple is the core of the seal. Now that everything has been restored, this is the best thing for us. Aya spoke once more. Brother Su Yan, as long as the Four Directions seal still exists, we won't be destroyed. Right now, you've become the master of the Four Directions seal. If you need it, you can even summon us to help you in battle, De Gang said. Of course, you need to expend Buddha's force to summon us. Even if you want to communicate with us, it's the same. I feel that you haven't cultivated the Buddha's force that truly belongs to you, so our connection is about to be severed. You just need to remember that the Four Directions seal is the key to the 6th floor. Enter the 6th floor, or perhaps the 7th floor, and you'll be able to find the source of Buddha's force. De Gang's voice became fainter and fainter. Brother Su Yan, you must go to the 7th floor. Su Yan took a deep breath and digested the information he had just received. The sense of loss in his heart had already disappeared because everything that he thought had disappeared still existed. Although De Gang and Aya had only exchanged a few words, Su Yan had already figured out the gist of it. He held the Four Directions seal in his hand. This golden seal was currently emitting a gentle golden radiance. Su Yan no longer hesitated and directly placed the Four Directions seal on the door. As the Four Directions seal was placed down, the door suddenly began to flicker with a glass-like radiance. Then, the door actually gradually turned into nothingness and finally dissipated. Su Yan had finally stepped into the 6th floor of the pagoda. When he stepped into the 6th floor, he immediately felt a sorrowful aura. The 6th floor of the pagoda was simply beyond his expectations because it was actually a graveyard. Wordless tombstones stood there for a long time, giving off an indescribable sense of sorrow. Su Yan only felt an indescribable sense of oppression at this moment. This kind of sorrow actually emanated from the depths of his soul. Are these the places where the seniors of the Buddha sect were buried? Since I, Su Yan, have already become the successor of the Buddha sect, I naturally have to kowtow to you. After Su Yan sighed in his heart, he knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 9 times in the direction of the graveyard. The moment Su Yan finished kowtowing, all the tombstones seemed to come to life at this moment. Every tombstone began to emit a golden radiance. As the golden radiance spread, Su Yan was immediately enveloped in it. Chapter 477. Su Yan already knew about what had happened back then. In order to resurrect the great Devil Heaven Master, the crazy Devil sect did not hesitate to sacrifice the entire Chen territory. The Pagoda sect had fought with the Devil sect because of this. In the end, Both sides suffered great losses and the devil sect disappeared. It was only recently that they began to move again. The pagoda sect, on the other hand, had suffered great losses. They could only leave their inheritance in this inconspicuous burial sword tomb until Su Yan, the fated person, arrived. The golden light was the pagoda chi. The golden light wrapped around Su Yan's body and gradually seeped into his skin. His strength was increasing little by little, and his entire body was becoming stronger. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he was a King Kong. That's right. The invincible golden body is a powerful cultivation method for the cultivation of the body. With the nourishment of the buter golden chi, my body will definitely become stronger. Su Yan's eyes shone with a golden light. His entire aura was rising. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. This kind of increase lasted for a moment, but suddenly there was a change. It turned out that the golden aura was flowing through Su Yan's body, but when it reached his heart and finger bones, it stopped. Two powerful black auras suddenly erupted and directly resisted the golden aura. Su Yan was very clear about this black aura. It was the aura of the heavenly demon and the devil dragon's heart. In the world of the square seal, these two auras seemed to have disappeared. However, now that they had returned to reality, these two auras appeared again and directly exploded with an extremely powerful force, attacking Su Yan. Feeling the impact of this force, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely terrible pain, as if this force was going to tear him apart. This kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. Good, although this aura is strong, it is very good for me. I can use this to cultivate the invincible golden body. Su Yan took a deep breath and suppressed the pain in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced by incomparable madness. The pain caused by the collision of devil chi and Buddha chi was simply indescribable. However, he was not blinded by the pain. Instead, his entire body was rejuvenated. Then, he began to cultivate the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body was the Stupa sect's peerless body refining technique. At this moment, Su Yan was forcibly activating it. In the blink of an eye, the violent aura kept colliding, and the pain was doubled. However, Su Yan had no intention of stopping. His body began to devour the two terrifying auras at the same time. Be it righteous or demonic, I, Su Yan, will subdue them all. The two of you want to use my body as a battlefield, so how can you not pay your taxes? Su Yan grinned, looking extremely like a demon. After that, his eyes flashed as he immersed himself in his own will. Under the impact of this pain, Su Yan's heart actually became calmer and calmer. The pain did not make Su Yan crazy. Instead, it made him feel calmer. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body revealed a very special aura. It was hard to say whether it was righteous or evil, but this aura revealed an indescribable truth. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the tombstones. This voice sounded like the Buddhist chanting from Su Yan's previous life. When this voice entered Su Yan's ears, it made Su Yan's entire person become solemn. This was because Su Yan had heard the supreme incantation. Just now Aya, who was in the square seal, told him that he must enter the 6th and 7th floor of the Stupa sect. At this moment, the importance of it was displayed. The 6th floor was imparting a technique, and it was the Stupa sect's most unfathomable Stupa boundless technique. This incantation was truly profound and unfathomable. Every word contained an unparalleled mystery. Among the techniques that Su Yan knew, other than the regal sword mantra, there was no other existence that could compete with it. Su Yan operated the invincible golden body and crazily devoured the heavenly demon aura and Stupa golden chi. At the same time, his mind began to absorb the power of the Stupa boundless technique. The Stupa boundless technique was chanted continuously. Su Yan's heart was like still water. After an unknown amount of time, the heart-wrenching pain finally disappeared. The aura from the heavenly demon fingerbone and the power from the demonic dragon's heart dissipated at the same time. It seemed that the Stupa sect's power had won this battle. However, this was not strange. After all, this was the Stupa pagoda. If the heavenly demon fingerbone and the demonic dragon's heart had won, then the Stupa sect was not worthy of being called a powerful sect that almost destroyed the devil sect. Su Yan woke up again. At this moment, there was a golden light shining in his eyes. His entire being was filled with an indescribable spirit. The 6th level of the Stupa pagoda has really given me a lot of benefits. He could not help but sigh. At this moment, His entire being's spirit was completely different. Not to mention other things, just the strength of his physical body had undergone an earth-shattering change. In fact, he even had the thought of directly contending with Degang. Degang was a powerhouse in the dragon realm. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful existence. However, Su Yan really felt that his physical body, which had been entangled by the aura of the righteous and demonic paths, was terrifyingly powerful. If the 100 Beasts Elder was still alive, Su Yan would not have had to rely on the power of the demonic dragon's heart to defeat him like last time. Su Yan thanked the tombstone once again. Seniors, Disciple Su Yan has received your help to obtain the infinite stupa pagoda technique. Although Disciple is not talented, as long as I am alive, I will bring the stupa sect back to life and let the glory of stupa shine in this world once again. Su Yan's words were sincere. At this moment, as if it understood Su Yan's words, the golden light changed again. In the end, it actually turned into a door of nothingness. Su Yan was stunned at first. Then, he smiled in his heart and stepped in without any hesitation. He originally thought that if he wanted to enter the 7th level of the stupa pagoda, he would definitely have to go through more difficult conditions. However, he did not expect that the door to the 7th level would open so easily in front of him. The key to enter the 6th level was the four-corner seal. If Su Yan was not strong enough, he would not have been able to save Aya with Degang and successfully restore the four-corner seal. The key to the door to the 7th level was these tombstones. These heroic spirits who had already died in battle were the real gatekeepers. If Su Yan was not righteous, he would not have been able to find the door to the 7th level no matter what. If he had gained their approval, there would be no need to set up a life and death test. Therefore, Su Yan stepped in easily. The moment Su Yan stepped through the door, a golden path immediately appeared under his feet. On the path, there were hundreds of golden petals. These were all real works of art. They had unimaginable charm. However, although the golden petals were beautiful, Su Yan did not pay attention to them at all. His gaze was attracted by the golden light in front of him. It was a 9th-grade lotus platform. It was filled with a noble and sacred aura. When Su Yan's gaze landed on this lotus platform, the demonic dragon's heart in Su Yan's body started to beat wildly. It was as if it had encountered a terrifying heaven and earth. The heavenly demon Fingerbone also released an extremely dense demonic aura. When he was on the 6th level, the heavenly demon Fingerbone was clearly suppressed by the pagoda golden chi. However, at this moment, it released a powerful light again. At this moment, Su Yan took a step back. Countless rays of light bloomed in his eyes. At this moment, the golden lotus had already ascended and was flying towards his body. After trying hard to calm his heart, Su Yan gradually began to condense his power. Then, the pagoda infinite technique that he had obtained earlier began to slowly circulate. The 9th-grade lotus platform landed in front of Su Yan. Then, it gradually shrank and drilled into Su Yan's body. This time, Su Yan did not panic. Instead, he calmly waited for the golden light to arrive. After the 9th-grade lotus platform turned into Su Yan's body, it gathered towards Su Yan's heart without stopping. It was not the demonic dragon's heart, but his own heart. The lotus platform seemed to have completely fused with his own heart. The demonic dragon's heart felt threatened and wanted to go berserk. However, before the demonic dragon's heart could go berserk, the heart that had merged with the 9th-grade lotus platform released a ray of light that fell on the demonic dragon's heart. It was as if a layer of golden clothing had wrapped around this power. This process was extremely short. It was almost only a moment. Su Yan's face was solemn. He had finally received everything. The 6th level was the pagoda infinite technique, and the 7th level was the 9th-grade lotus platform. These two things were the peerless treasures of the pagoda sect. Obtaining them also meant that Su Yan had truly obtained the inheritance of the pagoda sect and became a disciple of the pagoda sect. At the same time, the problem of the demonic dragon's heart was temporarily solved. At least after being suppressed by the golden light, the demonic dragon's heart could not constantly transfer the demonic dragon's blood into his body. It's time to leave. Su Yan did not linger and was about to leave. However, at this moment, the entire pagoda tower suddenly shook. As the pagoda tower shook, the surrounding mountains also began to shake. The entire Wushuang city felt the obvious tremors. Many people thought that there was an earthquake at this time, and for a moment, they were frightened. Su Yan watched the changes in the pagoda tower. In just 5 breaths, He left the pagoda tower. The pagoda tower shrank and finally entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Chapter 478. When Su Yan walked out again, the sword well had completely disappeared. Such a commotion naturally alarmed the people in the burial sword tomb. Many disciples had already arrived at this place. However, none of them noticed Su Yan's appearance. Not long after, Enchanting finally appeared. At this time, he was fully deserving of being the eldest senior brother of the burial sword tomb. At this time, his brows were tightly furrowed. Looking at the collapsed sword well, he finally sighed. Sigh, what an eventful time. Although he didn't know why the sword well collapsed, its importance to the burial sword tomb was self-evident. However, the collapse of the sword well made his heart heavy. Coupled with the young man he met earlier, this made him even more worried. You all go back first. Don't spread this matter. Otherwise, you will be punished for the crime of betrayal. His voice spread out among the disciples. The disciples were as silent as cicadas in winter and answered, yes. Just as Enchanting turned around, a familiar voice sounded, Senior Brother Ouyang, long time no see. Senior Brother Ouyang was almost scared out of his wits. Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan, Enchanting was pleasantly surprised. Seeing Enchanting like this, Su Yan couldn't help but be startled, then said, Senior Brother Ouyang, did something happen? Enchanting had always been indifferent. If nothing happened, he would never show such a state. Enchanting didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Su Yan, something did happen. A few days ago, a young man broke into the Su family and took away your cousin Su Tian. Hearing Enchanting's words, Su Yan frowned. Oh, Senior Brother Ouyang and that guy met? Su Yan asked. Enchanting smiled bitterly and said, yes, we did meet and even fought, but I was no match for him at all. Then, Enchanting told Su Yan the situation at that time. Su Yan listened quietly and then asked, Senior Brother Ouyang, according to what you said, this person is from the devil sect? Definitely, and he didn't deny it, Enchanting said firmly. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes flickered. He wouldn't forget what the black demon said before he was killed. A very young but very terrifying devil sect powerhouse? Could it be the devil sect's crown prince? Su Yan's eyes flickered. To be honest, at this moment, he was looking forward to meeting that person. He wanted to see how powerful the devil sect's crown prince was. Brother Ouyang, do you know where this person from the devil sect went? Su Yan asked directly. Enchanting shook his head and said, I don't know, but Su Yan, there's something I have to say. Although you are very powerful and far beyond my imagination, that person is too terrifying. I can't feel his limit at all. Enchanting's eyes flickered with fear as he recalled the scene at that time. When I faced that person, I felt like I was facing an abyss. You have already left the Su family, and I don't think that person would hurt Su Tian. Su Yan sighed. He understood what Enchanting meant. At the same time, he also knew that with Enchanting's character, he would definitely not exaggerate. Since he said that this person was extremely terrifying, then that must be the case. Otherwise, the always proud and arrogant Enchanting would not say such words. However, no matter how powerful that person was, Su Yan would still choose to face him. This wasn't just for Su Tian, but also for himself. Su Yan represented the Stupa sect, and the Stupa sect and the Devil sect were natural opposites. Therefore, even if that person didn't take Su Tian away, as long as he appeared, Su Yan would still have to meet him. The only difference was that it would be sooner or later. Now that the other party had come knocking on his door, he had no reason to refuse. Senior Ouyang, I know what to do about this matter. Although I have already left the Su family, I still owe you a debt of gratitude. So, please take care of the Su family. As for Su Tian, I will bring her back. Su Yan said very seriously. Enchanting sighed. He knew his junior brother too well. He knew that once Su Yan had made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. Su Yan, that person said that he will wait for you at the mouth of the East Sea for 3 days. After 3 days, he will leave the 5 counties and head to the Jojo continent. Su Yan, to be honest, I don't want you to meet him. You're already very powerful now. There's almost no one in the 5 counties who can be your match. As long as we don't provoke them, you'll definitely get better and better, right? Moreover, you should know how Sister Linglong feels about you. If something happens to you,
She will be very sad. Ouyang Cheng sighed and finished speaking. When Ouyang Cheng mentioned Xiao Linglong, Su Yan was first stunned, then he smiled bitterly. What did I, Su Yan, do to make Sister Xiao Linglong fall in love with me? Brother Ouyang, I know you like Sister Linglong, so don't give up. I, Su Yan, have enough love debts. After he finished speaking, Su Yan's entire person had already disappeared without a trace. Ouyang Cheng still wanted to say something, but he could only be stunned. When Su Yan came, he didn't see it clearly. When Su Yan left, he still didn't notice it. I really didn't expect him to be so powerful now. Maybe he can survive in front of that person. Ouyang Cheng could only smile bitterly. At this moment, Su Yan had already stepped onto the sword dragon and was flying towards the mouth of the East Sea. At this moment, Su Yan was still at the level of the boundary and perimeter mountains. However, his combat strength was already extremely terrifying and could not be measured by common sense. Even if he was facing a Dragon Realm expert, Su Yan was confident that he could fight and even win. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't be arrogant because he knew that this person must be a terrifying person to be able to make Ouyang Cheng feel like he was as deep as the sea. If this person was really the Devil Sex Crown Prince, then he would be even more powerful. But no matter what, he would only know after meeting him. If he didn't change after meeting him, then he would immediately retreat. This wasn't Su Yan's style. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. Like a meteor, he cut across the sky. According to Ouyang Cheng, today was already the last day. If this guy took Su Tian away, then it would be troublesome. At the mouth of the East Sea, a huge battleship stopped by the shore. This huge battleship was extremely ferocious. It was like a terrifying sea beast, giving off an extremely dignified and oppressive aura. On the deck of the battleship, a young man in black stood. His gaze landed on the surface of the sea. His eyes were filled with a deep aura. Beside him was a young girl. It was the Su family's Su Tian. Young Master Shangguan, are we really leaving? Su Tian asked softly. She turned around and looked towards the shore. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Before that day, she was practically carefree. She was the Su family's little princess. She worshipped Su Yan and wanted to become strong, but she had never thought of leaving home. However, the appearance of this man in front of her changed everything. He said that he wanted to take her away, and she agreed. He said that he wanted to return to Jojo. He asked her if she was willing to leave with him. She agreed without any hesitation. She was very sure that this man didn't do anything to her, let alone force her. But she still followed him here in a daze. Shangguan Sheng turned around and looked at Su Tian. Then he smiled and said, Tian, you can't bear to leave? Su Tian was slightly stunned. Then she nodded and said, Yes, of course I can't bear to leave. After all, that's my home. Before you appeared, I never thought that I would leave home one day. Shangguan Sheng stood up and walked to the railing. Then he said, It's hard to leave home. This is what you should do. It's just that everyone can't control their own fate. Wouldn't it be boring to stay at home for the rest of your life and never see the scenery outside? Look at the sea. If you stay in the Su family, I'm afraid you'll never have the chance to see such a magnificent sea. He shouted loudly. After hearing Shangguan Sheng's words, Su Tian suddenly felt that she didn't want to go home so much. Young Master Shangguan, when did you leave home? Su Tian asked. Her voice was still sweet and calm. She didn't have the slightest awareness of being a prisoner. In fact, Shangguan Sheng didn't treat her like a prisoner. Me? Hee, your question is quite special. However, I've never had a home, so I don't know when I left. Shangguan Sheng stretched. At this moment, he suddenly smiled faintly. In the end, it's still here. In the end? Who's here? Could it be? Su Tian suddenly thought of someone. Shangguan Sheng said to Su Tian, Yes, you guessed right. It's your brother Su Yan who's here. Tesk. He's really powerful. His entire body is filled with an extremely strong aura. He's indeed qualified to be my opponent. Su Tian looked at Shangguan Sheng's appearance and suddenly panicked. On one side was his brother, who was also the person he admired. On the other side, although it had nothing to do with her, she really didn't want anything to happen to the person in front of her. Shangguan Sheng smiled at Su Tian and said, Don't worry, I won't hurt him.